for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Hello and welcome one and all. This is the Watch Point Free Show. My name is Zoe Schmidt, and with me on our desk / coffee table / truck in person are, of course, Scott Costa Kennedy, Danny Lim Lim. We haven't changed that one. And unfortunately, Jonathan Reinforce Larson is out sick, but he will be joining us again soon. But that means only friends here, no co-workers.
No co-workers.
Yep, no co-workers. No co-workers allowed, only friends.
Exactly. How are you guys feeling? It's been a hot minute since we got together like this.
I mean,
better than Johnny, but you know, I feel great. Sorry, Johnny, we missed you. No, it feels good. It's back. It's good to be back. You know, what's it been? 200 plus days since we had seen.
But who's counting, right?
Yeah, I haven't been counting at all.
I think I saw it was like 222 days. Was it?
I'm gonna agree.
I may have just made that up. I don't know. But I think it was.
I mean, go fact check us.
And also, I love how we're actually all in the same space.
Yeah.
And we could actually.
It's good to be back. Missed you.
We can touch each other, like for real. Not trying awkwardly via, and we did try awkwardly via setups. But now, guys, this is the 5th year of the Overwatch League. Oh, and we do have a couple things we want to catch you up on. Some of you might be new here. Some of you might be just lurking in chat trying to get them beta drops. We don't judge you. I would do the same. But even for those familiar with the Overwatch League, we do have some exciting changes this year that we want to share with all of you. So let's start with, I guess, the basics. We're once again going to have 20 teams, which will be divided into 2 divisions, and each team will play 6 qualifying matches for our 4 in-season tournaments. Now, Costa, one of the biggest changes this year is that each team will be playing 6 games per cycle rather than just 4. And as a former pro player yourself, how big of a change is that for the players in the team?
It's pretty significant. Back in my day, as I say, as a boomer, we played 40 games of Overwatch League matches, and I can tell you, it's grueling and it's hard. It's only 8 more matches. It doesn't seem like that many, but it is going to add up. In these small cycles, teams are going to have to play 2 more matches. They're not going to be able to specialize for other teams as much, so I think it's going to be harder for these teams to adapt, especially now that we're in a completely new game, Overwatch 2. I'm just so excited to see what these teams have to bring.
Same. Now, during these tournament cycles, the teams will be playing exclusively within their own divisions. The West will feature 13 teams, and that means that in the East we're going to have 7 teams battling it out. Now, one of the big changes here as well is that New York Excelsior is coming back to play in the Western region. Danny, how does that, if at all, affect the divisional race?
All right, it's simple. So basically, both regions will have odd numbers of teams. West has 13, which means they'll play one another twice.
Yeah.
And the East will play one another 4 times, which means that there's going to be no strength of schedule as well.
Everyone plays each other the same number of times,
Yep.
which is going to be nice.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks,
good
New
to
York.
ask. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, New York. Very kind of you. Now, we are planning 2 global live events this year, which will see inter-division play, which we're also so very excited about as per usual. We're going to have the mid-season madness, as well as our end-of-the-year play-in tournament, the Countdown Cup. But Costa, if I'm looking at this, like something is missing.
The June tournament got cut.
June tournament
For a
June
mid-season
tournament.
madness? Come on, what are we doing here? It's okay. I'm just excited the tournaments are back. There's so much excitement, so much hype, and teams have everything to play for.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is going to be great. I'm excited for every day, not just tournament days. Just every day is exciting.
Every day's a blessing.
Every day is a blessing. That's right. Now, that's of course was our tournament schedule. We do know that we're going to be playing this season on Overwatch 2. Which means that it's 5v5 now. That's right. So we'll see how the pros will handle that. But one last bit of housekeeping here. Let's discuss the maps these teams will be playing on. With the release of the Overwatch 2 beta, we also finally got some new maps for these teams to play on. Now, Danny, you've been playing the beta yourself. So which of these new maps are you most excited to see?
Most excited to see. All right, so we have 4 new maps, Circuit Royale for Escort, Midtown for Hybrid, and 2 new push mode maps, New Queen Streets and Colosseo. I'm gonna have to go with Escort, Circuit Royale, or Royal. I honestly don't know if it's pronounced Royal.
Shall we just agree here as a unit?
Circuit Royal?
Royal. Look, it doesn't have the E.
Royale sounds more royal, though.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna say Circuit Royal, just to make everyone mad.
Royal?
Circuit Royal. Well, I love the map.
I kind of hate it,
You know,
honestly.
the map itself is visually stunning, right?
Yeah.
And
Right, that is
I think
royal,
it's a
yeah.
very unique map. It has really interesting high grounds, and I think it's a fun map.
It is. Yeah. I mean, all of the new maps, I get so distracted because they're just so pretty, so I like wander off. Can't recommend, honestly. Wouldn't do that if I were you. Now, new maps is not everything we got for you. You just mentioned it, Danny. We also have a brand new game mode for the teams to play, which is Push. That's right. Teams will both attempt to progress a kind of a payload, I guess, which moves both directions, and that payload being our new Pushbot 5000s. I don't know. We're gonna come up with
What are
something
we
more
gonna name
clever.
it?
We'll let chat decide. Let's let chat decide. Chat,
Chat decide. That's a
let us
great
know
idea.
what we should call the bot. I trust you guys to come up with a good name.
Exactly. He probably has a name, and we're just like,
We just don't know. We
But we know
just
that's
don't know.
fine. That's not rude. Danny, I'm coming back to you again here, though. Push mode. It's chaotic. You love chaos. How do you feel about this?
I love chaos. I think it's a game mode where it could get really chaotic and really dynamic because the game mode itself is pretty simple, right? You push the robot to the enemy side and that's how you win. But how the maps are designed, I feel like they're very, there's a lot of places where you could flank and you could do a lot of creative stuff. And I feel like this is the game mode where we're gonna see a lot of interesting strategies from a lot of teams.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the professionals do because in my beta play, and I assume your beta play, New Queen Street, I don't think I've gone to the point once off the bat. I always get lost going there.
Presumptuous, but true.
Yeah, but there's so many mazes, but there's also so many points that you can hold, so many
Yeah.
different regions that you can fight for, and then you have to play with the objective, the robot that is unnamed at this point. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the pros do.
You know how I play push mode?
Please,
I'm gonna be
enlighten me.
honest, and maybe I suggest everyone tries this because it's really fun. You just stand in front of the robot and
In
make the robot
front.
push you.
No, you just lost me already.
And
like,
then you
that's
just, so that you could, while you're just, enjoying the scenery.
Oh, so he's just like giving.
Yeah, you're just standing there in front of me.
Well, that's one way of doing it.
Danny.
It won't lead to a W, but the view is very nice on that one. And now I do think that one of the most exciting additions, of course, with this game right now is Sojourn, our new hero. Sojourn, ultra mobile damage dealer with some pretty sick range and a very high skill cap, which I understand that you're usually in the receiving end of. Costa, how are you feeling about Sojourn?
Yeah, high skill cap on DPS is generally not my forte, but the thing that's most fun about Sojourn is she's just there. She like embodies the way that Overwatch should be played. She's fast, she's high mobility, and then she also has like high mechanical skill, and like hitting that rail is such an important thing on Sojourn and something that I've never been able to do. But that's why I want to see it in the pro players. I want to see them get the opportunity to sort of hit that ultimate and see how many people that they can actually get down. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see as much Sojourn in this upcoming weekend. It feels like she's being outclassed by Soldier 76 and the such, but I hope we get to see some teams pocket pick pull it out.
Absolutely. It's been a blast to watch players get a hand on her and watch their beta footage. And as we look forward to a new game and a new year of the Overwatch League, we're incredibly saddened to be doing so with a hero we lost way too soon. Of course, I'm talking about Gyeongbo Alarm Kim. Alarm passed away very unexpectedly last November, and it goes without saying that he will be dearly missed by all of us. So to honor him, the Overwatch League is naming the Rookie of the Year award, which was an honor that Alarm himself received in 2020 to the Alarm Rookie of the Year award. So please join us now as we look back, we remember, and we honor Gyeongbo Alarm Kim.
저는 개인적으로 좀 최대한 좀 팀을 케어하면서 그 선수가 좀 빛나게 좀 해주는 걸 좀 좋아하는 것 같아요. 그러면서 저는 기분이 좋은 것 같아요. 약간 서포팅을 하면서 저희 팀이 이제 제 서포팅을 받으면서 이제 캐리를 할 때나 좀 활약을 할 때 그때 저는 좋아가지고 저는 케어 위주로 좀 하는 걸 좋아하는 것 같아요.
엄청 좋은 팀메이트로서의 모습을 많이 보여줬고 그리고 누구보다도 열심히 하는 모습을 보여주면서 다른 선수들한테 귀감이 된 선수인 것 같아요.
Oh yeah, Alarm is like a really good guy in game and outside the game. So for me, it's like tough to argue that Alarm is some of the best support in the league.
I don't think Alarm needed much guidance in his rookie year. He kind of knew what he was doing when he came in from day one.
일단 팬분들한테 가장 고맙고 그리고 또 가장 또 고마운 사람은 저희 부모님한테 가장 고맙다 말씀드리고 싶어요. 왜냐면은 좀 시간차 때문에 매번 새벽마다 계속 경기 봐주시고 저한테 응원 메시지 보내주실 때마다 정말 고마웠거든요. 팬분들하고 그리고 가족들한테 가장 고마워요. 사랑한다 말씀드리고 싶어요.
He came in with so much hype. Everybody was talking about Alarm. He can be one of the best flex supports in the league.
Just straight up best flex support.
Chips, I remember seeing on Twitter saying he's the best player to ever exist. Alarm is just such a naturally talented support player.
I think if you ask me truthfully, by the time Overwatch is finished, I think we will look back and see Alarm as the greatest player that's ever played the game.
Alarm saves the day for the Philly Fusion.
Oh, another one from Alarm.
Does Alarm takes his head clean off, killing both DPS.
Enter Sandman.
He's just fragging out. He's got the most kills on his team by far at this point, it feels like.
Alarm earning Rookie of the Year is really well deserved.
This team doesn't have to worry because they know it's Alarm and he's got you.
컨텐에서는 잘했지만 뭐 리그에서는 아직 증명되지 않았기 때문에 사람들이 좀 확실하지 않을 것 같아가지고 그거에 대한 압박감 좀 잘해야 된다는. 지금은 그 압박감이 없는 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 굉장히 좀 잘하면서 증명해냈다고 생각하기 때문에.
Outlaws, Alarm was here.
사랑해요.
Welcome back to the first Watchpoint pre-show of 2022. Now, we've covered a lot of changes to the game as well as our format, but now it is time to get into the matches we got for you today. So let's take a look at today's schedule. As you can see, we're going to have 3 exciting matches which will be played out on that first day back here in the Overwatch League. We're going to see the New York Excelsior facing off against the LA Gladiators first thing today. Afterwards, we're going to see the San Francisco Shock taking on the Paris Eternal. And then last but not least, we're going to have the Florida Mayhem going up against the Atlanta Reign. Now, I do want to have a bit of a look ahead at that last match and those last 2 teams. They were intriguing last year. Let's start with the Florida Mayhem though, Danny, because how do I put that delicately?
Just say it.
It wasn't great. It wasn't. I mean, they may have. Some might say, some not me, but some might say they underperformed a little bit.
I mean, let's be honest. They underperformed. Okay, and I think because going into last season, people were hyped about the Florida Mayhem, especially because they had a really, really good TPS lineup, Yaki and DQB. And start of the season, they were doing pretty well. They had a 4-1 record, and going into the main melee as well, they had a decent showing, but things fell apart really quick, and the rest of the matches, they only won 1 match. So as you can see right now, their overall season score was 5-11. 10th in the West. So, yeah, I know we all want to be nice, but let's just be, let's be real. They did underperform.
Let's be real, yeah.
It just wasn't very pretty for the most part, right? Like, they have a good roster. We knew they had talented players. They just really struggled to string it together when they weren't able to play their style. In the main melee, they did have that good performance. As you said, Danny, they made it to that playoff finals, and they had a good performance, but overall, as a whole, the season kind of fell apart. As soon as you're throwing checkmate in on Reinhardt, that just ain't it.
I actually forgot that happened. Well, okay. Here's the thing. It's been a wild season for nearly every team in the league, I would say, and Florida was no exception. They completely retooled their roster. So what are we looking at now, Costa? How do we feel about that 2020 squad?
Yeah, we're going into a completely new era of the Florida Mayhem. They've pretty much blown up that roster from last year, and they've only kept checkmate, which is kind of ironic in its own way, but they've added a lot of really great players. On the head coach of Gumba, who I have a lot of respect for, they've added some really good players. We got a lot of rookies. If you're seeing a lot of rookie names, that's because it's true. We got Hydron, Adam, Someone, and Sermajed coming as rookies. We have a couple of veteran support players in Animo and Kariv. But the person that I really want to highlight from this team that you might not know about is Someone. He is a player coming in from contenders, and he is just absolutely incredible. I've seen and I've heard a lot of great things about him in the front line on the tank role. The person who I would kind of compare him to, which actually makes sense for the Florida Mayhem as well, is OGE. He has great communication. He has that style and that leadership quality. If he can bring that to this Florida Mayhem team and sort of elevate these rookies, I could see a lot of great things coming from this roster.
Definitely, some interesting moves and new additions there. But the one I want to highlight, looking at that squad, is an old player who is changing teams and coming back. Of course, I'm talking about XC. That's right, highly praised Element Mystic player from way back when. I feel old even saying Element. He got picked up by the Paris Eternal at the end of 2019, I believe it was. He joined the Dallas Fuel for last season. However, he had to retire right after that due to a neck or back issue or injury. So we never actually found out what could have been for him and Dallas. Now, he's back, he's looking good in pink, and I honestly can't wait to see him pop off on his signature heroes, such as Cassidy, as we see right now, or Widowmaker again. I just wonder if he still got it, because that was quite a long break. Now, Costa, how do you think that affects him?
And that's the big question. We've seen a lot of players come back from these kind of retirements and have average performances. One of the most common examples right now is Arns from the San Francisco Shock, had one of the best 2020 performances. But when we did see him play in 2021, he didn't have that firepower. Is XE going to struggle from the same thing? He's been very vocal on social media, and he's still been participating from the sidelines last season. I just am really curious to see if he's going to be able to have that same level of prowess, because back in 2020, when he was firing on all cylinders, people were considering him to be one of the best hit scans in the game. His Cassidy, his flanking, his just raw power was incredible. So if he can bring that to Mayhem, once again, this could be a team that everyone's underrating.
Yeah, and I mean, they may not have lived up to the hype last season, but as we just established, they might this time around. Now, one team which definitely exceeded expectations last season has to be their opponent, Atlanta Reign. I mean, I was on the Reign train all season long.
Just saying.
And they came up just short in the final. So they had a fantastic run, honestly. They kept the core veteran players this year. So we still going to see Gator, Kai, and Hawk, which all three of them, of course, helped them to get to the finals last year. And while I did have the wins a little bit, seeing impactful players such as Pelican and Iris leave, I do think that they have some great new additions worth keeping an eye on. And I mean, they did get to the finals playing to their strengths. We saw a lot of their Orisa comps, which they started to be known for almost. But that said, now with the game changing as it does, and like the roster having changed so much, I do wonder what their new identity is going to look like, and if they can get away with the same kind of feel. Now, Costa, what do you think?
Well, the interesting thing about Atlanta Reign is, as you said, they made it to the grand final, but last year they were not the most well-rounded team in the league. They played a lot of that rush brawl style with Gator in that front line, and there was a lot of concerns that if they ever need to play anything else, right, the grand finals weren't close. Congratulations, they made it, but they weren't close because they didn't have that flexibility. Are they going to have that same issue this year? They have lost a couple of their players, as you said, Iris and Iris and Pelican being stepped away from that roster. Is that going to enable them to do more, or are they going to go back into their old ways?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, but I think some people might not be super familiar with the new faces on Atlanta Reign. So what can you tell us about some of those new additions?
Yeah, as I just said, they lost Iris, who was a phenomenal player, but they've done a great job of finding new rookie talent coming in. OG and Ultraviolet coming from North American contenders. These are guys you should look out for. They're very touted as to be one of the new guard coming up that could really sort of elevate this team. They look to fit in the culture very well. But you just look at the whole roster and you can sort of see the depth across the board. They have Kai, they have Gator, they have Hawk. These are three guys that have been dominant in the league in the past and were instrumental in some of their success last year. And, we have some newer faces coming in on the DPS role as well. Venom, who is a phenomenal tracer. Might not see him that much this upcoming weekend. And then Speedily, you're not going to see him this weekend and for a lot of weekends to come because he actually doesn't turn 18 until around August, later in the season. So he's a phenomenal player, but Nero's going to have to be the one picking up the reins on that flex DPS role before we get to see Speedily play.
Yeah, so we have a lot of exciting new players entering the league, but as you just said, Atlanta Reign also picked up a veteran, and that is Nero. Danny, what does he add to that squad?
I mean, Nero has been a great player ever since when he first started with the league with Guangzhou Charge, and then even last year with San Francisco Shock. I would say he was the most standout player last year on the Shock as well. I know he has a really deep hero pool. He could literally play everything to a very high level. So I think it'll be really interesting to see Nero, who is the only veteran player that Atlanta Reign picked up this year, and how he's gonna meld in with the whole new Atlanta Reign team.
And that's it, his roster, his hero pool is actually just very deep. He doesn't play a lot of hit scan, but he can play it if he is required to do it. This May right here that you're looking at, that is, in my opinion, the thing that he stands out on. If Atlanta Reign does go towards that rush brawl style that could be prominent in these coming weeks, then I think Nero is going to be instrumental on that May in leading to that success for them. Gator's going to run at them on the Reinhardt. They're going to run at them with their new backline, and Nero's May is going to come in clutch as it always has. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him do that, but also branch out into other things if required.
I mean, that Torp guy, though.
His Torp is nasty.
It's actually really good.
His Torp is probably the nastiest in the league. I do respect it.
I just have to say, we were talking about those teams, about those players. We're looking at those new changes in roster cards, and we all trying to predict, trying to figure out just how good they are. And it's hard because we really don't know. And we get paid for this. I'm sorry. I mean, we're absolutely certain, and that's why we're going to make our official predictions in just a little bit. Right. But you don't need to wait for us to do yours. You can pick the games along with us, actually. So just head on over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com to pick all the games. And of course, you can also have a chance to win cash prizes, as well as everyone's favorite Overwatch League tokens. That's right. Now, we're just minutes away from the start of LA Gladiators and New York Excelsior facing up against each other. And that is going to happen in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Watch When Free show, now live in color in the beta. I know, right? It's exciting. Our first match of the day will feature the LA Gladiators going up against the New York Excelsior. And, the New York Excelsior team is back here in our region. So that's going to be very interesting to see. New York struggled a little bit last year in a very top-heavy Eastern region and missed out on the playoffs. Now, Danny, expectations were always high for that particular roster or for that team, at least.
Yeah.
So they did try to, bring up new talent. Did they manage to develop new talent?
I think they did, and one of those players who I'm going to talk about a little later, I'll talk about that player later, but I want to talk about New York Excelsior first. They did have high expectations because I think, ever since the inaugural season of Overwatch League, NYXL has been, or New York Excelsior, my bad, were one of the top teams that we had, and they have been consistently good. And because Jonak was also in the team even till last year, I think that's why they had high expectations. But talking about the players or rookie players that they were developing, there was one that really stood out.
Flora was very impressive last year, but in general, it kind of felt like a failed experiment. They tried to bring up players like Friday and stuff. Well, it's the truth. They didn't do that well in the APAC region. Players like Friday didn't really hit that potential that we were really hoping for. So they had some good pieces, but I'm excited for this upcoming roster.
Yeah, I mean, 2021 season, it didn't go exactly as planned for the Excelsior, but as you said, they have been adding a lot of people. It feels like a bit of a Frankenstein team now. They added a lot of talent from other rosters. Did they build a championship squad here?
I wouldn't really call it a Frankenstein. I would kind of say it's like the Florida Mayhem, but they put on an NYXL mask and they're like, we've been here all along. They have Kuka coming in as the head coach, and he's brought with him Yaki. They've brought Gangnam Jin, obviously two phenomenal players from that roster. But as we said just earlier, last year, Florida Mayhem didn't have a great season, so they're going to try and rebuild with some of these other players. We got Kellen, a rookie main tank coming into this league. Is he going to be able to have that expectation and hype? Like, we've seen that from previous players, like Mag. We've seen Fearless come in from contenders and have that dominance as well. Can Kellen do that? And then obviously Myeongbong coming in from the Boston Uprising. But if you're thinking, wow, that's not many players, that's only 6 player cards. That is the problem with a lot of people have with this roster, especially seeing as one of their players, Vulcan, is not really expected to play that much. He's an American off-tank. He's good, but will he get much playtime in this roster? I don't know. So my big concern for this New York Excelsior roster is going to be, will they have that flexibility? Will they have that versatility to play multiple different compositions, or are they going to fall flat if they have to adapt?
Yeah, and Danny, the one who shall not be named, you can
I can name it now?
I guess so. He was one of the big breakout players from last season, so I give you the official green light to gush about Flora.
Right. I mean, Custa said it briefly, yes. Flora, I think even when New York was having tough times last season throughout this, in their matches, he has been consistently good. I think that's why I say he was a standout player. I think everyone knows that he's a great hit scan player. Flora flourishes. Good one, production. Can I get back to my point now? Yeah, I mean, we're seeing his Tracer plays as well. Like anything from Ash to Cassidy to Tracer, anything that he has to play for the team, he has been phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. My one concern that I have for them is like Flora and Yaki. I would say both of their best heroes are Tracer from what we saw from them both last season. So are they going to step on each other's toes with their hero pools? We'll have to find out today.
Absolutely, and we will. Now, New York is unfortunately going to face off a quite tough challenge right out of the gates, as they will face off against the LA Gladiators, the team in purple from LA. Now, they've always been close, but never quite the championship roster. Danny, would you call the last season a success for the Gladiators?
Honestly, if I was a Gladiators fan, I think I'll be pretty happy. Because, I mean, yeah, they didn't win the grand finals, but they got super close. Not only that, they did win Countdown Cup by beating Chengdu Hunters. And also, 3 of their players were picked as role stars. Shu, Space, and Kevster. And they're still with the Gladiators this year as well. So yeah, I think overall it was a successful year for the Gladiators.
Yeah, I think they did well. I don't think they lived up to their own expectations, right? This is a roster that wants to go on to win championships, and I think this year they might have a much better chance at that.
Yeah, so let's talk about their roster this season, because they did have 4 players from last season. Did they do enough retooling to reach that championship title?
You know, Danny's allowed to gush over Flora. I'm allowed to gush over the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Go ahead.
They've got 2 Australian coaches. What's not to love about that? But
no bias.
No bias at all. But I think the 2 additions that I'm most excited for going into this roster is Arns, you know, obviously had that dominant performance in 2020 with the San Francisco Shock. But Paddy Fan, you know, this is a guy that people have been looking at to enter the league since he was like 14, like 4 years ago when I was still relevant. So he is so talented, he's so flexible, and he has that kind of like take over the server performances. So you have that in combination with Kevster, they're going to be able to do incredible things. And then, you know, they have the regular faces, as you said, Tankline in Space and Reiner. Reiner's going to assist him on those main tank heroes. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be able to do, because in my eyes, they're trying to win a championship. They're not trying to come, you know, 3rd or 4th like they did last year. This is a championship caliber roster, and I think they have the tools to do it.
I honestly very much agree. It's been a wild off-season, you know, with superstar players swapping jerseys all throughout the league. And the Gladiators have added some amazing firepower to their roster. And one of those people is someone who, I dare say, could be one of the best Widowmaker in the world. I'm talking about Arns. That's right, watch him. If you aren't a little nervous when going up against this guy on Widow, then, well, you're going to learn the hard way. Am I right, Seagull? Sorry, I had to.
Poor Seagull, man.
But no, honestly, like, he just doesn't miss. And with the lack of shields in the current game, I think you've got to be really, really smart about how you want to position yourself on the map when you want to stay out of sight from Gladiators players such as Arns, but then you also have Shu, an absolute aim god on the team, who's going to nade you up as a support. So, yeah, rough spot to go up against them. I don't envy you. I'm scared for you, in fact. So, I am very, very bullish on that Gladiator squad this season.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's, as I said, I'm a fanboy. I got my Gladiators flag like spinning around. So, am I allowed to be biased?
Well,
yeah, sure, why not?
Sure,
yeah, I'm biased.
Actually, yes. And we're going to show you just how biased we are, because it is time to reveal our picks for the matches today. So let's take a look at who went where with their picks. Of course, it's going to be like rewards and punishments on the line for us on the desk.
Let's go.
I am very interested to see. Okay, unexpected. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, makes sense. Zoe.
Wait.
No, quick 5 seconds before
wait.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm holding like my pregnant belly. Maybe
this will offend me.
The baby? Are you gonna blame the baby?
I will. If I'm wrong, I'm blaming my baby. But no, I have been so hyped on that Atlanta squad every single season, and I've been right because they were amazing. I want to be swamped by them. I want them to win me over. I want them to prove to me that I can continue that relationship. You know. So yeah, my heart is with you, Atlanta. I'm just playing hard to get. And scrimbugs were a thing as well. But yeah, that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. Thank you guys so much for joining us here today. We will be back again in our game break. But for now, we're going to head on for all the action. Game number 1 in Season 5 of the Overwatch League starts right now.
Look at that.
Victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
$222 days since our screens were last graced by the Overwatch League, and it's an honor to don the headset again to bring you our 5th season. I'm Mitch Leslie here with Matt Morello, and what on earth are you wearing, son?
Yeah, I got a new hoodie. It's got, I think these are mountains. I didn't really look. I'm pretty sure these are mountains around.
Did they steal my shirt? Is that the one with the big old mountain on there?
Oh, no. It's just mountains.
Right.
Just mountains around my collar and my hands. But otherwise, it's just plain.
Matthew, it's prophetic because there's quite a climb for all of our teams returning to the Overwatch League this year, my friend. So good to be back, of course. I'd say you've grown, but that would be a falsehood. The NY
I'm just closer to my camera. I haven't grown at all.
It's all about framing.
Artificially taller.
Oh, good lord. The New York Excelsior today will be taking on the Los Angeles Gladiators. This is a match in the Overwatch League that we have not seen for a long, long time. It has been many days since these two rosters got to go head-to-head, and much has changed.
Yeah, I saw a tweet earlier, 1,015 days since the Gladiators have played the New York Excelsior. New York with a much different roster than they had back then. One, they had 6 players playing. 2, they also had, Mecha, Mono, SBB, Libero, but they have a whole new gang this year. Really excited for Yaki and Flora as a DPS combo. I think they have potential to really be a standout combo in the league. And then also in terms of supports, Myungbong and Gangnam Jin, 2 flex supports, but 2 you were kind of like rated pretty highly. 2 that you thought like, hey, if you got on a better team, like we'd see a lot better performance from them. Excited to see them together. It also interested on how it kind of operates in terms of who plays some of those more traditional main supports.
Absolutely. And don't forget Kellen, one of the driving forces in what took O2 Blast to such great success over in Contenders Korea. I mean, when they won their championship, Kellen was playing a lot of Wrecking Ball, a lot of Winston, dive tanks in a very hostile meta for them. Right? There was a lot of Zenyatta, there was a lot of Brigitte, a lot of punishing elements to sort of make it hard. So this is a tank player, a main tank player that was able to thrive under those circumstances. Now, yes, it's just one tank here in 5v5, but Kellen is absolutely equipped to do some serious work. Worth pointing out, though, that Wrecking Ball he was known for, it's unavailable right now in this build game.
Yeah, now we can take a look at the Gladiators roster coming into today. And I think kind of like how the desk talked about, this is a team that is loaded up on star talent, like looking to really take the league by storm, really kind of win it all this year. We're adding Reiner, Pattyfan coming in. You have Ons, Funny Astro, right? Like this was a roster last year that was already strong with players like Space and Shu and Skewed and Kevser, and they've added a ton of just star power and potential to it. I'm really excited to see how they fare in this kind of new 5v5 world.
Absolutely. Let's not forget, brother, that Patapam was a hero for his home country in World Cups of bygone years. Moves over to Valorant, has incredible success, and is brought back here by the Gladiators. They dig deep and say, we want you on this team as a highlight player. And he's sat next to Kevster, one of the most dangerous DPS players that we saw last year. Whichever way you slice it, this DPS matchup is going to be insane. It's a test of unproven tanks at the Overwatch League level here, as Reiner will be going up against Kellen.
And I think when you kind of look at some of the DPS that you see being played right now, whether you've been watching some of your favorite streamers or players play, like Soldier 76, pretty strong right now. You get rid of some of these shields, some of these players with like crazy aim and tracking should be able to pull off some wild stuff today. Our first series, we actually have 3 of our new maps in the pool in this series. So Lijiang Tower to kick things off. That's a kind of OG control map. Then we go to Midtown, Circuit Royal, and then New Queen Street, which I kind of hope we get to New Queen Street. That's been one of the maps, obviously push a new game mode, but that's been one of the maps that kind of like it's been getting the most love by the pro community, and I think kind of the public as well.
Absolutely. This is a first to 3 series, so bear that in mind. Hopefully we can get there. And of course, as the sun rises over a new season of the Overwatch League, it rises over Lijiang Tower as well. Overwatch 2 featuring the new look for this map, but it's mostly unchanged, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest factor here, of course, will be the 5v5 element, and I'm very curious to see what our comps are selected to be, but already hints of that Lucio that we've heard has been absolutely prolific on the PvP beta so far.
Yeah, I mean, Lucio's really strong at being able to keep himself alive, being able to kind of like boop displace players, out of the way. Looks like we see for the Gladiators here at the start, potentially a Doomfist tank coming out, and then for New York Excelsior, having them play that Winston.
Here we go out of the gates now. Patapang going to be on the Genji, a pick that he was known for. Yaki on the Echo, so somewhat different compositions here. Look, you've got the Flora on the Reaper, and the Fauna, of course, on the Monkey. Let's see what Yaki can do now. Early pressure down with that focusing beam, and already the Gladiators crumble. That early aggression pays off as it really is Kellen at the fore.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Echo being played. Echo's like one of the characters that we haven't really like talked about a ton, you know, coming into Overwatch 2. It's really been a lot about like some of the reworks, you know, Soldier's back in the mix, Genji's back in the mix. Echo's still really strong at burning down those tanks.
Reiner here switching over towards the Winston now. Doomfist definitely not well suited to go up against this matchup. Nice biting grenade connection there on Kellen though, and there was just no healing possible for him. Reiner able to ward away the rest of the NYXL now, play this right side room. He's hit by a biting grenade as well, but the Gladiators have the momentum and they look to flip this point.
You see how difficult it is to kind of keep those supports alive on the New York Excelsior side. As soon as Reiner got in on the Ana and the Lucio, it was tough to keep them up. That's kind of why you're also having the Reaper in the mix here. Reaper really good at just kind of forcing those tanks out. No, really good at also just flanking and burning down some of the supports.
Nano Boost is online here and they have been deployed. Flora going to receive the one from his team and a biting grenade on Patapan. If the Gladiators need to turn tail. Sound barrier here for the NYXL, but they're stopped in their tracks as Flora has to punch out a few Zs. Myeonbong's gone down early and that is the lion's share of healing away from the NYXL. Looks like the Gladiators want to take a deep fight here and a sound barrier comes out. It's applied to 3 players and Patapan's close to the blade.
Oh, and it looks like actually with that duplicate from Yaki actually gets slept there, so not probably going to get the full effects out of it. Going to get a Primal Rage, so may be able to turn this as it looks like a few kills actually went down from New York over by the choke. So the Gladiators actually invest the sound barrier into that, trying to like win that fight kind of handily. And it ends up turning as New York's able to come out on top. It's a pretty big win for New York. So they fell behind in terms of percentage trying to catch up.
Expect to see less of those ultimate abilities come up now in this build of the Overwatch 2 PvP beta. There it is, Death Blossom available. Kester already uses his in the background, and it's going to be Yaki to fall that way. And there it is, Jour is up to his old tricks once more. Patapan's blade fires Myeonbong and he pressures Kellen down. Now the Gladiators can return to secure the point once more. It's some real flip-flop action here, Matt, in our first round on Leisure.
It's been ages since we've seen Genji kind of being meta, really, you know, in Overwatch League, even just Overwatch Esports, even before Overwatch League, it's been ages. Looks like they actually catch Kevser out of position maybe, and they're able to take him out. That's a huge pick there.
Primal's forced here for Reiner. Flora going to go in and Reiner's going to get slipped straight away, so survivability from the Primal Rage, sure, but he doesn't get to use it aggressively at all. Kellen is a completely different story though. He finds Jour early and now we're in a 4v4, but Jour was able to deploy the Nano Boost on towards Patapan, but he didn't have a blade available. Wasn't able to make great use of it, and again the NYXL move back in, they try and retake. Yaki with 3. That's what we'd like to see from the high-flying DPS star, and the Excelsior are back in control.
Yeah, New York is going to come back into this next fight with a lot of really good ultimates to be able to, you know, get to probably that 80%, probably even maybe even take it over the line with, you know, a sound barrier, nano. Yaki's getting close to the duplicate, still pretty powerful on tanks, although a little bit changed coming in Overwatch 2, and then Death Blossom. Maybe we see that Nano Reaper coming in.
Nano Boost, yeah, Myeonbong, think about it, had to buy the grenade himself there, and sleeping
Nano the Lucio.
Flora. Yep, first Lucio already of the Overwatch League Season 5. Sound barrier deployed by Gangnam Jim as well now, and the Excelsior maintain control, but for how much longer? Sticky Bombs get rid of Patapan. He was causing problems, 2 kills without the blade, or just 1 and a duplicate cancel, should I say. Reiner's forced to back on away here again, and the Gladiators, they managed to flip it with the players left on the point, but it's barely contested.
No, I mean, you're kind of waiting for some more players to come back here. So Shoes coming back on the Ana. You can see trying to get back into the line of sight. This could be a huge blade, though.
Or not. Or it's very defensive.
Just like a zoning blade, yeah.
I mean, it's done its job. The Gladiators are still in control now as we head into our first overtime of this season. Kevster couldn't get away. Kellen bounces on him now and he's looking for more. Yes, Shoe's going to be run down. Looks like he tried to go for a sleep dart, but Kellen played the shield very well. No, it came out later, in fact. He puts the Primal Rage in Winston to sleep, but the Excelsior have taken control in the meantime. The Gladiators, they can't get there. Just get a nano-boosted Winston on the point. It's Reiner who's just able to touch, but he's surrounded by foes. He has to Primal Rage, but how long will it last? He's able to stay alive a heck of a long time, and Yaki can't bring the Winston down yet.
Yeah, and you're going to have Kevster coming back here with his Death Blossom. He has to use Wraithborn trying to get a health pack and then make his way back to the point. Is here, Floor's Death Blossom's going to get 2, and oh, nice play there from Myeonbong.
The sleep dart on towards Kevster is huge. He tries to make the play that Flora did, and the Gladiators can't get there. Hotly contested first round here on Lijiang Tower. I love to see it.
We'll see what both teams decide to play moving forward. I was a bit surprised, I don't know about you, to see the Echo. Echo is a character that, like, you know, when you kind of spoke to teams and, you know, even just kind of watch players like stream and play, like Echo was really one that, like, you didn't really see getting lots of love. So to see Echo here at the start, really curious how New York plans to use it moving forward.
I mean, again, for Yaki, maybe a feeling that he's not dealing with any real hit scan pressure, right? Nothing medium to long range, no Soldier, no Cassidy, and no Sojourn there to sort of clip his wings. This time will be a different story, though. The Gladiators roll Kevster out on the legs, and those legs, they're damn fast.
Yeah, Soldier is really strong right now. If you've seen some of the balance changes this morning, you know, those are not kind of what we're playing here today. Need some time for the pro players to kind of get their hands on it before we implement it. As Yaki gets one and Kellen gets knocked off the side. Soldier very strong because he gets the passive of the DPS mobility plus his sprint, and then just the consistent damage output he's able to put is just massive right now.
Great setup in that fight map from Myunbong and a biotic grenade. That a lot of pressure down early. It will be the Gladiators in control to start with. Kevster on that Soldier 76, like you said, you're very, very good at getting back to the fight when he has to. Yaki playing solo there on the side and is just able to avoid getting brought down, but Patapan's going hunting. Flora seems to be on the chopping block, but look at the response. It's going to be a Helix Rocket finish on him. And then back and forth fighting. We'll see Shu playing for the point, and Kellen not very charged up here despite having all these bubbles. Unable to really ramp up that damage, but he doesn't need it against just Tiana. And the Excelsior are back in control.
Yeah, Zarya's got a completely new playstyle here in 5v5, right? Now, the bubbles share a cooldown, so you're able to kind of use both bubbles on yourself, stay alive for a ton, or kind of bubble like two DPS or flankers kind of going in. So Reiner gets right on top of Yaki and takes him out as you know, Echo still has a very small health pool, very fragile.
Reiner here able to play a little bit more aggressively now. Has some range available to him on the Winston as well. That right click, while it doesn't seem like it does a ton of damage, in a pinch, it makes a big difference. Flora over the edge there, of course, name being in purple. It's an environmental kill from Bunny Astro, sends him careening over the edge. NYXL have to make their way back towards the point here. The Gladiators are in control once more, and they have a nano visor if they want to. Jour lets the nano go. It's going to be Patapan, actually, who goes deep.
Well, you have two great nano targets, right? If you're the Gladiators, nano visor or nano with the blade. This is going to be a Graviton surge here as NYXL, they kind of clean house here. Grab plus a nano boost should be able to go back and take the point.
Excelsior looking to retake control, and they will do now. Great fight there, and the Gladiators not able to get a lot of value out of a nano-boosted Patapan. Perhaps the expectation was maybe he'd build a blade during the duration of the ultimate. It didn't happen, and yeah, he'll have that blade now, but there's no nano boost to sort of complement either of those DPS ultimates in this next fight. Same could be said of the Excelsior right now. Reiner, though, with the Primal Rage is looking to sow some discord and disruption.
Looks like Keps are going to have to flank here a little bit. As again, it gets pushed out as Patapan uses the blade. We haven't seen any of those big blades yet. I think it's also because like players can spread out a little bit more, right, in 5v5, where in the past you would see teams like clump together and you'd be able to get these massive blades. I'm sure as time goes on we'll see them, but early on the blade hasn't been massive.
No, Patapan's died 9 times so far in this map, which is more than any other DPS by a factor of a third. So definitely getting targeted down, definitely being focused here. And moving towards the Genji, definitely going to paint a target on your back when it gets to the closer quarters fighting. Yaki going to drift down here like Mary Poppins, but losing Myunbong here probably doesn't give him a lot of confidence about alighting on the ground for now.
So how do you get here through the YXL? I think it's going to be also difficult, Mitch, like playing this Echo without like a Mercy or something, like against this Soldier, because we were just talking about how good Soldier is right now.
Or the Ana, for that matter.
Right, it's like the Soldier, the speed to be able to kind of get away from the Echo if it's a bad situation or whatnot. It's going to be really difficult. And now with the nano boost for the Gladiators, we'll see how they decide to do this, and a prime opportunity to steal this round.
Yeah, the Excelsior want to finish or get back control here. The Gladiators look to try and end the round as Reiner pushing forward though. Hit with a defensive biotic grenade. Looking to cause some problems here if possible, but Patapan falls to the focusing beam. That's the 10th death for that Genji player right now. Reiner falling as well bodes ill for the Gladiators, who will have to pull out for now and let New York get another look back in.
Looked like Patafan was going the Tracer there for a second, but Tracer got adjusted kind of coming into the beta, so we haven't seen a ton of Tracer play really at all, but a good tack visor here from Kepser, and you kind of put this round in the Gladiators' favor. It's just, how do you end up using this tack visor, and in what position? I'm also curious how the Excelsior kind of battle against this. You see Yaki just trying to get out of harm's way.
Kepser gave up on trying to get rid of Yaki there. He sort of gets out of his line of sight, and Gangnam going to fall down now. This is bad for New York. Not a good beginning of the fight for them at all. Shu fights two final blows in this engagement, and Yaki can only really pick Kepster off with a focusing beam. That's very, very close for Kellen, as he's just able to touch, but a solo grab means it's a last-ditch effort, and we're off to a third round on Leisure.
So, all right, it'll come down to the wire in our first control map, the first series of the league this year, Overwatch 2. For the NY Excelsior, I'm interested if Yaki kind of moves away from this Echo, because last year you would kind of really classify him as you played a ton of Echo, Tracer, play some Genji, which maybe I'm a little bit surprised we don't see the Genji out of Yaki, but really kind of hard committing to this Echo right now. Maybe they feel like it's better value in terms of ultimate, compared to the Dragon Blade, but the Dragon Blade just so, Genji in general, just so effective at diving supports.
And here again, you have one less tank to heal in Overwatch 2. You can see how Shu is spending that time by acting as yet another DPS player there. So Ana obviously giving you that little, on top of having some of the only hard CC available supports in this build, also just being able to dish out a pretty respectable amount of damage now. No changes compositionally for the Gladiators here. You can say the same for New York, as Kepster wants to work the flank here. He's trying to pressure Flora out of pole position.
Yeah, as you see kind of this angle that Kepster can get is put some damage down on the side, and I know New York, they have to respect it a little bit, but it looks like the dive comes in from the other side as Reiner's able to jump on top of Yaki. So yet again, if Echo doesn't have the ability to fly away, right, and you kind of get in that close quarter area, so fragile, able to just take out that character so fast.
I mean, to put it in perspective here, these two main tank players, the two tank players, 9 final blows for Kellen, 7 for Reiner. That's at sort of DPS level right now, except for Yaki, who has 15, which is more than double of sort of any other 2 DPS combined. Reiner falls here, though. Simian-based aggression eventually going to be brought to a stop and floor. A lovely catch. Patapan just as he touches the ground. But New York have to make their way towards the point here, and they'll be slowed up with Kellen punching out Z's again. Bionic Field was deployed there by Kepster, but he realized he couldn't really hang around for very long. And Winston is awake for New York. Let's see what they can do with Kellen at the moment. Lacking Yaki, it's time to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to give up a ton of percentage here to the Gladiators, as Gladiators going to get close to 50%, as the Excelsior haven't even really made it out of the spawn, and now you're going to have a nano boost that you use on a Reiner to farm up, maybe a Primal Rage.
Oh, okay, Shu barely able to keep Kepster alive there as he has to sprint away from the action. And yeah, tactical visor from Flora, but it's shut down. Patapans finally finds a bit of purchase here, gets up in the face of that soldier. And that triple shuriken headshot is nasty, even if you have that ultimate available. Gangnam in deep danger as well. That's going to be another one, and that's a third. Patapan farming his resets, farming New York, and putting the Gladiators further in the lead. It's 63% and counting.
I was going to say it was actually awesome kind of support play from Gangnam Jin, able to boot back and kind of keep Yaki alive a little bit, but Petafan on the Genji just too strong, as you're going to have his blade, you're going to have Tack Visor here, try and put this one away for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Gladiators definitely digging deep here. It's a sound barrier just to make sure they can get stuff done with these ultimates. Patapan speaking of stuff, he's about to do it to Flora. Cleans him up with the blade after already getting Myeonbong, and now he's coming alive in this series. A bit of a quiet start in those first few rounds, but his Genji's starting to shine.
Yeah, it's you push so far up into the Excelsior spawn. It's can Yaki even make it here to touch? It's going to be really close as Kellen gets on the point.
Yeah, again, it's got to be Kellen. Yaki's able to get there, though, in this overtime. Reiner, though, getting rid of the back line, so the NYXL have nothing to fall back on. The legs are being cut out from under them here, and Reiner is going to be using the fists, trying to send them flying. Yaki's going to be knocked out of the duplicate now, and Flora needs to make something happen, but great shield dancing by Reiner means that the Reaper can't get that damage. Over the top we go. Gladiators once again still need to deal with Kellen and the Lucy of Gangnam Jim there, trying to stay in this fight, but eventually he'll be repelled, and the Gladiators get their first map win of the season, off to a great start here in a hotly contested first map.
Yeah, and I think New York, people were trying to figure out like where to put them in terms of power rankings, because obviously they play in the East region, a completely new roster coming back here to the West. They look really strong here against the Gladiators team we expect to contend. So excited for the rest of the series and seeing what New York can do.
Absolutely. Speaking of New York, we're off to Midtown on the other side of the break, so stick around for this star-studded matchup to kick off Season 5 of the Overwatch League.
Hit my baby G-Shock, said it's time. All my thoughts linked up, multiplying, no divide. Dropping hit after hit, never miss, it's a crime. But my karma stay lit, Buddha sit by my side.
Well, it's definitely been a long time since these two teams have faced off, and all the vigor building up over more than 2 years. Definitely seeing some of that expended on Lijiang Tower, Matthew. Exciting stuff. Two teams sporting slightly different DPS lineups. I feel like we got to see Reiner and Kellen showcased in a big way. Everyone putting in some serious efforts to make it a close affair.
Yeah, no subs, it looks like, for either team going into this next map. So it leads you to believe that they're going to play some of the same stuff, which I think at least for like our first, week or so, Mitch, I think it's going to be a lot of just like experimentation from teams. And I'm sure teams have a much different read on kind of like what's effective and what's not at this stage, right? Although they've been practicing for, about 8-9 weeks now, right? Like, still, it's like kind of you're looking at some of the heroes that you kind of have now that you've known they've been good at one thing in the past, but then with like kind of the different like map philosophy and the 5v5 and changes to other heroes, they all interact in different ways. So you're kind of like trying to like put this puzzle back together, so to speak. So I think you're going to see a lot of just changes throughout this first like 2-3 weeks. I'm excited to see what happens here on Midtown, though. Midtown was one of the maps that got revealed really early on. I think like that PvP stream that we did ages ago, where I think 5v5 was like announced.
Right.
And it's great. And it's it's got like this really tough choke at the beginning. As you go to the second part of the map with like the underpass. There's a lot of like high ground there. I think like
sorry,
this map
can we stick to proper Overwatch naming conventions? Car wash, right? The car wash in that second part of the map. Yeah.
Sure.
Say it out to me. Car wash.
Car wash.
There you go. Perfect. Obviously, this is a hybrid map, right? So you were sort of mentioning that getting to that first point in the first place can be pretty treacherous, right? Trying to play underneath the railroad car. I don't know what bloody call it in New York. You're a native here, Matt. So you
subway car.
Subway car, but it's outside, isn't it, mate? What's it under?
But subway can go outside for a little bit. Or train.
Really?
I mean, train car, subway car. Yeah, I mean, it's all.
Yeah, I said that. All right. Well, you're our tour guide for this map. Our first time we're going to get to see Midtown here in the Overwatch League. First map definitely saw, again, a lot of focus towards towards Soldier 76, towards that Winston. We did get to see a little bit of the Xayah, and Kellen looked pretty frightening on that. The Excelsior defending here, though, this is a very common pick for Flora for much of last year. The Ash was really a signature go-to for him. Let's see what he can do with it defensively.
Yeah, you can get some like long sight lines here on defense. Just doesn't have that consistent damage output that Soldier 76 does. And then going with the Zarya here. So killing on defense with Zarya. Obviously the bubbles for himself, the supports. I also think for Yaki, if he's going to go in and try and make plays, especially against his Soldier, going to need some extra resources.
Okay, Reiner all the way up into the top of the building, wanting to deny that perch from Flora. Ketstra again going to be accosted by Yaki for what's the third time already in this round. And a very quick little rotation there for New York to get to the low ground here. They've lost Jin though.
And you see Reiner, he gets one and actually tries to like almost double back towards his choke. But it looks like Shu and Ketstra, they just kind of have that under control. So he keeps on pushing forward as Gladiators with a clean first fight, able to take out pretty much everybody here from the Excelsior. And they should be able to take this first point. We'll see if NYXL, they go and try and touch it again as Kellen actually switches over to the Diva.
Yeah, okay, looks like they're not going to try and touch here.
No.
Yeah, look, maybe New York were caught a little bit off guard at the early part of the round because they quickly rotated from high to low ground when they saw this LA composition.
Yeah, I also think you see the immediate like impacts of 5v5, and also when like Reiner jumps up into that window, like you notice he doesn't really take a ton of damage. Like that's where like the Soldier 76 sort of just like pounded him with shots from range, but the Ash just doesn't have that consistent damage output. And he was able to go in, make a play. You have Kepster over to the side and a 1v1 against Yaki. The game just a lot spread out. Ooh, yeah, he looked like he was trying to wall climb there. Maybe kind of just gotten like taken out as Kellen just jumps on him real fast.
He ate dynamite from Flora, and then he got chased down by Kellen. So even with a bit of healing, it wasn't actually enough to keep him alive from two separate sources of damage sort of ticking at the same time. I mean, this is where the Ash really can shine a bit, right? If you get to play around chokes. And look at the butt dive that had to be used here by Reiner. Knew there was an Ash at large, had to turn away and obscure that headshot hitbox. Patapan's a little bit of trouble here, though. Kellen about to run him down, and Yaki gives him the goo.
Yes, this is the high ground I was talking about, where you were mentioning a car wash to choke underneath here, as far as I'm concerned. It's just difficult to pass through. you have this like high ground bridge that the defense can play on, and you look at like how collapsing you can be, right? Like Kellen can be so pestering here on the Diva off to the side. You have the damage from Flora up on this high ground. You know, you have Patty Fan on the bottom trying to just move the payload. But look at this, they're going to get like separated by this Bob almost. Looks like actually Bob gets left right away.
Yeah, honestly, harder to shut down Bob now in 5v5, especially with a lot of that CC taken away from support. So Sleep Dart there had to be employed to get rid of the robotic menace. Reiner causing problems of his own here. Kellen forced away. You see Myeonbong desperately trying to keep him standing, but now the pressure going towards the Ana, and Myeonbong couldn't hold up under it. The Gladiators again find another gear, ferociously advancing towards this next checkpoint.
Yeah, as they end up using the duplicate there for the Excelsior. I believe that was on like the Winston, but didn't really get much of anything with it. So coming into this next fight, the Gladiators, this first corner is like one of the hardest to get around because there's really good high ground for the defense, but like we've been kind of talking about and discussing, like, you know, you don't have like that soldier, you don't have like a, you know, a Genji even. I mean, the Genji kind of like challenges that high ground, right? If you're the Gladiators, like Yaki can fly up there. He's just a little bit slower, not as like fast. And you're gonna have attack visor here with the nano coming through. Everybody's hiding.
Kellen got put to sleep, so again, you know, he wasn't able to mitigate much of that damage, and how quickly the Excelsior had to back away. The blade get pulls there by Patapon, but he's going to be burnt down by Yaki, and now the pressure mounts. Finally, New York starting to find a little bit of backbone here. Looking for Reiner. Funny Astro having to skitter away as he can, as Kevster is brought low. Reiner's going to have to abscond as well.
Yeah, and with the attack visor, you saw everybody run for cover. As soon as he didn't have the Diva with the defense matrix, everybody just has to hide. It buys a little bit of like payload time, where the Gladiator is able to move it a little bit, but not that much. Now we see a Widowmaker sighting, so we've seen a lot of heroes already from both teams here in our first series.
Oh, there it is. Dive comes in. Reiner looking to get aggressive, and Patapon on the Widowmaker. Yaki gets a free haircut and is forced to back away quickly. That's brilliant from Patapon, able to get rid of Kellen before he can remake. Stunning stuff here from this newest edition, and he's looking to continue the pressure. Not playing high ground necessarily, but the threat he generates is immense.
Yeah, Widowmaker was a hero I know a lot of the community, like coming into 5v5, but less shielding was like really worried about. But hasn't been like the incredibly dominant force I think people were expecting, because you do have some of these dive tanks and heroes being played as Reiner gets put to sleep here as he tries to go in backline, as they'll invest a sound barrier to keep everybody up.
Gangnam Jim close to his as well. New York are going to have this in a moment, so it's a small window to work with. And New York don't even need it to win the fight. Both backliners are put down, and Kellen's able to dive upon Patapon. This will slow the Gladiators down once more as Yaki opts to duplicate the Ana. That should indicate just how powerful she is right now.
Yes, also just kind of with the change that have gone on to Echo, where you just have like a max HP you can get, so you can't just like copy another tank and get that full HP pool. So now we're going to get our first Tracer sighting. So talking a little bit about Tracer, and you know, it doesn't have like the ability to kind of challenge the high grounds as like Genji does, but still pretty strong.
Reiner might have to primal here, no other choice. Yeah, watch out for the Armored Titan, he'll make short work if Myeonbong forced to Bionic Grenade himself, and Reiner's not able to juggle effectively. He might look to pressure again, just try and keep tabs on that Ana, make it hard for them to have an impact, but really no follow-up there was able to be made off that Winston ultimate.
Okay, so now, you know, Flora is starting to, you know, pick off some of these players as they come in, right? He's not as much of a dive target as maybe the supports are. And you can keep him at range, right? Doesn't have the damage output consistent to Soldier 76, but you know, has the ability to finish off players in like 1-2 shots, right? Depending on how low they are. As Yaki goes in, tries to get some stickies on the Kevster and finish him off, but he gets a big pocket here.
Myeonbong riddled with bullets, and a beautiful double from the Helix rocket from Kevster. Able to get most of the damage done towards Gangnam Jim, forcing him away. 3 kills and counting for Kevster, and the Gladiators have finally broken through. New York can come back with a Primal Rage for Kellen, but that's it.
Yeah, you're gonna have Primal Rage. Patty with the Pulse Bomb here. We'll see if he gets anything. Doesn't connect with much, so no ultimates really outside of this Primal, and oh yeah, Patty Van goes a little bit too deep there. Flora able to finish him off.
It's kind of rough out there for Tracer right now, I'm not going to lie. That's kind of the way things have been going for them for the moment.
Kellen is happy to buy a little bit of time. I think with that Patapon though, most of the pressure had already sort of been weaned off from the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's going to be the sound barrier here, though, for the Gladiators, as they're going to try and push in. It looks like Reiner got slept, but then woken up by somebody. from the Excelsior. So and now he's able to put in a little bit extra work. Is Funny Astro trying to keep everybody up. You're going to get close to a Primal and a Nano here for the Gladiators.
Funny Astro trying to deny Kellen the safety of his bubble, but a lot of pressure now from the back line. Kellen's able to be healed up through all of this, and there's really only about 24 seconds left in the round. New York doing a great job staving off the aggression for the Gladiators here, but Yaki's brought down. There's still a player advantage though for New York, and oh dear, that bite of grenade's nasty. Is there follow-up? Patapan finds one, but Kev's is forced away by Kellen, and Patapan might have overstayed his welcome somewhat.
And you only have 9 seconds on the clock here as the Gladiators going to have to get back in and get a touch. It looked like Kevster was close. Had to run off as Funny Astro going to get around, just barely touch.
Taking far too much damage there, and here's the sound barrier for New York just to make sure they've got this secured. Duplicate for Yaki to cause even more trouble, but it's not necessary. And the Gladiators are brought to a standstill just before the end of the map.
All right, so the Excelsior are able to keep it from going all the way in. Still, pretty good push for the Gladiators, right? They basically got it the entire length. And I think that you're going to probably see, obviously a different comp from the Gladiators on defense than we saw the Excelsior play. Maybe be able to hold that first point a little bit longer. So pretty good for the Gladiators. The Excelsior, really, it was just that first point they gave up instantly. Like, they gave up point A, and then once the payload started to move, maybe like a little bit of time they stalled in the middle. Really good hold here on this last point, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And for attackers, obviously, just need to make this L-shaped turn with a lot of different flanking routes for defenders. It looked like Yaki and Flora were able to settle in just a little bit more, and the Gladiators struggled to pressure Kellen. I mean, that Tracer pick from Patapan looked like it struggled for the most part to do much until there was this big 3-player biotic grenade from Shu, which really set up a kill. But by that point, the rest of the Gladiators weren't in position. I want you guys to keep watching Shu. This guy, #1 in hero damage on Ana last year, #1 in enemy slep, #1 in offensive assist. A legitimate weapon to any roster on this Ana.
Yes, I will take a look at a replay from Flora's POV. It's a nice shot there on the Patapan. The coach gun knock him back, and then shots to finish him off. As I know Tracer can be a pest, especially with the reduction of CC across the board. Very difficult. So
still plenty of knockback though, I think, which is what makes it a little bit hard for her to succeed. Right between Lucio and Ash with the coach gun. A little tricky to make it work. Patapan on the Genji now though.
Yeah, it's I still, the Genji soldier is kind of like what you thought would be the meta. That's kind of like what I actually expected. I think Scott was talking a little bit about it on the desk. He expected as well. So you see Flora now will actually play the 76. So didn't want to play it on defense, maybe a little bit longer sightline. Just want to play a little bit more passive, backed by his supports, and now brings the soldier.
Oh, that's silky smooth, Matt. He even notes, by the way, that Flora is flanking on the right-hand side. He sort of pings it out, backs away, effortlessly sort of deals with Reiner there. Excuse me, with Kellen, should I say. Flora, though's got himself in a position here in the top of this sort of fire station, and Patapan has to go for a quick deflect to stay alive. Now Flora needs to decide, do I stay or do I go?
Yes, already, it's like almost a better hold already from the Gladiators than we saw from the Excelsiors. It looks like Kellen trying to push, Kipster all the way out. Kipster on the defensive end of things, right? Trying to push him out of this position here, but now they kind of like traded power positions, right? Where like the offense, this would be kind of like the high ground you would end up taking, where I know New York is set up on the defensive side. So, man, if Patty had a blade, this would be massive, but still just enough on just, the Genji in general to make a play.
And the biotic grenade, so huge here. It's already hard enough to sort of heal right now with those numbers being toned down. Making it impossible, just, oh dear. Makes it very, very tricky to keep that tank standing. Patapan having to deflect a heck of a lot of damage here. Forced right on back. He's being given healing though as the Gladiators find a way to stabilize again. Gangnam Jin, dangerous. Ryder runs him down, and I don't think Yaki's going to be much more fortunate. Look at the respect, the discipline here from Ryder. He doesn't immediately chase after. He's able to find the kill.
Yes, I know. Going to have Primal Rage here. Could potentially, push some of these players even further back as Gladiators push really far off as I am Youngbung as soon as he came out. It was a nice biotic grenade, but not going to live long.
Patapan able to find that elimination, and the Gladiators are starting to bank some serious ultimates here. Shu the only one without one to leverage, and the NYXL are now heading down within 90 seconds left to capture this point A. Little bit of a precarious position, and I mean, both teams have been building up to what seems this fight, Matt. This is where a lot of those ultimates are going to have to come out. It's about to get heavy.
Yes, you're going to have the sound barrier here for New York. It's actually going to be Yaki using the duplicate here onto the Winston. You notice only gets that 300 HP. That's what I was talking about before in terms of how the duplicate was swapped. But going to jump up as soon as he uses Primal. But still, you're not really able to get much with that. You also used your sound barrier at that time, and you lost Kellen.
Yeah, I mean, that was very reactive from the Gladiators here. Patapan's blade looking to try and bail them out of trouble here, but he's brought down by Yaki, who eventually himself will succumb. Now we're inside 1 minute, and the Gladiators were able to hold on. That duplicate from Yaki on the Winston into the Primal. It looked fine, but the Gladiators had so much defensively available.
Yes, this is going to be difficult for the Excelsior to kind of get on through. What, you have the nano boost, but you don't have like attack visor. You're not even close to building up Primal to be able to work off that. So what do you do? I mean, I guess you're going to have to just nano the Winston on the way in. We're going to have Flora actually switch over to the Reaper here. So maybe they want to try and just get like a rush in, just try and burn down one of these targets. But who? They've been trying to go after Kepster, especially with their Winston, but he's been doing a great job maneuvering around the map.
Okay, focusing beam attempted, burning down. Yo, Yaki's not able to make it happen. Yeah, they're doing everything into him.
Yeah, they nanoed Kevster here is to keep him off, and you see just even without the visor, what you can do with the nano and the Soldier 76 is fantastic hold here by the Gladiators. New York does not even get point A, and the Gladiators jump up 2-0.
Oh, Matthew, I've got some bad news for you. If you out there are hoping to see some new Queen Street in this first series of the day, you may be disappointed. The Gladiators there after what was such a close first map. This time, an absolute blowout on Midtown. Yaki was nano boosted there as well when they sent him after Kevster. Kevster received it as well and just absolutely disintegrated that Echo. NYXL, New York, not able to make too much happen with that aggressive style composition, and maybe it's the Echo having to cross these expanses which made it a little bit tough for them. There's no shortage of incredible talent on either of the support lines especially, and you can see how Shu can be a game changer when you have to pivot, when you have to play defensively. And Funny Astro's sound barrier there in one of those key fights when Yaki found the duplicate was what allowed this Gladiators team to hold up under that pressure. They're going to take a break, and so will we. We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen, with our third map in the series right after these messages. Well, Matthew, if the Scrimbucks exchange was anything to go by, then perhaps people aren't too surprised by this result. The Gladiators were definitely, the whispers were running around the rumor mill that this team was performing extremely well in their scrims. And New York now, their return to the United States has been met with a furor and a lot of aggression from this Gladiators roster here. They're looking very, very good. New York, stacked with talent, but haven't managed to find their rhythm just yet in this series.
Yeah, no, the Gladiators are looking how we kind of thought they would, right? Looking really strong here early on. New York, keeps it close in certain situations, but yeah, just kind of seems like maybe they kind of need to change around what they've decided to play on some of these maps. Kind of worked in scrims, maybe not working now. I thought you were actually going to talk about that Gladiators video that we just played. They hit every pro gamer pose you could. Yup, they had the ice in the veins. They had the jersey pop.
This one.
That one.
But you know what's missing?
Rub the hands and look side-eye the camera.
It's missing the T-pose, bro. Where was this?
They hit every pro gamer pose in one video.
I want to see the Ginyu Force ones as well. So I need one guy on this side like that, and the other guy like this, and then one guy in the middle like that. Like that, we are missing so many opportunities with these photo shoots. I know our content creation team that works with these teams, our photographers are incredible. Let's mix it up a little bit, you know what I mean?
I just think Space every day just standing there, just rubbing his hands together with the side eye. That's kind of how he just warms up for his day.
That's the side hustle, you know what I mean? He's just like, yeah, keep it coming, fam. You know what I mean? My guy working on them investments. So far, the Gladiators' investments in the off-season, they were paying off in a big way, right? Got to see Midtown, arguably a home map for this Excelsior team, where they looked to struggle. They definitely wanted to make use of the Echo as much as they could. Seemed like a bit of a meta call even, Matthew, but it was ultimately unsuccessful. A lot of the time, Yaki's trying to dive on Kevster. We've got some substitutions here, and these are crucial, right? Arns is back in the league, of course, now going to the other Californian team. Looking pretty scary. Now, Reiner is the Armored Titan, and Space is the Founding Titan. This guy obviously on this team for 5 years, one of the original members. He's back in here at Tank.
Yeah, he's so old he played with Custa. I don't know how many players we have in the league actually done that at this point. And then Skew comes in for Funny Astro. When you go into Circuit Royal, I think what you kind of see with this map is like really, I know that second point has that high elevation, like that, just kind of like you go uphill, something that like you don't really see on any other map. So Space probably in. Maybe you want to play some of the D.Va, right? Saw them play D.Va on the previous map. Ons with like a Widowmaker here could be pretty devastating. Excited to see what they bring in with some of these subs.
Yeah, obviously Space, founding member of the league, not of this roster, right? We saw him on the Los Angeles Valiant, of course, for a time, and
he was
an exciting player over there. Yeah, before it was like the lime green Valiant, right? Before the forest green Valiant, the bloody blue and yellow Valiant.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like thinking of the 5th season and thinking about some of the previous ones. It's crazy how far it's come.
I mean, yeah, and this guy, I mean, he's had so many hair looks as well. You know what I mean? He's been rocking this one for a little while now. Definitely seems to suit him. But I want to point out something. Space on stream sort of mentioned, hey, look, we've had like a month of practice here on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta, which has been great. Obviously, there's not a ranked mode in that game, so it's been a little bit hard for me, he says, to sort of pick up the main tank heroes that were in Overwatch 1, like your Reinhardt, your Winston, obviously a lot of those heroes, the Orisa to a degree. So we probably will expect to see Space show us what he's good at, right? Incredible Zarya, D.Va, a lot of those heroes that were dubbed flex tanks in Overwatch 1. Expect to see Space piloting one of those heroes. He said obviously he's much more confident, comfortable on those.
Maybe even like Sigma. We haven't seen Sigma at all. He's like one of the tanks, like I feel like that hasn't been talked about really at all. Like as Doomfist gets like moved to the tank role, big changes. You kind of have Orisa obviously with all the adjustments to her. We haven't really kind of talked about Sigma. It's last season stats with Yaki and Kevser. These stats obviously are going to be way different this year because you're obviously losing a player in terms of like one of the highest HP targets to take out. But you can just see like how good they were on this hero last year. We haven't seen Kevser on Echo yet. We have seen Yaki on it thus far, but maybe we see it from Kevster eventually.
Absolutely. I mean, and to be fair, this next map really features a huge amount of verticality, right? Reminiscent a little bit of what we saw at Eichenwalde, but taken up a notch, right? Circuit Royal, that sort of second phase of the map involves a precipitous climb. Where, you know, like a lot of these sort of heroes that look to dominate the skies could have some value. I think it's great to see Skewed back in this lineup, right? People, you know, lamenting, obviously, the lack of, or the absence of Moth on this team last year, right? Incredible main support player, Lucio, and of course Mercy were some of his sort of most well-known picks. Skewed spent so much time on this roster because he excelled when it came to playing Brig or to sort of backing Shu up on the Zenyatta when he played Baptiste. This Gladiators roster really preferred to go for those looks with a really nasty either high crowd control or high damage backline. So expect to see Skewed sort of continue that trend, right? Come out on here and look to play something that's, you know, pretty devastating. He's got such a broad skill set here at support in general. And we know what Arns does. I mean, I personally saw Arns in some scrim matches, you know, performing on hit scan heroes, and he looked like he just hadn't missed a beat. The narrative map on the sort of watch point earlier was that, you know, it was a pretty inauspicious year for him last year. Arns actually went away to Valorant, which meant
he like went away, came back. Yeah, I think last year like just kind of like jumped back into it. It was like a team kind of like in not really flux throughout the year, but like high expectations, just kind of like you know. I think this year probably like obviously you know everybody I don't want to say put on even footing, right? Because like there are you know a lot of you know heroes in the game and kind of mechanics that still remain the same, but kind of everybody kind of like a little bit learning in that kind of fashion. And he's great at like hit scan heroes, and hit scan heroes happen to be pretty strong right now. And there's not a lot of shields, so you figure like you know if Ons was ever like going to pop off, like return kind of the Ons we've seen in the past, it would be in this type of setting.
Absolutely. And again, with, you know, in Overwatch 2, with, you know, maybe people playing further apart and there being just less sort of prevalence of shields, we theorized even before we got to see the first games on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta that a hero like Widowmaker or any sort of medium to long range hit scan could be doubly punishing because of the inability for enemy tanks to sort of either mitigate sightlines with extra shields or to get in their face. It's a tough decision, right, for a tank that goes up against a Widowmaker. Do I try and pressure this Widow, or do I peel for my team? Do I try and provide some form of protection? So here's our defensive lineup for the New York Excelsior here on Circuit Royal, and it's going to be once again a trend towards the Zarya here for Kellen. Double bubble, double trouble. She's looking to be pretty punishing here as she starts to ramp up that charge.
Yeah, and for the Gladiators, still obviously some time to make some changes, but potentially space on the Sigma. You know, Sigma was one of his best heroes. I think you can have fairly say like Diva and Sigma probably his best. And what do you kind of get out of the supports and DPS? A Sojourn Widowmaker would be interesting here. It's like, you know, Sojourn doesn't have a sniper all the time, but a little bit in that fashion.
Oh, you got to
Kevster just teasing. He's actually going to play Tracer.
This is still exciting. Kevster, obviously, his Tracer, really scary last year. We highlighted the echo between these two sort of DPS players, but Kevster's Tracer was also really devastating. So Arndt's looking for early flank angles, and he's expecting the echo. You can see he's looking for it here, Matt. And space is on the Sigma.
Yeah, and you're going to have a Baptiste Zen backline, which...
the throwback, baby!
Yeah, a bit of a throwback, and we haven't seen a ton of either hero, because, like, Baptiste with his kit, like, really kind of functions around, like, groups being, like, clumped together, right? Immortality Field, like, the strongest part of his kit.
And that's happening less, right?
It's happening way less. I mean, even, you know, the amplification matrix, the window, like, how do you have to kind of be grouped together to get value out of that? As you see, Yaki gets the bubble to try and go in, make a play on Ons.
All right, sticky bombs there, putting a lot of pressure on space. Shu's able to find Yaki, though. Nice job there with the Baptiste, and again, that hit scan pressure starting to take its toll. Arns is able to deal with Gangnam Jim there, and Kellen's actually forced to bubble himself. Does he have any more left? He's playing around that corner, so it's very unlikely. Space is able just to pressure him down, and the Gladiators, again, just pushing into the Excelsior and overrunning them.
Right, and this is a part of the map that we were talking about is so difficult. You see just the verticality here, and then, like, one of the odder things in like an Overwatch map, like really no other like it is, you know, Ons just, you know, taking heads here. There's like that kind of like rotating, like you kind of go up and then you turn around and come back up to the high ground. if you were playing from the low ground here, right, with the Sigma's great because D.Va you would have to fly up and use the Matrix, or the Matrix gets a little bit of an extension, so you're able to kind of grab some stuff. But like the shields can be just sent up to the high ground, right? You can just kind of put it in the face of the Widowmaker at any range, as you see Kevster here just bullying Flora.
It's harder to do this on Tracer, right? To go in and get those sort of one clicks just to roll over backliners, especially Lucio, which has some functional self-peel with that boot back. But Kev's just been pretty conservative with his positioning. This Gravitic Flux could be nasty. Countdown the only one to actually be held aloft by that one, and it's punishing. Arns just dealing death in the background there as Kellen's felled by a headshot. And this is a different look. This is a 3-player substitution for the Gladiators, and they look more scary.
Yeah, it is. This is like a death lineup here. As the Gladiators just rolling through New York right now. As New York is going to be on some ultimates here. Like it's really their first kind of like round of them on this game. You can take a look from Ans's POV here. Space groups him up. He lines him up like Ans hits the insanely difficult shots. Those easy ones. He's not going to miss those.
Frighteningly consistent when it comes to that Widowmaker, even in the most high pressure of situations. Close to Infrasight here. And Jour, of course, has the amplification matrix ready and waiting. Kev's looking for a way to sort of play around the outside of the building, but the New York Excelsior are really trying to camp out that part of the map and deny the Gladiators the ability to sort of scale up their presence through this hallway. Ans, though, again, that Infrasight, he knows exactly where Flora's playing from, but both Widows have used his ultimates, so they will be keeping tabs on each other. Both teams will be keeping their heads down for that 12 seconds.
Yeah, and Kellen's got this grab. It can obviously be eaten by the kinetic grasp of Sigma. You also have the immortality field here to potentially use, so it looks like you're just going to grab like maybe one player in there, and it looks like you're able to get those skewed space and shoe out of it. The payload's still moving though. It's going to get very close. You're going to have Ans and probably Kevster drop here. Maybe Kevster's able to make it out with his life, but you can see as we get closer to the end of this map, this is kind of where the defenders spawn. They come out of this, like it's rare for an Overwatch round. Like you have like defenders coming out to high ground like right away.
Right.
It's kind of difficult for the offense to tackle, especially kind of when you're playing like a Tracer and you're not really mobile heroes. You see the Gladiators, looks like they're taking a slower approach, wrapping all the way around to try and fight on the high ground.
It's a nightmare, I think, unless the attackers can wrap around this right side here with one or two players and sort of make it harder for the defenders to post up here. That's what Kev's just sort of hoping to do with this this pulse bomb. Maybe you can ride the card in just a little bit, but losing Ans here to a Flora headshot. Oh, it's whack-a-mole time with Kevster. He's going to have to recall here. That is not where you want to be as Tracer.
So he's going to have to back up his looks like Kevster just being tracked down here by Yaki. So Yaki able to finish him off. So that's a pretty big kill as Kevster's doing a lot of the pestering on the back line. As Space, he's going to be in trouble as some of those sticky bombs get dropped onto Skewed. Looks like they have to be careful. The payload's so close, as you see. Remember from the Gladiators on it, yeah, Space going to back up now, but that payload is so close. Like when those two players were on it, like in another second or two, they would have actually had it in before. But coming back into this next fight, really good opportunity for the Gladiators. So if you can get like that sound barrier out potentially, you have the Gravitic Flux, you have your own, Ant Matrix, you're going to have your own Transcendence. So a few big key ultimates for the Gladiators, and you don't need that much to get it across the line.
Yeah, the strategy might actually be to embroil the Excelsior in an extended fight on this high ground and sneak the card in, or at least pressure that, give them the, force them to deal with the prospect of that happening. Gravitic Flux catches Kellen, that's the tank down for the New York Excelsior. This could be a problem.
Grab.
Yep, duplicate there though, comes out from Yaki, so there's still going to be a tank to stand in Kellen's stead for now. Grab will be online soon. Duplicated, Gravitic Flux. Skew's able to get the Transcendence online. No one cares to get rid of Flora. The pressure in the backline is mounting now, and the Gladiators are applying it liberally. Nano boost for Yaki. Keep him alive and burn Skew down. Arns now for the Infrasight, looking to find a key pick-off here, but New York is starting to stabilize here. Space falls to Kellen. Yaki's safe enough here in the front line, pressuring Shu down. And that will be another fight brought to a stop.
That's a huge comeback there from New York, as that did not look good, especially when you had like on set up in that long alleyway on the Widowmaker with the things we know he's able to do. You lose Kellen right away. Yes, end up coming out of the spawn using the grab. Really kind of like the duplicate to give Yaki a little bit of a kind of like an extra go, a little bit more survivability on the Echo. The Gravitic Flux was huge, right? But it actually got the Transcendence out.
Right. Preemptive self-bubble there from Kellen, just in case Arns was probing for a headshot. Arns has to get creative with some of these angles. And you can see that Flora is hoping someone drops into main. That's the defensive contingency for New York. Time's ticking, Matt. We're under a minute left.
Yeah. So they cannot seem to break this high ground. It's like a really nice setup from the Excelsior on like the right side of their spawn. Kind of looking at it from the Gladiators' POV is you almost kind of have to have somebody on the bottom like try and move the payload, like force them down to contest this low ground, because if not, you're just giving them that high ground advantage for so long and you're going to lose skewed here.
Losing him there, absolutely devastating. Gangnam Jim somehow having to stay alive there. The healing coming down from Myeonbong going to keep him in action, and that's a pretty decisive fight win there for New York. And unclear how Skewed is able to get this picked off there by Kellen, but that takes the wind out of the sails of the Glads.
Absolutely, and this is kind of looking like reminiscent to like what we saw on Midtown, right? Where the Gladiators were able to kind of steamroll through the first one, and then the New York side, they were able to kind of like hold at the end. We'll see if they're able to do it. Here is Flora working on a flank. The Gladiators do have some ultimates to work with.
Flora in the backline looking for Skewed. Havoli's going to force that recall here. Kevster has a pulse bomb though. Can he find Myeonbong? That is step A. Stuck. It's good. Going to get rid of Myeonbong, but already Shu and his immortality field has fallen. In fact, there's no healers left for the Gladiators. Space had to go for a desperate Gravitic Flux, but there's no one there to keep him topped up, and Kellen's going to burn him down. The NYXL able to stake their claim to this very fancy looking cart here. The Gladiators are going to be staved off.
Pretty good push from the Gladiators at the end, but New York Excelsior showing you how to use that high ground to your advantage on that last point of Circuit Royal is really difficult to get that card over the line, especially when they can come out of the spawn, return to that high ground. You have some hit scan heroes up there, especially even the Echo here was actually pretty effective from Yaki. We've been talking about it throughout the series, but being able to like dive at the lower ground, getting right back up to the high ground, kind of like assassinate those players fast. I don't know how New York decides to play this, though, as we kind of like move to their offensive side. Can you run that Zarya here at the beginning? Like, you're going to have no shielding. Like, the Gladiators can like play with like whether it's the Soldier or the Widowmaker and like the street. What happens when we go towards that high ground part of the map? So it looks like the Gladiators on defense, they'll run that Sigma. They won't be running a Soldier 76. They'll have Kevster on the Tracer here. So Tracer Widow, that's kind of like a comp that we've seen in the past, in terms of Overwatch esports. And then for New York, obviously still some time to make changes, but this would be the first time in the series we've seen Yaki on the Genji, which Yaki, very good Genji, very good Tracer in Echo player. So be excited to see if he pulls that one out. I think it would be difficult to make the Echo work here.
Absolutely. A lot of long sight lines to cross here. This is what we were talking about before with Kellen able to find this key pickup here. This is that last fight. A beautiful grab, completely charged up there. Great way to finish things off, especially after Kevster. You can see he's able to, kick Yaki out of Duplicate at that moment as well. So it could have been nasty. Yaki actually will be playing the Echo again. And yeah, your tempting fate here is Arns is going to be probing for that airborne target.
Looks like 4. Looking for a shot here. This has to be so this is a sick Widowmaker matchup already, but hey man, when you see Arns come in, he's going to be playing the Widow, and it just has to scare you a little bit just with the ability to be able to take over the game. Is Yaki has to get really high, almost get directly above where you would play with a Widowmaker here, so the shot would have to be extremely difficult, almost looking straight up.
Yep. Yaki does have the solid snake under a cardboard box for most of this first stretch, right? And just not get spotted by Arns. He's able to sneak up, though. A lot of pressure being generated by Flora, especially in Space's direction. And there he is, he's gone.
A lot, though. Think about kind of how you have to make this work, right? You have to dedicate at least one of the Zarya bubbles to Yaki. He has to be able to close the gap. And then you're providing that, there's no in this case, an immortality field there to be able to kind of keep Arns alive. It's just really difficult to get that pick.
Like the All-Star medal
way hard, yeah.
Space's portrait, I quite enjoy that. What I see now is, again, New York don't generate too much in that last fight. They do get close to the bend, but this hairpin is pretty brutal for attackers to make their way through as well. And there's environmental kill potential. Something like that. But this high damage backline from the Gladiators, you're bringing Skewed in to sub in for Funny Astro, is the exact kind of thing that's going to pressure Kellen down, force those bubbles to be used early and often. Kevster probably doesn't build a pulse in this next salvo, but there's a lot of pressure coming from this guy, and he is waiting. The patience is palpable. Will it be rewarded? Get that pulse available after just one salvo with shots.
He's going to the high ground. It looks like maybe trying to make a play for Flora. That'll be the pulse bomb, and doesn't get a kill with it, but On's able to find a shot onto Kellen.
Oh, this is tough. Like, what are you really supposed to do as Kellen? Like, how do you maintain your own survivability and for teammates against this Zen Baptiste, this Widow setup?
Well, especially because you're almost dedicating at least one of the bubbles to Yaki, right? Like, he needs a bubble to go in and make a play. So that's already one of your bubbles gone.
The Reaper guy, man! He's got to come in from the side and get lots of value. I love this guy.
He's got some time to build up towards his special move, but I mean, gets taken out of basically no HP there. I mean, like, I guess you kind of, well, you bring in Reaper here, like, he's much more self-sufficient than, like, a Widowmaker, where Reaper, you know, had some lifesteal to him, like, can kind of just play a little bit on his own. Right there, though, it's an Amp Matrix and Shu. You see how big the window is, all the damage coming through there, you know, getting buffed. That takes out Yaki right away, so Laura, yep, they can see there.
This is the same thing we saw in the previous map match, right? Yeah, a good
just how Midtown
defense from New York, and then when they have to attack, they just get stuffed.
Yeah, I mean, you see the sightline that Ons has. I mean, that could go right towards the spawn here. How do you even get? Look at the New York squad. They're just like, how do we even get out?
Pinging like sonar he is. It's indicating the locations there of those New York players. Kellen, that's a bubble used for 0 value. Frustrating for the Zarya player, true. Especially with the Graviton Surge in the back pocket. Kellen must make this very effective. If New York want to have any hopes of advancing past this nasty little choke point, and bear in mind there's a Gravitic Flux, Transcendence available. It's about to get heavy. Once more, Gravitic Flux now on Kellen's going to be a sound barrier used, so Zarya will be standing tall for the time being, but that Graviton Surge, it doesn't quite connect in the way they would have liked it to. Still, Flora's able to find the assassination kill on Arns, blows him up. Yaki once again duplicates space, and the accretion connects. They get rid of space. They use a lot of ultimates, but New York are on the road again in overtime.
Yes, maybe, I was going to say, maybe you have an opportunity to fight this again, because there's still a decent amount of space for the payload to travel to unlock this next part of the map, where is it worth it for the Gladiators to jump down and contest? Space switches open to why not? So maybe you do want to jump down and play a little bit closer. Yeah, Space wants to go down, make a touch. They want to play for this.
Flora getting pressured, Discord Orb applied there, and Arms is going to get taken down by Yaki. So nice little 1-2 punch there from the Excelsior DPS players, and Yaki, he's popping off just a little bit there. Nice 3 kills from Yaki, sticky bombs there to secure the deal. And that's a time extension of 2.5 minutes here for New York.
Yeah, Yaki gets the nano boost there, and you see what you can actually do with that nano in this type of situation. So some comp changes from the Gladiators coming through. Take a look at this from Yaki's POV. It was actually Flora who was putting pressure onto Ons there, so allowed him to really kind of finish that player off, get Shu, and then double back for the tank. So the Gladiators will make a change. They'll pull in the Soldier 76 here. Really good. It's just constantly pressuring with damage from this high ground. And you see kind of everybody, like, way different than Overwatch 1, right? In the sense that you don't not having everybody just kind of like sit on the payload with like a 2 or 2 shields pretty much. You have people like kind of like using some of this like map cover obviously instead, trying to take fights with not in the line of sight of the 76 because of things like that.
I mean, the pick's definitely a consideration to deal with Yaki there. Aren't getting pressured pretty heavily though, and without space, there's no bubble, there's no defensive cooldowns. Aren't eventually is just overwhelmed. All right, HD TV deployed for Shu, and Kent is able to find a double with the pulse bomb. That's big. Flora now really needs to step up in a big way, but Shu has an orb of harmony, and Flora is going to head for the heals. Kent doesn't want to let him get away, and he'll be able to catch him. Yaki, though, puts him down. It's Myeonbong with the biotic grenade, and a very sad immortality field there. A second too late from Shu.
I mean, that's kind of like, I feel like you're going to see a lot of that this season. Obviously, with the switch to 5v5, like, those 2Ks and like big plays like that just mean so much more with like less players on each team. As first like kills,
you just killed 40% of their team, homie.
Yeah, I mean the first 2 kills are coming from the Excelsior, but it's Kevster popping off, and then you see there the nano boost being able to finish off space really quick.
Transcendence there. Gonna be used as the Gladiators look to just try and hold it a little bit longer, but Kellen's able to find a beautiful Graviton Surge, and Skewed will not be allowed to get away with his life. Now, New York have a legitimate opportunity here of winning this map. Another time extension from here, and it's pretty healthy, honestly. They're going to have 2 minutes to work with to finish the map. Can they control the outside part of this building? That's going to be key.
I think what I expect to happen here, though, is the Gladiators play way more aggressive than New York did. Like, they can try and play for this, like, first high ground bridge, especially with the Soldier, and you're going to have this Tac Visor coming up soon. You're going to have Graviton Surge as well, so, maybe able to play a little bit more forward than we saw New York did, because New York played pretty passively, like, right? Like, as soon as the Gladiators, like, started moving the cart inside of the hotel here, they were able to almost make it all the way to that final stretch.
Space here, I mean, like you mentioned, Matthew wants to pressure a little bit more. Already Wraithwalk from Flora has been drawn out. Yaki's trying to get over the top of the situation, maybe a duplicate and a Graviton Surge. There's the dude. Yaki going to go for a Tracer here, though, now as Arns with the tactical bites from the high ground. It necessitates a sound barrier from New York, and Yaki didn't spend long in duplicate at all. Arns wants a bit of Myeonbong here. Does see Kellen lingering a little close, but Kellen's got other problems. He's trying to keep his backline alive. He's busy peeling, but it works out. Yaki gets rid of Skewed here. Flora pressured down. Shu with the DPS boots on. They're looking pretty darn good, but New York are pushing on.
And now it seems like the Echo has really been paying off as Shu drops his Hand Matrix and actually like buys them some time. Right? They don't want to play in the line of sight of it as
Shu.
Someone using his Nano Boost. I'm surprised Shu went up there and challenged that again, knowing at least 2 players were there.
Maybe he thinks Yaki's already gone somewhere else. He thinks he's just nicked off, but that's a lot of healing gone for the Gladiators now until Shu gets back out of spawn. Kepster with a Pulse Bomb now. That's the Graviton Surge from Kellen. That's a stick there. It's a beautiful one, but it's not enough to find elimination. Kellen takes a big lick of damage, and the New York Excelsior, they're pushing on. Desperately, the Gladiators trying to hang on here. Biotic Fuel going to be deployed, but it's not going to be enough. Yaki runs them down. Shu Biotic Grenade connected, and that should be enough to get the job done. We're in overtime now. We see desperation for space as he tries to put it out on the point, but the Diva really stalls well right now, especially in a 5v5 format. So Space able to keep things going, eventually going to be brought down. Arns needs to step up onto the point, Matt. Time is short.
He's also getting very close to the attack visor. The Immortality field comes out. Arns is going to get the visor here.
Boom!
And you're going to have Transcendence. The Gladiators may be able to turn this.
Pulse Bomb Flora catches onto Anso. Transcendence had to be used there, sure enough. Down barrier for New York, and Kellen comes back in on the Doomfist. Kepster's going to be running to the ground. No one now. Space needs to try and keep this going. Defense Matrix used on his last legs, of course, with a Biotic Grenade connecting to the Diva. No healing available. We know Shu's up on that high ground. He's forced to drop down now as Space in Mini Diva form makes a valiant attempt to keep this round going. It's not going to be enough, no. And New York won't be denied. They'll extend this series, make it a 2-1.
All right, so New York finally break through. They've been close on some of these maps. They finally break through here, though, which means we'll see push. We will end up seeing new Queen Street. So excited to see how that kind of maybe turns the tide in this series. We see a game 5 to kick things off.
I mean, imagine that in our first match of Season 5 of the Overwatch League here. What a great way to showcase the work these teams have been putting in the off-season. New York want to make it a map 5 to do so. They need to win New Queen Street, which will be coming up after the break.
It's time for pulse-pounding action. It's time for gear-grinding gaming. It's time for Overwatch League Season 5. Come on down to youtube.com/Overwatch League for all of the brand spanking new Overwatch 2 action. And this time, it's a whole new way to play. 5 season, 5 5v5, only $5. Just kidding, it's free. You'll see Jour, Tank Doomfist, Bastion with a hat. Hey kids, do try this at home. And now, for a limited time only, you can get in on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta action yourself with beta codes, beta codes, beta codes. This season, on opening weekend and select matches, we're giving away 1,500 beta codes to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta per hour. Make sure your YouTube account is connected to your Battle.net account and glue your eyeballs to your screens so you don't miss out on all of the hard-hitting action. 5th season, Bastion with a hat, beta codes. Tune in to the Overwatch League for your chance to get access to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this first match of Season 5 of the Overwatch League. And it started off, well, looking like the Gladiators were going to make short work of it. But in the final moments of Circuit Royal, it was the Excelsior who dug a little deeper and found the answer.
Yeah, no, they push it towards that map 4, which I was hoping we would see and get to see push on New Queen Street. It's a map that I know a lot of the teams and players that I've spoken to are really excited about. I think Danny was talking about it a little bit earlier on the desk, like so many different routes and flanking opportunities and just kind of the opportunities to get back towards the bot. And I'm also curious to see we've seen show matches and showcases, I guess, of push at a competitive level, but it's obviously different when you put it into regular season play and high level competition. How these teams have kind of worked out over the last month or so, how to play this map mode.
Absolutely, and I get to showcase this first run on push here in the Overwatch League. We have some substitutions for the Gladiators. So Patapan comes back in for Arns, Rhino rejoins, subbing in for Space, and Funny Astro is back in here at support, which definitely indicates that we should expect to see that Lucio make yet another appearance. And Matt, I think something that interests me especially about push maps in general, but also New Queen Street, is just how many opportunities there are for individual players to try and flank, to try and set themselves up in really advantageous spots. So we talked about Soldier 76 right on that previous map. He's very quick, very much able to get into some of these really punishing positions, whether it's high ground or sort of wide flanking angles on this particular map. And both of these teams have those DPS that are considered as, individual playmakers, people looking to really go ham and to take some risks to tilt things in their team's favor.
Yeah, and you kind of think about, obviously this year, no Assault in the pool, right? Assault, they're just not really a thing. And push comes
it actually doesn't exist.
Yeah, just, it's just not a thing. So push kind of comes in, and it's just a completely, 180 in terms of game mode, right? Assault was a little bit, kind of could go on for a very long time, right? You'd have a decent amount of ties. Push is fast. It's, really aggressive, chaos, and it's 8-minute game, right? You need to make plays and kind of be effective, right off the bat. It is not a, we're going to switch sides or we're going to take time. You kind of have to start this off well. So I think a lot of teams are going to put a lot of emphasis on, I would not be surprised if the first fight drags on a little bit. Both teams are going to be, wanting to win that first fight. I feel like it's a pretty big advantage.
Absolutely. I like to think of it as a symmetrical escort map, right? Or it combines the best parts of the sort of controlled and hybrid escort map types. One thing worth bearing in mind is that as that barricade sort of moves to either end of them, in between those barricades, the bot moves really quickly. So just because you get pushed back, a fair bit defensively, once you do manage to take control of the bot, it's not long before you're making your own gains across the map, with the bot quickly getting in position to push your barricade. That being said, if we have matchups this year, I'm not expecting this one to be the case, but if we have matchups that are a little lopsided, you can finish these maps in if you win really 3 fights in a row, 4 fights in a row. So yeah, you say 8 minutes, that's the maximum map time. In some cases, it could be even much, much shorter than that. But let's see what we've got here. Both teams with the Soldier mat. Speed is key. It makes sense.
Yeah, and you kind of have some high ground right at the start of where the bot spawns. So you kind of have the position that the New York Excelsior are trying to take, or where you see the Gladiators, you're going to have Kipster up in that kind of bridge area trying to shoot through some of the windows.
Right, pinging Kellen there, trying to maybe get some attention turned towards the Winston. Great sleep dark connection there, but Patapan's already found himself 2 quick kills. The resets are coming thick and fast, and that Genji highlights in these early moments. The bot, you better believe, is on the way.
It has been a while since, because, right, once the introduction of, Brigitte and even, Batiste, right, just lower the amount of Genji you've seen, and, now some of the CC comes out, you can start to see plays like this again. Is, man, fantastic there from Pettifan as he's able to take out 2 really fast on the Genji.
The deflection of the Helix rocket accounts for a huge amount of that damage. There it is. Okay, so Shu gets involved in that poke damage. Remember, Ana is a lethal weapon in the right hand, especially on a map that has such wide sight lines.
Yeah, obviously support is much different here in Overwatch 2 than Overwatch 1, where it's not as much of just kind of staring at your tanks or, the players in front of you and healing. You have to be a little bit more of an offensive threat as well, which Shu definitely is. It looks like Yaki there was actually trying to get on the Funny Astro, but not able to take him out. You hear that kind of ding. They actually got it to that first checkpoint. I don't believe they kind of pushed it far enough to unlock that next respawn, as it looks like it's going back the other way a little bit as New York was on it.
We'll see what Kellen can do here. The sound barrier for the Gladiators means they want to re-engage here.
They're going to have Blade here.
Didn't get it. Patapan making short work here on Flora and gets rid of Myeonbong. He was very low though. The sound barrier allowed him to close the gap, but it had basically expired once he was in the fight. Kellen showcasing Winston's new right click quite nicely there, if I do say so. He finds 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's one of the first, ones we've seen today. Is looks like the Gladiators they actually, they get that first checkpoint. Now they'll pull back a little bit.
They have a front spawn now.
Yeah, it's gonna take some time for the robot to start getting go in the other direction. So
and they don't lose that forward spawn, right? Until the bot pushes back to neutral at least.
Yeah, but they had everybody like just about up at that time. They're going to have a nano boost here. You may have to use on a Reiner to keep him up, as you're going to lose Yaki. You're going to lose Kevs.
Patapan's actually going to be the target there, Matt. He's hit with the biotic grenade, and that sound barrier is going to make it very hard for any damage to stick. The Excelsior have the defensive responses here, and Yaki's able to turn that into offense now by dispatching Reiner. New York are definitely on the road.
New York now get the bot moving in their direction, and you got a duplicate and you got a tac visor. So the tac visor in some of this open space, it's a lot of cover for the Gladiators to hide behind, but you may be able to get into a spot. Well, you may end up with 2 tac visors here, depending on how this goes. But you maybe get in a spot where you just kind of like force them into some pretty bad areas. It's going to be a potential for a double tac visor.
Okay, Yaki I mean, the problem is that the tac visor has a set duration, right? Flora now going to go for one of his own. That one is a little less inspiring there as Reiner able to force away. Kellen with the primal rage that was causing some problems. Reiner trying to do the same. Does he with the biotic grenade? Kellen looks just to want to disperse the Gladiators as much as humanly possible here to the high ground, and Patapan cannot deny the Tesla cannon damage.
Yeah, I was going to say, they didn't make a ton of progress with the bot because a lot of the fighting just kind of like happens away from the objective and now kind of like moves all the way back, starting to get the barricade moving. As you see, it's the Gladiators with about 57 meters, a little bit over that. In terms of how far they've moved it. We're going to get a nano on a Yaki here as this fight could push New York over the line.
Tactical visor from Kevster there, so Yaki just has to bow out of that particular sight line. Patapan's able to find Gangnam there as everyone disperses. Yaki eats that helix, but Kevster can't hang around too long within the purview of Kellen, especially with Reiner being as low as he is. Biotic grenade from Shoot defensively can't keep the tank for the Glads alive, but Kevster still wants to force the issue. They don't want to give up a front spawn now as Patapan finds the blade. That's good damage. He's found one, and Gangnam shuts him down.
Yeah, but the Gladiators, to get the bomb moving back in their direction, they have to use the sound barrier, the blade there. It looks like New York able to get back in control rather quickly. They're gonna be able to take out Jour. You're so low. Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, Kellen jumps on him, puts down some damage. You had some shots from Yaki, so you end up losing really both supports here. So the Gladiators have to back up a bit. Opportunity for New York to take the lead.
Yep, they just took the lead here. Well, I mean, it's equal now.
You're going to match in terms of checkpoint, yeah.
In a moment, the bot's going to push it up. They get that front spawn as well now. So they'll be able to reinforce this more advanced location a little quicker. And here we go, Flora with attack visor. Maybe going to wait out the bubble there from the wind still. Who's in the back line? It's Patapan trying to blink away from this one. Reiner also nano boosted for a lot of damage reduction there, but it's going to be Shu getting picked off. Yaki's traded out though. Reiner still trying to play around the bot as much as he can, but Patapan deals with Flora, and the Gladiators able to shift things back.
And you can just see like how much cover they've added to some of these maps. Like when we see from the Soldier 76 POV with the tac visor, like there's so many things to hide behind and kind of like, strafe behind. It obviously plays like way more like a shooter, where in the past you just kind of like stand behind a barrier. And to see the teams just be able to avoid that, cover necessary, it's really good to see, I think, for like just the health of the game, right? To be able to use some of the cover and players be spread out a little bit more and still survive some of these powerful ults. So he's getting blasted.
And he's still good. They kept him alive. I think it was going to get a world start by Kellen there, but I think the positioning for Shu was great to keep him alive. The Glads have to win 2 fights in a row here. 1 to reset the forward spawn, 2 to actually get ahead here. And it looks like they're able to do that right now. They're going to go in the lead here as the bot starts to push away. They have a front spawn. They have ultimates to spend as well.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, this game mode is very fast compared to a game mode like Assault that we've had in the past, where it's just this 1-8-minute round. You're already down to 1:20 on the clock.
Stick, big one there for Patapan. It's for
huge.
2. Beautiful. This could be the New York Excelsior starting to fall apart. Myeonbong has to give a good account of himself, but Reiner's going to be there from behind, and Shu deals with Kellen. That is so punishing now. There's 1:10 left in the round. For the Excelsior to try and match this progress on the other side of the map, it's going to take 2, maybe even 3 fights in a row.
Yeah, and you're also, you have this tac visor with the nano coming in here at the end. You're going to have a sound barrier invested here for the Gladiators as well, as that's going to be 2 huge picks there from Kevster. So they're looking to maybe complete the map, but it looks like one player was actually contesting on the bot. That was Flora. So just his contest may have just saved the map from ending right here.
I mean, absolutely. The Gladiators are so far ahead, though, with this push that, I mean, for New York to win this map, it has to happen in overtime, which means they have to sort of win every fight from here on out. So it is a very tall order for them to stand up to here. And the Gladiators, yeah, losing Patapon there, they're happy to back away and to put this in overtime and get ready to retake. They still have a front spawn for now, so they want to regroup.
You can almost play like defense here for the Gladiators, like, you know, kind of where the bot originally spawns. You know, force New York to use some of these ultimates and then come back in another fight with your own, right? Because you have, you know, a huge lead in terms of, you know, how far that bot is pushed.
Point blank sleep dart there to make sure Reiner is out of commission for the time being. Patapon's not able to connect that pulse. Oh, the sticky bombs though for Yaki. Absolutely perfect. Now it's going to be Kellen diving on him with the Primal Rage. Wants to put a bit of pressure here on towards that Ana, and Shu is not going to get away alive. Kellen though also might not fare so well. He's able to dive away with that reset on the jump, and New York, okay, have to stay on the bot, Matt.
And they're going to have a Primal Rage, the Gladiators. New York is going to, you know, they keep both supports alive. They're going to have a Sound Barrier and a Nano here. As we see now, the Nano's been so effective onto Yaki or Kellen. There's a chance that New York may just run this the distance.
They had to win the next two fights though, both of them. Defensive body grenade has to be used there for Shu, finding Astro trying to stay out of line of sight of Kellen. He's probing with those right clicks, but there it is. Myunbong's taken down. Reiner stands tall there with a key pick. And who's he looking for now? Up in the sky. Is it a bird? It's a plane. No, it's a smear on the walls. What left of Yaki as Reiner deals at him as well. The young rookie coming up here from Contenders is absolutely making a splash, bathing in the blood of New York as the Gladiators secure the series here on New Queen Street.
Fantastic showing there from really both teams on New Queen Street. You thought like New York may be able to like make a run back there towards the end, but the Gladiators too strong. As now the Gladiators, they win this series today, and I don't want to say it's like, you know, the Gladiators like, you know, maybe they kind of like underperformed expectations. I actually think they're phenomenal. I think it's probably just more people sleeping on New York, and New York may be a little bit better than people expected. Excited to watch them in some more matches going forward.
Yeah, tough to really see any sort of glaring weaknesses on this New York roster, right? But I mean, have a look at Myunbong in that camera. If there's any player who gets extremely fired up after a loss, it is this guy. I remember his time on Boston when he was, I mean, like a thundercloud. You could say the same for Yaki, right? Yaki, having spent a lot of time on, look, admittedly a team where he had to outshine his teammates by, you know, a factor of 2 almost every game, and you could see it on his face that he felt like he was carrying all the time. He doesn't have to do that on this roster anymore, but there's definitely a lot for the Excelsior to work out now, and their return here to North America is a tough one. Matt, our player of the match here for me, a pretty tough one to call actually. Patapon really stepped up in the series, but it was a slow start for him. So our player of the match is going to be Kevster. Very impressive work for him. What a great way to add an honor to that role right off the bat here in Season 5.
Yeah, Soldier 76 was really strong pick here today from Kevster, but also like kind of flexed onto a lot of other different heroes throughout the series. And I think, you know, even last year in previous seasons in Overwatch League, we kind of seen like this split between like, you know, flex and you know, hit scan DPS kind of just be merged into like, you know, one player who can kind of do it all. I think that's going to be even more important this year, you know, as time goes on. And, you know, Kevster can really play it all, and play it all at an extremely high level. You combo him with, you know, Patiphan and Onsen. Super scary DPS combo.
Yeah, and look, I think one of the biggest lessons to take away from this match is that, you know, depending on whose hands they're in, the Genji, the Tracer pick, still really devastating, still really punishing. We've seen Patapon find, like, you know, a ton of these multi-kill scenarios where he's able to use those dash resets really effectively. And Kevster, we got to see him on, you know, a variety of things. And as we expected, the Soldier 76, very, very scary here. Almost those 10 final blows per 10 minutes, so that, you know, 1 per 10 mark. Look, remember, now with one less player on the field for both teams, final blows per 10, if you're still getting towards that 10 mark, yeah, that is extremely good. There's one less player to sort of blow up here. But a great start to the Gladiators 2022 campaign, Matthew.
Yeah, it kind of sets them on the path of where we think they'll be for this year. Like one of the contenders, you know, not just for the best team in North America, but the best team in the entire world. And I think New York coming over to the Western region, playing in the East, a little bit of an adjustment, but I think they're going to be better than what people expected.
Absolutely. They look quite good so far. Obviously only the one map for them in this series, but definitely some shining of hope for them in the future. Stick around, everybody. We've got much more games to come today here on our first match day of Season 5. Stick around, of course, and we'll be back soon enough.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody, to our very first post-match interview. I am joined here by Patty Fan from Los Angeles Gladiators. Hello, Patty Fan.
Hello.
That was a very, very low energy hello. Can I get a high energy one, Patty? That's more like it. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your big win. I just have two simple questions for you. So, how does it feel about playing with the with Los Angeles Gladiators as a rookie player in the Overwatch League?
I feel pretty good because
all of my teammates, they are super friendly. Are like very supportive.
Super friendly
about me switching games. At the start, I was doing kind of not good in scrim, but in the meantime, I just keep improving, you know. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would have never guessed because you looked so good on that Genji and Tracer as well. I think you carried the team. Do you think so?
No. I think.
No, you don't?
I think it's Reiner's. I would give it to him.
Oh, it's Reiner?
Yeah,
You'll give it to him as a carry of today's match.
Yeah.
He did so good.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll give it to him.
I don't know.
Reiner is really good.
I think you should give yourself some credit as well. I know Reiner did well. I'm sure all of your team did well, but Pattyfan, you did amazing as well. So give yourself some credit. And I'm gonna move on to my second question. While I was watching your game, I saw that you were switching between Tracer, Genji, and also a little bit of Widow as well. A lot of the times in the 3 maps that you played. What was your thought process behind that? Were you just playing to your strength, or what was going on?
It's just on Genji, it felt hard. If it felt hard, I would switch to Tracer, you know. But Widow pick was a troll. Yeah, I should not pick Widow.
Okay. All right. No, I think all of them worked. All of them worked fine. All right, Patty. Okay, that is it for all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations on the win again.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah? All right, thank you so much. Okay, let's head back to our truck desk. I don't know, Zoe, what are we calling it?
We're still brainstorming. I mean, right now it's a coffee table in a truck on a campus, but that just doesn't really have a...
Doesn't roll off the tongue.
Yeah, it doesn't roll off the tongue. So we're working on that. But thank you so much, Danny. And thank you, Pattyfan. And of course, congratulations to the LA Gladiators. What a great first match that was, though. And I do think that the New York Excelsior really put up a fight. And now with our first 2022 match in the books, I wanna revisit it already. I just can't get enough. I wanna dive right back in and take care of some of the questions we had after watching it. I think everyone here on our coffee table truck, it still doesn't work, was a little confused looking at the compositions. We started off seeing Winston in there. I don't think any of us really expected that. We were figuring out it's gonna be Doomfist, it's gonna be Soldier, it's gonna be Genji, but that's not what they gave us, really.
Yeah, it was an interesting one because from my experience and what a lot of people have said playing the beta is that Doomfist felt a lot more versatile and it felt like you could do more damage. But the professional players, they are some of the best Winstons in the world. You can see the amount of effect that they can have on that hero. As Pattyfan just said, Reiner absolutely dominated on that Winston, and I think he was the pseudo MVP for me for that play. I was actually pleasantly surprised with the New York Excelsior, though. We did have question marks going around them, and especially when I saw Yaki come out on this Echo, I had a lot of questions. Is that going to be effective? Are they going to be able to have the success compared to a Genji or a Tracer like that? So it worked somewhat, but I think New York Excelsior, as I said, are playing to their strengths, playing to what they're good at, and running with that.
I also got the sense that some of the compositions we did see from the Gladiators might have just been based on the fact that the New York Excelsior were playing the comps they were playing. The fact that they didn't opt for a Soldier and Genji combination or anything like that, but actually, stick to that Echo. But we'll learn more very, very soon. That wraps up our very first match of the day, but of course we have more to come. But before that, we've got a special treat right here in our truck studio coffee table campus setup. It is no other than Aaron Keller. I feel like I get to chat with you every day at this point.
I know, this is great. Yeah.
So we're so happy to have you here, and obviously we're also happy that the beta is out there. It is live. We all got to play it. Now we get to see the pro players play it. How is it for you now, seeing the fruit of your labor out there in the open? What are the big takeaways for you and your team so far?
This is actually pretty incredible, and we've been looking forward to today for a long time, to actually see pros play the game with real stakes. And it's interesting to talk about Winston. We were a little worried about Winston, and have been for a while, because he just has the ability to jump in, and if you use his alternate fire correctly, kind of delete people pretty quickly. And it's interesting to see he's actually doing that. We didn't get all of that feedback in the alpha and even in the beta so far. So now to start seeing how people play the game when they're really serious about it is going to give us a lot of things
Did
to
they give
think
you
about.
false feedback, you think, during the beta?
Maybe
they did not want you to nerf Winston so they can secretly play it when everything's at stake.
Hey.
I mean, I'm not saying he said
anything.
it. I said it. I was just throwing it out there.
Well, I actually had some questions about the beta as well because we just had a patch come out today. Zen can now boot people across the map, which we're all very excited about. Can you talk to us a little about this patch and kind of your patching philosophy going into the beta? It seems like you're more aggressive with it.
Yeah, the beta for us is really about iterating on the game. We want to put the game out there, see the way people play it, listen to their feedback, and then act on it as quickly as we can. So the beta just launched last week, and we're already patching it today. And we've already got things that we're working on to put in future patches. Okay. But I think one of the takeaways for us was support sometimes can feel, well, like unsupported, you know? And they can feel vulnerable in the back line, and especially with somebody like Zenyatta, it feels like if you get jumped, you're going to discord and you have to hit every headshot or you're down. And so the kick now is just a way to be able to get a little bit of space. You're able to utilize some of your abilities more, give yourself some more time. When we were doing play testing, one of our hero designers kind of got the drop on me as Reaper, and typically you're dead.
Yeah.
But I could immediately kick him, put the Discord on him, and he was forced to retreat. It felt so good.
I need this in my life because I've been getting run at for the last week in the beta, so I appreciate this change a lot. Danny.
All right. I mean, I don't know. You guys have really sophisticated question. Mine is actually better. First of all, I have two questions. First one, I love your jacket. Where can I get it?
I've got an extra one
Oh, really?
at my house. Yeah, maybe I can bring it in.
Oh, man.
Why didn't I ask that question?
It was a better question. It was. He was right.
And second question, I think everyone's super curious about the new robot on the push mode. Yeah, I think you told me that it was called TS1.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, his name's TS1. It stands for Treadweather Series 1.
Okay.
And Treadweather is the name of the company that manufactures the robot.
Now, I know that's the official name, but Aaron, if you could rename the robot, what would you call it?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he could. He's like kind of the game.
If anyone could.
If I could.
It's him.
So it was actually great to see Push played publicly like that. And one thing that I've noticed, and one of the things I really like about the mode, is it goes to overtime a lot. Yeah. And it's so cool to actually see how much it goes back and forth. So I think if we were to rename TS1, I might rename him OT1.
OT1.
Oh, I like
that. OT1, I actually like that. I'm calling OT1 in my games from now.
Can we just read it?
Petition starts
We
now.
got a lot of great suggestions, obviously, from chat as well. You got one today?
I got a Philip. You know, more
it's a solid name.
Generic Philip,
yeah. Back to the roots. Why not?
It's someone you can depend on.
Yeah, Philip sounds dependable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I call him Phil.
Phil, hey, that close already? Okay, well, he clearly stays on the payload. That's what I'm hearing right here. I got some good suggestions too on Twitter. Johnny B Pushing. I like that one personally. That was a good one. And yeah, keep them coming. Yeah, we want to hear more of those. But that's it. We took up so much of your time already. But thank you so much for joining us. We're most likely going to steal you for the show more often now that we're literally in your backyard.
Yes, thank you so much.
So yeah, that's it for our game break here, but we're not done yet. We've got the San Francisco Shock versus Paris Eternal coming up next. And for all the action, we're going to hand over to our casters, Matt and Mr. X.
Did she do the...
Look, I realize how awesome I am. I wish I was in both boxes as well.
The world can only handle so much beige, Matt.
Yeah, and I can actually, I think the best part as well is I can see Zoe's face, in the program, realize what she's done, and she's just kind of laughing. Which, honestly, I mean, look, there's probably 4 or 5 people I wish I was in both boxes, maybe.
Did you forget to get a fake tan before the season started, Matt? You're looking
yeah.
Damn.
Hey, look, bro.
It's almost like there's been a pandemic and you haven't now to go.
was, you know, another like hour of sleep or, you know, get up. And
oh, brilliant!
I landed. I love how the studios there on like campus, just the ability to like, you know, Aaron just drop in, like, you know, say hello. They got like, there's so much going on with the beta
I'm sure
right
they
now.
love having us harass them
super sick.
constantly, Matt. Yeah, I'm sure they're really.
I mean, yeah,
really
Scott
happy
barging the
with
doors
stuff.
down, like asking for Zenyatta buffs every few days.
Yeah, well, he got his wish, didn't he? We'll see how that pans out. But I mean, we're on the precipice of our second match of the day here, Matthew.
Yeah.
San Francisco, right? What a name. What a legacy this team has had. Not so much last year, though, obviously. A little bit of a tougher year for San Francisco as they really had to find their identity once more. And I'm going to be honest with you. After, obviously, Super departing this roster in the offseason and after, you know, a number of changes, the Shock have the same task ahead of them this time around. Violet's still at support, but there's been rumblings that we should expect to see him fill that Lucio role. And then some huge pickups here. Proper and Finn come across. And now this team, remember, they made the Korean Contenders Champions O2 Blast their academy team. There is a direct pipeline from the very best talent in South Korea to the San Francisco Shock. That's a frightening prospect if you're going to be their opponent.
And really, the only thing left from their, you know, championship teams is like Violet in the name of the team. Other than that, it's a completely new crew. I know you have Kaluj starting today in that tank role. I know Super retires, and then also you have Sam in the DPS slot, which will be super fun to see. For the Paris Eternal, Naga played really strong last year, a player you remember. Glister as well. We've seen what he can do. And Dridro and Khan, very solid support lineup. I feel like this is a really tough team to kind of judge going into the season. I think like power rankings, people just kind of had them a little bit lower just based off of, you know, last year and kind of like how other teams have gotten really strong. But solid players all around. You know, Dridro and Khan, like really good aggressive support players, right? Like playmakers like last year you kind of like categorized them as. With the support role kind of how it is now, you're going to need that a little bit more. So maybe we see a good performance out of them today and could really kind of shock and you know, upset San Francisco.
And bear in mind, of course, you know, someone who's not pictured here is Dan, someone who's able to step into, you know, Vestala's role and sort of turn up on tank here in a big way. And there was a player last year that, you know, we saw really impress on his Reinhardt. The Wrecking Ball play was also excellent. Vestola obviously was on that flex tank for most of the time and was also a fantastic sort of later pickup for that team. Really made waves with them. Don't forget Glister's performance on the San Francisco Shock prior to this and even before that, right, the London Spitfire. So this player now has been on quite a few different teams through the Overwatch League. He did pretty darn nasty last year. Paris are geared up to do damage, and Khan is anything but an average player. This guy is insane. Baptiste and Ana. Especially his Baptiste, though, he has some of the best stats in the league. Final blows in Immortality Field. That's prevented.
I would say for Glister, right, he looked really strong on London. When he went over the Shock, not as much. I think just like expectations didn't really kind of like fit into the roster in like great ways. But I think here on Paris, given like an opportunity to start and play consistently, I expect to see more performances closer to that, you know, London Spitfire one.
So keep an eye out for him, especially in these early moments here. 2021 Week 12 was the last time these two teams faced off. The Shock were able to take the victory there. But again, a very different year, very different looking team. Kaluj, a lot of expectations on the shoulders for him. I mean, we just saw like a matchup of rookie tank players, right, that have just come up from sort of their respective contenders leagues. They looked incredible. So Kaluj is expected to also have a big impact straight out of the gates here. Big shoes to fill, though.
He didn't have like a ton of time, right? Didn't get like a full run of practice. Got, you know, picked up super. It took a little bit of time to figure out what he wanted to do with his future. As Glister comes out on Widowmaker to start. So the Shock, they're going to run something kind of like a Rush style composition, Mitch, where, you know, Genji Reaper, but you have a Moira in the mix.
I can't believe we haven't had time to talk about Proper as well. I guess that's just the way it goes. This guy, probably one of the most exciting prospects from Korean contenders here. Sam will be flanking him, of course. The Genji, pressure into the backline here. Khan needs to watch out, and Glister was going to be able to deal with Sam as he gets close, takes a little bit too much damage. There may be disrespecting Khan by turning his back that way. It's a great start for the Eternal.
There's nobody to push up there with Sam as well, right? You didn't have Kaluj able to jump up to the high ground. I know Violet, we see like Lucius get really aggressive with dives now. Just kind of went up there alone and was not able to do much of anything. And then you lose the Reaper. That's like a large, really all of your damage at that point. And then Kaluj and your supports are stuck over by that mega health pack, and Paris able to take that first fight.
Okay, San Francisco opting for this sort of Lucio Moira look here, and yeah, and again it's a Violet Lucio, which drew a lot of criticism last year, where the numbers weren't exactly the most flattering, but he definitely wasn't slacking. There's no doubt about that. Kaluj wants to try and start early here by just pressuring forward and dropping a bubble down on the Winston. He wants to get his team to the left-hand side, benefit from the area of effect healing from Finn, whose Coalescence is just around the corner, and this time Sam finds his mark.
Yeah, Kaluj has to get out. You see how low he is. They got hit with a biotic grenade in, just tons of damage. Has to back out. This will be Coalescence for the shock. You're going to have a grab, nano, and sound barrier invested here by the Paris Eternal.
Notice Vistola always having to look back to just make sure that Khan is unpressured. He has an extra barrier to use. Looks like he popped that again. So good damage, and the Graviton allowed them to get a kill, but not enough to force San Francisco off the point. And now Kaluj is going to make it even harder. Sleep Dart, though, from Khan connects as always. Prob able to find Glister in the meantime, though, and the DP is starting to get their hands a little dirty. Kaluj forces out a defensive biotic grenade from Khan, who's able to evade until Proper runs him down. San Francisco is still in control.
And with San Francisco, the playstyle that they're kind of like aiming for with this is something similar to how we saw in Overwatch 1 with like rush-style compositions, right? Like usually when you see Lucio with a Moira, and especially like a Reaper, right? You kind of like think in the past, like, it's like Reinhardt, Mei combinations that would go with it. Genji just so strong right now. Dragonblade as well. You can kind of just like hold the Coalescence on top of him, or in this case, maybe Sound Barrier get him in. Really good to be able to take out this Soldier 76 or the Widowmaker.
Yeah, this comp doesn't allow for a Nanoblade though, so Sam's going to have to get it done without. Biotic Field thrown down there by Glister as he looks at pressure on the Soldier 76. It's the play, but it's going to be from Naga first. Khan has no nano, so it's going to go without again. Sam does the same. He comes out a little better though, and he gets rid of Khan.
Yeah, as soon as the Dragon Blade comes out from Naga, that's when the Sound Barrier is invested by Violet. The Death Blossom in Dragon Blade invested there from the San Francisco Shock, but there's just no time left. Sam gets another pick, as that's 3 fights in a row. He's able to kick things off. Huge performance out of him here in his first match.
Recall had to be used by Glister just to get the touch there. Dredro fades in and then out like a poor noir film. Okay, Sound Barrier going to get given to 3 players, and Vistola has a Graviton Surge, a decent amount of charge here, but it's going to be a lot of healing from the Coalescence off to the side. Finn holds the ultimate for just the right moment, and the Eternal are no closer to capturing this point. Vistola now going to be a little bit surrounded. Kaluj looking for squishier targets, and he might see one present itself in Khan, who drops down to his demise, and Primal Rage going to be used for Kaluj here. Going to make it even harder for Paris to get their ducks in a row. And he's not taking any damage, really. Now looking to push Dredro away from the point. They've already lost Naga and Vistola, and it is just the last vestiges of the Eternal. Wipe from the point.
As a Shock, they'll take round 1. You can also see it's quite interesting from the first-person POV, like how often they're using the ping system. I on live on beta, like, almost forget sometimes that the ping system's like there, just because like I'm so used to kind of how it always was. But like Kaluj marking targets there for teammates, right, to be able to dive or just let them know where the Lucio is in that type of situation. Like, really effective at the pro level, and how you see him used constantly. As we'll take a look at Sam's Dragon Blade here. Yeah, get rid of that Soldier 76 right away. That's such a huge source of damage. Get him out.
Yeah, Sam did a hell of a lot with that. We're seeing that team to really not going for the Nano Blade setup here. It's just kind of unnecessary now with healing toned down as it is.
Bit of a throwback from the Shock. Lucio Ana with a Tracer Genji combination. The Winston in the mix.
I mean, this is a quintessential pick for Proper. He and Merit would sort of trade off a little bit. You see Proper sometimes even on the Echo a little bit. Merit to pick up the Tracer in that case, but definitely one of his most hyped up picks. This is where the shining star of South Korean Overwatch really gets to shine.
I was going to say, you are going to have so much pressure on Glister here. Can you keep him alive? Obviously, Soldier 76 really strong right now with the extra mobility, just all DPS get and sprint. But when you have just the Winston collapsing on you, the Tracer in one angle, the Genji in another, well, you're relying on like the supports to keep you up, but you only have so much, right? Vistola, the defense matrix, can only block so much. Khan, especially with the biotic grenade, and then Dredro just knocking players back. Like, it's going to be very difficult, because I imagine as soon as they kind of see Glister in the position he plays from, they're just going to try and collapse.
I mean, like they did just before on Naga, right? You saw that Sam managed to get that final blow after proper set it up. Big bionic grenade connection there from Khan. Can they get rid of Kaluj as a result? No. He's able to weather the storm and back away for a time. Khan now needs to go to the help of Glister, and Vistola is sleeping elsewhere. Oh, it's dangerous. Proper finds the elimination. The stick. Oh, Proper has arrived, and what a way to do it. He'll chase down this Lucio. Dridro really needs to respect this kind of pressure. And this isn't even all of San Francisco's DPS weapons.
No, and you talk about players that this year can take over the game from really kind of all the roles, but like DPS. You kind of put Proper at the top of the list in terms of like how hyped he's been coming into the league, and then even just kind of like how you've heard his performance has been, against some of the teams, whether it's like, scrims or seasons above the ladder. You look out for him to be like one of the players, this year that's like, up for, Rookie of the Year award.
Sam, not to be outshone. Verging on that Dragon Blade here and pinging out some of those lower health targets. Proper needs to recall. Here comes Sam once more. It's beautiful. Naga falls down. Kaluj is sleeping, but right now he's done his job. He creates the opening that San Francisco exploited. They are so far ahead, Matt. 84-0 here.
And it's a different look than we've seen from other teams so far. The look that we're getting from San Francisco. First round, kind of a variation of like a rush style of play, and then this like really just an all-out aggressive dive. As you've seen, it's been very difficult for Paris Eternal to even get players through the choke.
Naga drops the point here. Vistola looks to chase the backline a little bit there. Sound barrier looks like it was eaten up, and Dridro going to go for the sound barrier of his own, sleep dart rather. Naga Blade, Finn down, looking for Sam, but it's deflected for the most part. One kill, Naga's going to have to settle for that, and it does put Paris at least in a position to start accruing capture progress.
Yeah, you get the shock up to 99. Coming back into this, though, you have no support ults for Paris Eternal. Look for Proper to try and land like this pulse bomb, maybe on a Glister. You get that Soldier 76 out of the way, especially if he's got the tac visor. Then you're in a lot of trouble if you're Paris.
Proper looking pretty comfortable here in his Overwatch League debut. Great pressure on a Khan, and that was combined, of course, with Kaluj's scrutiny. Violet going to drop down though, but the enemy out of the picture is pretty nasty for the Eternal. Glister though stands tall in the absence of that key support, but that's the pulse bomb you were talking about, Matthew. Proper finds his mark. Glister again falls.
And in that type of situation, what can Khan even do? It's just so much aggression. As you see, they're going to jump right on a Finn. Violet there with a nice boop though, and a biotic grenade knocks Vistola back as he goes down to 20 HP. Then going to have to use his self-destruct just to get a new mech back.
And he does so. Vistola knows he needs to be a key factor in this fight. He's a big part of the staying power for the Paris Eternal. But they've lost Glister. That sustained damage at mid-range is out of the picture, and Khan also has fallen now. It's back and forth at 3v3. Naga looking for Sam. Knows he can finish him with a decent dash through, but doesn't have the damage, and Kaluj is going to give him a tickle. It sends him to the Shadow Realm. Vistola doesn't have a chance to remech, and Dridro's in deep trouble. Sam pulls the blade with the flourish. It's a trade, though. The Lucio gets rid of him, but there's no one from the Paris Eternal until Glister runs onto the point, and now he's run out of gas. Kaluj is going to hold the door for as long as he can, and the Paris Eternal thumped in map 1.
San Francisco Shock start things off in dominant fashion right there. I know the first round was a little bit close, I think, when they got off to a little bit of a slow start, but as soon as they got rolling, there was no stopping the Shock. Proper and Sam off the break, man. This DPS combo, the Tracer and the Genji, just causing loads of problems for the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, stunning stuff. Proper, obviously, some really key pulse bomb sticks, as you mentioned, and that raw aggression as we saw him sort of chase down Dridro early in the round. We haven't even seen Kilo come in here, right? Who's another hyped-up DPS option for this team. San Francisco have got it all, and they're off to a great start here. These young rookies are shining under pressure. Let's see if the Eternal can fire back on the other side of the break.
Ice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Face with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
Now we knew that in the off-season, the San Francisco Shock were looking to make some money moves, right? The merger with O2 Blast, one of the most impressive teams in Korean contenders history, and what that sort of meant as far as the development pipeline of these young players definitely gave us that feeling. Sam looks fantastic, and so does Kalush here as well. Some of these players that maybe don't hail from South Korea really standing tall in this first map, and the way that the Shock want to play, Matt, hasn't changed so much. They still want to move at blistering pace.
Yeah, lightning fast gameplay there from the San Francisco Shock, where Paris Eternal was very difficult to even keep Glister alive on the 76, as Don will come in for Vistola. So, substitution in terms of tanks, Vistola kind of more in like that off-tank role, I would say, in terms of like what kind of heroes he's playing. Don, as we go into the next map, which will be King's Row, we haven't seen a Reinhardt yet. Possibly we see Reinhardt played here, as this is a classic Reinhardt map.
Absolutely, and honestly, the Reinhardt was one of the most successful picks for this squad last year. Dan was a big part of that, naturally. He's tied for second in charge kills and stuns per Earth Shatter, so keep an eye out for that. He was a very aggressive sort of Reinhardt that loved to start the fight off, and Ryan's had a bit of a facelift, so we may not necessarily see him, but if we do, keep an eye out for some of those
I will say though,
some not so subtle changes.
How effective is like a Reinhardt-based composition going to be on a map like this if the Shock decide to come out and run, what we saw in that last point on Well? You could easily run the Ana Lucio with the Genji Tracer and just be really aggressive towards like high ground and kind of like, back them up into corners and like really tough positions. What we've seen so far, at least today, is like some of these static comps have not been tremendous. So it looks like San Francisco off the start here. We'll see what they decide to do. I believe it was Kevster earlier, right? Teased us with a Sojourn, but it's going to be proper on the 76. So 76 is probably up on the high ground in certain positions. Really just kind of subbing out the Tracer for the 76. A little bit more consistent damage. Paris Eternal still some time to make changes. I'd be kind of shocked if we see like a Pharah Mercy kind of combination here. Pharah Mercy's good like against comps that want to play like closer together, and like especially when Soldier 76 isn't in the meta. Looks like Naga on the Genji, Glister. Yeah, look at back. So they're actually going to bring Don to play the Winston here. So they want to play a mirror matchup.
Don, obviously, no shortage of experience on that hero. He'll look to try and take some space early here and then just get a read on where the positioning is for San Francisco. Tickle fight with Kalush for the time being, and yep, up to the high ground, looking for Finn, booped away.
I gotta say, Violet is a player that, obviously a tremendous flex support in previous seasons, but he's gonna be probably playing a lot of like the main supports for this team at this point, like the Lucio. His boops to be able to help Finn have been on point, especially for a player who, Lucio is not like one of his main characters in the past.
Absolutely, and he's caught some smoke for it as well by a lot of fans. It was such a meme that he was like not a good Lucio player. I don't know how reasonable that is definitely now after he's of course been working on it. Glister finds a quick double kill here, and the spawn advantage is with Paris, so they should be able to get some capture percent, but there will be a recontest.
Oh, absolutely. As Kalush and Proper able to stay alive through this. You're going to come back here. Maybe your Winston jumps on the point. You can actually build up this nano and then put it on Kalush and let it really stay alive on the point. Man, Sam just so fast right onto Glister.
Glister, though, straight away, Helix Rocket his own feet, so heedless of the damage he might take from it there, just in case Sam actually gets on him. Finn could be in trouble, though, but Kalush is going to get him in Nana Boost, sleeping it off now, but Dana's been removed. Proper's able to find the enemy main tank. We're going to have to get used to not putting main in front of that. And Kalush now has a primal rage build up from that fight. He did his job.
Yeah, you see how far out he pushed the supports in the Soldier 76, right? All the way back to the initial choke. Just kind of like zoning them off. You're able to take care of the tank in that type of situation. It's going to take a while to really kind of see how this game develops. This plays completely different as Kalush has Primal Rage, going to use it, get really aggressive, trying to knock the Paris Eternal even further back.
Yeah, I mean, again, how much space are you really creating for San Francisco? I mean, you maybe just want to slow this down for the Eternal, but here they come. Tactical Visor comes out from Glister, but a bubble's thrown down instantly. Looking for Kalush. Sound Barrier to give Glister some staying power, and stay he does. Pushes all the way into the formation of the San Francisco Shock, getting rid of 2. That's a big blow. 40% of San Francisco off the map. The rest look like they're being corralled.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like the rest are going to be able to even get down and get a touch. They're just trying to get out with their lives. It's Biotic Grenade there. You'll be able to take out Naga. Can you get out, though, as some late staggers here could be pretty devastating for the Shock.
That classic aggression from Dredro, right? You'd love to see it. A better way to lead the Eternal forward, but proper off the spawn now to get rid of Dan. Cart's on the move, though, and that was just an attempt for the Eternal to create a little bit of space early. Let me get through this stroke unharmed. They'll be very pleased if they can do so.
Shock will come back. They'll have both support ultimates here, right?
They respect it.
And I was a bit nervous, you know, when you kind of saw like the staggers coming out, like, oh, you're going to lose like Violet and Finn, right? So this will be a Nano Blade coming in.
All right, one of the first we've seen today, but Sam found himself without targets initially until he finds 3. Maybe even a 4th there as Dan is stolen away by Proper. Hello. And yeah, we saw Genji get a lot of work done without the Nano Boost, but when he has it, that's scary.
And you just hold on to pretty much everything else there for the Shock. You still have the sound barrier for whenever the Dragon Blade comes through from the Paris Eternal. But typically this choke has always been tough to get past, but you're playing like double shields, right? Like in just kind of the underpass there. It looks a little bit different now, like still very difficult, but you kind of get out into this space, and the defense is an opportunity to kind of figure out like which angles you're going to attack from and like solo a player off, and you have to react so fast.
Matt, I'm going to address the mythical-like snake creature in the room. Naga yet to get on the board in terms of final blows. Having a very quiet start to this round. His blade needs to be big. So far, it's flashy. I'll give him that. Kalush not able to escape, so Naga finds his first there, and it is a big part of what's going to allow Eternal to advance.
He uses the blade, but doesn't use the dash straight away. Proper on the flank here, by the way, with Attack Visor. We'll see if he's actually able to get anything going with it. Draws some players back. Going to draw Don out with the Primal Rage.
Great taunt mechanic.
Yeah, right? To just draw attention to yourself. As Naga, he's actually going to get the effects of the Nano as well, as they're still trying to deal with Proper back here, as they finally get it.
Naga's able to get in a position now to have more impact. Glister pops a very late Attack Visor. This is going to be very, very hard to deal with. I think all of San Francisco basically forced into full-scale retreat, and it's just Kalush who's wanting to create some space and give them a staging ground to stop another checkpoint from coming up, but that's looking less and less likely.
Yeah, some really nice plays here coming out of the Paris Eternal. There was a nice sleep there from Khan onto Kalush, as Kalush tried to get into the backline, cause some problems. But then before, actually, when Naga uses Blade, he doesn't use the dash straight away. Violet uses the sound barrier, and he just kind of takes a quick peek behind them and notices Kalush does not get the effects of it, and then uses the dash to try and get into Kalush. They had him Biotic Grenade at that point as well, able to finish him off, really kind of open things up to take point B.
Dredro, a little careful about ascending to that high ground. Knows he can get popped pretty quickly, as he almost did. Finn trying to make sure that he can keep those high ground members of his team nice and topped up. Sam calls for healing, and that's the dive coming in from Dan. Takes a lot of damage, but Naga finds the target crucially. Looks like it was a deflect, actually, of a Bionic Grenade back at Finn. Nicely done by Naga. Beautiful little dive in. Kalush is in trouble too.
And it's so interesting to see Paris Eternal like not play this well, but like, you know, kind of match the Shock in terms of like composition. If they didn't really kind of want to go towards something like this, or couldn't really play it that aggressive on Ilios, where King's Row, they're looking fantastic with this type of setup.
In the last couple of minutes, Naga is, I mean, he's done an unreal amount of damage. It's actually disgusting. He's now back in form. Kalush able to get rid of him at the start of this fight, though. Naga pulled the blade and gets taken down. Dana on a great spot here to try and keep everybody in spawn. Instead, he tries to, you know, control Proper a little bit. Sam is wreaking havoc in his backline, and Dan has to go over the edge.
Yeah, Sam doesn't have to use the blade either, so that's huge, as Paris Eternal does not have a sound barrier going into this next fight. Really just try and put Glister in the best position to succeed with the Attack Visor, but teams so far today been doing a really nice job, either using some of the new cover added, or just getting whether it's these Winston or Genji with a deflect right in the faces, you're gonna lose Khan straight away. So you're gonna see everybody back up at the Paris Eternal. Nothing you can do now.
So punishing that dive was there from San Francisco. Kaluja also holding on to the Primal Rage, which may be crucial in terms of him filling up Blister's field of vision. And that card also start to revert its course. Yeah, a lot of emphasis being put on this tactical visor, giving Blister the sight lines, but this L-shaped turn makes it a little hard for Soldier to really get a good spot. And there's environmental kill threat as well. Finn looking after Sam for the time being as he just tries to make sure no one gets that high ground for free. Oh, Nano, here it goes.
Yeah, and I was going to say, once he sees an opportunity, going to call for the Nano. Going to take out Glister Kaluj, putting more pressure onto Khan. Second fight in a row, able to deal with him early. So there go the supports of the Paris Eternal. Really well executed dive there from the shot.
Yeah, and good rationing of ultimates as well. No, I mean, they come less and less frequently in the Overwatch 2 PvP beta, so Kaluj recognizing that keeping this Primal for another fight, pretty important to ration those out. Now this is where we see him take his stand on his debut. This could set things up for San Francisco in the next half. Dan's put to sleep at the start, now Twister, here it is, Tac Visor. And you can see what Kaluj is trying to do, get in his way, fill up his vision, make it hard for him to find a squishy target. Violet's able to avoid most of that. Oh, look at the damage, Proper finds a tactical visor of his own. Great work by Kaluj though. Excellent disruption with that Primal Rage, and Proper makes it 3-2 with one rocket. Dreamdro now trying to knock him off the map, but Proper wasn't born yesterday, young as he may be. The overtime will be done here, and Paris are stopped before the end of the map.
Still a pretty good offensive attack from the Paris Eternal. Really a bounce back performance about how they played in map number 1. You almost get the full distance. You get it pretty close there towards the end. It's just, can they hold serve on defense, right? Because this is where the Shock are going to be able to be the aggressors, obviously pushing the pace and tempo on the offensive side.
And again, Francisco getting a lot of value out of Nanolade. Proper happy just the tactical visor without being backed up by that Ana play so much. And we sort of didn't mention, but Violet has a really solid round there as well. A lot of healing output, but his damage done is probably one of the more impressive parts. He's accounting for a decent chunk of overall team damage, and he has 8 knockback kills, so bear that in mind. Very important.
Yeah, it's Paris on defense, Soldier Genji. They're kind of going with what they went with on the offensive side. Shock obviously an opportunity to make some changes, but with how they've been playing so well, maybe this is just like a damage boosted shot off the rip, something like that, right? We've kind of seen that in the past from teams at the top. Kings Row looks like Violet's got the damage boost onto Finn here at the moment.
I mean, don't knock it. Legitimate damage threat, although Violet actually has more damage than Finn right now, and he was playing Lucio, so Finn focusing on healing duties for the most part. Also, just want to point out, right, that Primal Rage looks different in Overwatch 2, right? Much less kills come directly from that ability as your final blows, right? I mean, Dan has no Primal Rage kills per ultimate, and I think Kaluj only has 0.33. That's not a good start.
And you saw Proper actually pinged him right at the start of the game, and they knew that Jour was up there. Oh man, wall riding, and yeah, you lose 2 players off the rip. You lose your Lucio in your tank. That is tough to be able to bounce back from that. Is you just make a small error, and the Shock are able to capitalize.
Not the start that Paris were looking for. Kings Row, everybody knows it by now. So much clock can be shaved with a good first point hold, but their leg sticks out. That aggressive Lucio player, is that being a weakness for him there? And Khan is just put in a body bag. That's a pretty inauspicious start for him.
Khan has had a rough go this far. They haven't really been able to protect him or Glister in a lot of situations where, when we've seen kind of dives come in, they're not as fast to the target from the Paris Eternal side as how the Shock are, but still, Violet doing a really nice job, with the boobs displacement, getting players off of Finn and Proper's back, and Kaluj doing a nice job at times. You even see jumping back on the Winston, kind of counter diving in towards the back line to try and get some of those players off.
I mean, San Francisco got through that choke for free, Matthew, because of sort of how that fight sort of dragged on. Oh my!
obviously with some of the changes in terms of like ultimate generation, just by like the tanks not doing damage to them, not generating as much. Like we haven't really seen any ultimates so far, and like we're already almost at point B. It's really just been like just straight up fights that the Shock are just coming out with like kills with just like abilities outside of ultimates and just pushing their way on through.
Now no Kalush, by the way. That's so scary. How on earth do you stand up against this? Okay, Kalush put to sleep and Glister gets attacked. Visor. He is eventually brought to sleep himself, but the damage is already done. Fantastic job from Glister, stopping the Shock in their tracks.
They needed a fight win badly. Glister, nice track in there, able to take out Violet. Pushing forward, trying to pick up some kills, kind of just stagger people a little bit, as you need to burn as much time as possible, because the Shock 4 minutes plus to take checkpoint B. Go and have Primal Rage and a Blade here, and your Sound Barrier here for the Shock. So in a prime position to take this checkpoint.
These soldiers are responsible for a third of their team's damage respectively, and that is the bare minimum expectation for them in this role. They have to be continuously dealing that consistent damage, right? Concentrating for long periods of time and delivering that. Nagas falls back, he's in deep trouble actually. Body Grenade did connect with him, and Sam was able to chase him down again. Sam playing the counter Genji game really well. Sound Barrier here means that Sam's Blade is blunted, and he's off to greener pastures.
And Violet has been able to stay alive all this time with Finn.
Oh no.
Now they use the Sound Barrier. They were able to stay alive for so long without investing that ultimate, and now investing here at the end where they really desperately need it, as a Glister was down to basically no HP, but able to finish off Sam as it'll be proper, cleans that one up. This should be the second checkpoint for the Shock.
Yeah, they're going to get there this time. Last time they tried to nano boost Kalush, but these Ana sleep darts from both sides have been on point. This time they brute forced the issue a little bit as the Eternal tried to go with a Sound Barrier start to the fight. Ooh dear. Well, plenty of CC in this game still apparently.
I mean, his sleep dart's been massive so far today, right? When you see like whether it's the Winston, the Genji trying to dive in, if that sleep dart is out, that's one of probably the biggest cooldowns they're actually looking at to be able to kind of push the button to just all go ahead.
You have to hit every one of them. The cooldown is increased now as well, so you spend another 3 seconds waiting for it to come up. You must hit the
huge biotic grenade. I mean, you're able to connect with like 3 players there.
I don't know how Finn escaped that. Naga wasn't able to chase him down. That was his best opening, and Sam's causing problems here. Disco dancing on top of Glister's biotic field. He'll get the deflect and finish. Stunning work from the young man. 3 minutes 37 on the clock, and San Francisco are bearing down on this final checkpoint.
I think there were like 4 players hit by that biotic grenade of the Paris Eternal by Finn. And once they were able to like kind of like stay alive for a little bit, back out, but not long enough, as Blister's going to use the attack visor here, but look at how much cover they're able to use to just stay alive, as I know Kalush put a shot at him with the Winston alternate fire.
Naga Blade, Finn, biotic grenade, 15 health left, and Violet's able to finish the job. Chases down Proper though, and finds yet another one here to go for the primary to finish off Violet, but it's good enough to keep him in the fight and keep Paris in the map. Glister with a nice little double, and that will be that. I'm going to stat for you, Matt. You were talking about the biotic grenade sort of effectiveness here. For biotic grenade related kills, Finn has 15 to Khan's 4.
Yeah, he's been getting insane value, Finn, like as Paris Eternal has been jumping in, trying to make plays, and they're there for the Shock. You can only kind of keep your supports alive for so long, right? I know they did a nice job at the start. This will be Sound Barrier invested early on here from the Eternal, as they want to try and push the Shock back a little bit, get this payload moving back towards the spawn.
Yeah, and if they can start, I mean, cycling ultimates is kind of a bygone era here in Overwatch, but if they can continue to feed those key abilities for each fight, right? So Nano Boost here, maybe Glister's able to work his way towards Attack Visor for the next one. Having at least one ultimate per fight is crucial, because the Shock are banking them here, and they might look to just sort of blow them all to try and sort of blow out the Eternal and finish the map. Keep an eye on that, Sam.
All of them, yeah.
Yep, the Blade's enough for Glister and for Khan, though, and Naga is in deep trouble.
I mean, look at that. You're able to win this fight pretty much, as Paris has to back out with just the investment of your Blade. That's huge, as you can come back into this next fight and you'll have everything else to use to just get this payload over the line. There's going to be not much more. All they're going to have is the Nano Boost, which maybe you're going to get a Primal Rage out of.
Khan looking for some biotic grenade value here. Kalush is going to get rid of him. No, and Finn, oh man, he's doing work on the Ana Proper here. Tactical Visor really yields some big results, and that's all that San Francisco really had to do. They banked up those ultimates, Matt. They let them go in a flourish, and that'll make it a 2-0.
that fight was over in an instant. It's like as soon as Paris came out of the spawn, they got a nano up, and it did not matter. Everybody just dropped as, Proper, I believe, with like a 3K there. I know Sam with the big play of the Dragon Blade even give them that position to be able to, have a lot of those ultimates towards the end. Is the shock in their new players look fantastic.
Smile on Finn's face, and so there should be. The San Francisco Shock look cool as cucumbers now as they turn up the heat on the Eternal. Stick around, everybody. Paris have a chance to stay alive in this series, but it's just one map. They've got to make it count.
You were there from the beginning.
Leonard going crazy. Gets it, that's 4 kills.
You were there when we all came together to watch the best of us.
And now it's go time. An absolute legend.
And you were there when legends were born.
Oh no! An absolute waste.
We were all there together.
Absolutely abominable.
Even when we weren't there together.
I can't believe they pulled that off.
You've been there for the daring.
Are you serious?
amazing.
What the heck is going on?
The impossible.
You've got to be kidding me, man! What in the Lord's name was that? He is up on the high ground. Who's going to stop Architect now, man? Nobody.
But now, the battle has been taken to new frontiers, and you've been called to answer. New heroes will rise. New arenas will emerge. New legacies will be formed. Will you be there?
Well, if you're here right now, you ought to be reminded that the Overwatch League Pick'em is back and better than ever. Be sure to make your picks every week during the Kickoff Clash qualifiers to win cash and new prizes like OWL tokens. And this year, you can make your picks on the Overwatch League mobile app. That's right, you don't even need to drag yourself to a PC to make your pick'ems and then back them up with horrendous takes on twitter.com. Love to hear them. Not. Make sure you get those pick'ems in again before they get all locked up, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy.
I forgot to do mine, but I definitely would have picked Gladiators. I would pick the Shock in this one.
I'm on track so far.
I probably would have picked whoever wins the next one as well.
I said 3-1-3-0, I want to say. Maybe 3-2 actually, so maybe I need a reverse sweep here. Here we go, substitution though. Kilo comes in from Sam. I'm very excited about this, Matt, because obviously teammate of Propers comes in. Kilo really known for a lot of hit scan heroes. This guy is nasty and nutty, and it kind of gives us a bit of an idea of where San Francisco are going for this next map. But I've got to say, I am beyond impressed. I'm blown away by Sam's debut. Insane. He honestly gapped on the Genji like you would not believe.
I would definitely agree. Wasn't sure what to expect, even just like how much Sam would play, right? With Proper and Kilo on the roster, but coming in those first two maps, he was tremendous on the Genji. Huge difference maker, so far, probably one of the better Genji or best Genji we've seen today, even though we're just our second match in. Dorado coming up next. We'll kind of get a look at, maybe some Widowmaker, some more long-range hit scan here as Dorado, we've seen that in the past.
Absolutely, and the kind of map that definitely facilitates for some of the specialty that Finn can bring in. I mean, it's iconic, a map of course, and the environment's changed a little bit for us, but it is still the same Dorado that you know and love. Now again, we're looking to try and get to see some Colosseo in this series, so the Paris Eternal, they've been given notice. You need to try and start this reverse sweep here and now. But realistically, San Francisco, a few steps ahead here. I've got to say, look, Finn looking incredible on that support role there. And look, I think Naga had a slower start to King's Row, really started to pick it up towards the end, but it was a little too late, especially with Proper being just godlike from start to finish of that map. You've got to have everybody running on all cylinders by the looks of things to sort of match San Francisco's Shock right now.
Yes, they have gotten Paris' number in the regular season all time due to Shock. So we'll see if Paris can kind of correct that, put it get one on the board here today. So it'll be Paris Eternal on defense. Nothing really changing. Don stays in. I guess that's one thing to kind of point to is Don or Vestola, who is going to play here, as we saw Vestola in map number 1, Don in map number 2. We see Don stay in. So far, we've really only seen the Winston from him. No, he was a main tank in the past. Vestola, playing played some D.Va in that first map. So seems to be more, some of these maps geared towards his skill set a bit.
So, I'm getting a bit excited because Kilo's cycling through a few of the heroes that he was known for, but this is definitely going to be one of them. San Francisco Shock have never lacked a nasty hit scan presence on this roster, and Kiro's happy to step into those shoes.
Kilo 3 for 3.
Yeah, Don's having the seagull experience right now.
Yes, Proper will go Genji here, so Maybe you can sub out Sam because you want the hit scan, but also Proper just has the flexibility to play just about anything, right? That's a Biotic Grenade hit onto Dawn, as Finn has been on point throughout this series. As the Ana Bio Grenades been massive in terms of like pushing Paris Eternal back and then also getting them weak, making it difficult to stay in, commit to those dives.
Yeah. Like I said, tough enough to keep your tank alive without it being impossible to heal them, right? No defense matrix to back up the Winston here, but that's some nice little work from Glister. Slick use of the Helix Rocket to get a bunch of damage. Finish off into that shot. Oh,
that Helix Rocket almost goes right back into his face. You can also just see, like in 5v5, like without the shields in play, like multiple shields, like just the lethality of some characters. Like right there, you know, Finn turns the corner, like with Soldier 76 and some little bit extra damage. I mean, he is gone off the map. Where you know, in the past, they're just a little bit longer. Some of these fights would go.
All right, Kalush to the high ground now. Glister finds himself. Ooh! Without his biotic field and without healing available readily, Kalush is actually able to get out with this, getting away with literal murder, and really limiting Paris' ability to control that high ground, but they will remain for now and try and drop down off and into this choke. What can Khan make happen here with a biotic grenade? Oh, okay. Both teams go for bios. Paris get 2 players hit by them, but Finn is able to be finished off by Dan, following up the bio.
Yeah, and then the mark on the Kilo up in the high ground, and then, you know, Don just jumps right on top of him and has the primal. No need to use it. Is Kalush going to make it into the back of the spawn now? Just going to get some healing from that, but a good bounce back there from Paris Eternal. They've been put together a pretty strong defense thus far up close.
This is such a quintessential defensive look for Dorado, right? Overwatch has changed so much over the years, but this one factors remain the same. Winston playing from the high ground in this position, able to go up, down, and sort of get safe healing. He's always been very powerful on this map. Kalush is trying to break through this, but put to sleep pretty much instantly there by Khan. And Dan is obviously doing a little bit of peeling here as he try and pressure out that back line. Nicely done. Probably going to get rid of Naga though. No blade. Surely not. No, it's far too low for that. And Dan looks nasty on the Winston so far.
Yeah, he's had a really strong performance since he's come in. You know, much closer game than the first one on King's Row. Then here on Dorado, pretty good start as now the Shock will get the payload moving. They only had to use their nano during that, Mitch. You know, just on a Kalush to really kick that one off as Paris tried to use the Dragon Blade to bring things back. Is Inforesight here from Kilo going to make it very difficult for Paris to get onto the card.
Ooh, proper, forced back. Okay, here's a Primal Rage. That's going to be a beautiful follow-up there. Even though Dridro had a sound barrier, it's not going to be enough to stop the Shock, who built most of these ultimates during that kind of brute force kind of brawl as they tried to get through the choke.
I'm interested to see if, like, Paris decides to counter this, like, with a Widowmaker of their own. I don't know if it's like the matchup, like Glister's a sick Widowmaker, right? But is this the matchup you want to take? Also, Widowmaker becomes an even easier dive target, which you're already kind of having like difficulties dealing with. But in certain parts of the map like this, you're just dealing with like, look at the sight lines that you're kind of dealing with here. Like the Widowmaker is so effective.
Kilo, yeah, he's great sight lines, and he's just better than Glister
takes
at this
Glister's head off, yeah. I mean, and you don't want to switch at this point, right? Because Glister has the attack visor, so you're just kind of like holding onto it, just you want to get a use of it, because ultimates are just so much harder to come by.
Now that bubble's down, so again, it's a little risky here for the Eternal to play on this high ground when they don't control Kilo's positioning. Proper, got to keep them honest here. You know, Shuriken after Shuriken, attack visor coming in. Look at, okay, so Proper's trying to get Glister's way with that deflect while he can, and a great sound barrier from Violet. They may lose Kalush here. Yeah, he's not able to escape, but they're able to trade despite there being so many ultimates at play for Paris.
And what do you do for the Shock, right? You know, you're getting close to this Nano. Do you even think about like extending this fight and maybe Nano on the Proper? He's getting so close. As this is going to be a Primal Rage that comes in from Dawn. As Proper's actually going to use the blade. He's going to get 2.
No way. Got stuck on the roof for a moment there. He needs to get away from Dawn, and so he does. Kalush to the rescue now. Proper was hoping to finish Dawn off, but Kilo's going to be there with that final little bit of damage.
They're still going to
devastating though. They were grouped up inside the courthouse. Perfect timing for a blade.
As it was Dawn who actually had the effects of a nano boost, which is able to help him like finish Proper off. But you know, Naga here just trying to contest with Khan kind of healing him from the high ground. You're going to see both teams get back to about full strength. It's going to be a nano, though, up to the high ground here.
Oh!
Luge gets slept right away.
Stunning work as well. And you can see the Kanyu, he had to come forward, which is counterintuitive, right? You see a Winston that's nano boosted. You don't want to walk in his direction at all, but he knew to hit that sleep dart, he had to get inside the bubble. Nicely done by Khan, and Kaluge is shut down.
We've seen Khan with like some really nice auto play as well. We talked about Finn, but like the sleep darts on Kaluge have been perfect. Like every time he's been able to take him out. There was another one. He's biotic grenaded, so they try and finish him off. But they wake him up. Now a few more kills come in for the shock. You're gonna have to back up here if you're the Eternal.
Kaluge having to get away with that is just astonishing to me. Violet, though, might be in trouble. Biotic grenade did connect there. Beautiful stuff from Khan, but that's not enough. Proper's able to get rid of Naga again. Naga struggling in the Genji matchup. Whether it's Proper or Sam, he's coming out second best a lot of the time. 30 seconds remain, though. The Eternal have had a good defense run of it so far. Kilo wanted that insta-kill so badly, and Dredro supplies a 3-player sound barrier.
This is one of the sightlines that Widowmaker dominates from. You know, even when we were 6-on-6 with shields all up in the game, this is a power position. So difficult. You see, like the 76 can't challenge at range. Also, the 76 is dealing with a Genji in his face. Really difficult to deal with the Widow at that range. Is the shock? They'll take that second checkpoint. So you move into the later portion of the map. You'll have Nano Blade available for both teams coming into this fight. Violet on the Lucio, though, with the sound barrier. His sound barrier has been really good today. I think like last year we saw like Violet play Lucio sometimes, and it was a up and down. I feel like today, you know, you kind of get more games like this. We're not really even going to be talking about his Lucio play as, you know, something to look out for. It's pretty good, pretty standard.
Yep, Violet's providing 4 sound barriers per ultimate to Dredro's 3 right now. A 1-player difference is absolutely huge when it comes to the efficiency of that ultimate on this particular map. Look at that, don't even need it this time around.
They use a Nano Blade, they don't even need to use it.
Well, rather, they don't really get anything from it. That's probably the maybe more concerning part.
Yeah.
You know, Kilo gets picked off from Dan, but that's all you come up with at the end of this fight. Nice done by Dan. I mean, doing well with his primal rages, but he was already in a lost fight situation.
Yeah, and at this stage of the map, there's not really a great opportunity for the Widowmaker, especially kind of when you round this corner. Just a lot of you know, places to close the gap. So Kilo's actually going to go for the Reaper. So they're going to bring a Moira into the mix as well. This is going to be a very like close together brawl style comp.
What a flick! Khan gets absolutely nailed to the wall there by the Hellfire shotguns, and I mean, San Francisco are just using everything they have now. They want to be done. Obviously, as we head into overtime, they need to use what they've got. Proper doesn't quite survive that running with Dan, but it was really just going to be Dan standing. Naga removed, and San Francisco get the map done in overtime.
The rich get richer for the San Francisco Shock, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're used to having the best. You know, last year, don't come out on top. Not an expected outcome, and they retool with some just, you know, crazy players here to start things off with, you know, how well that Finn, you know, Proper, Kilo played thus far. You know, Collusion, Sam, right? Those are like 2 of the players that Collusion, a little bit of late addition. Sam, you didn't know what you were going to get, and both of them have played great. And then, I mean, we know what we get from Violet. It's a really scary roster.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're looking at Dredro, right, who was hailed, and still is hailed as one of the best main supports, right? I mean, you know, Europe is kind of blessed with incredible main support players. Like, look at Funny Astro, you know, put him in the same vein as this guy. I mean, ever since we've got to see Dredro at a World Cup for France, everybody immediately realized that this guy was like a hidden gem, right? Which you could argue, because, you know, that was probably because Wins played an extra World Cup as main support, where, you know, people were scratching their heads about that one. But even still, once we got to see Dredro on the main stage, he was making a big impact. But Violet is outshining him in basically every element here. Healing per 10, damage per 10. Violet is looking pretty darn scary. Violet has 18 eliminations, right, at the final blow. Dredro only with 5. It's been very, very hard for Paris to sort of generate momentum via these sort of one fights or early advantages. And I mentioned that sound barrier efficiency, right? 4 to 3, one player, huge difference.
So now we get to see the Paris Eternals attack. It's Kaluge not playing on that high ground, right? They're not playing like players up really close, as they actually bring the Brigitte in. As we know, Violet, very strong Brig, and used a little bit more on the high ground to protect the Widowmaker here in this type of situation.
Okay, Paris, better figure your way out of this one. Move back immediately. Oh man, Dan couldn't find his target, but Proper sure as heck did. Now, accosting Finn, who's forced to drop back down. Dunn doesn't want to overextend, especially he knows that this fight's essentially already over. Proper's just eviscerated the Eternals backline. This guy's a real deal.
Yeah. And like this is probably like you've had a few weeks now with Cluj on the roster, right? But still, being able to get him in, get him kind of familiar with the team, kind of like the coaching style, the players. You expect like things should just get better from this point on, right?
Now, Brigitte here for Violet. It's a zoom in here. Obviously, Shield Bash now has no stun, but she kind of heals with everything. It's not just a certain number of abilities that proc Inspire, it's all of them. Her healing output is disgusting. Sleep Dart, that was connection. Nice job by Khan, but he gets rid of Violet as well. Smooth as silk, baby. Fantastic play from Khan to deal with all sorts of aggression in his face. And Paris might actually have a staging ground to start from here.
Yeah, so we get our first look at like Sombra throughout the weekend, right? We haven't seen Sombra thus far as
a lot of changes there, man.
Backwards, yeah, a lot of changes with Sombra, right? She can hack from stealth, does more damage to health hack targets. EMP does like a percent damage, kind of like for
40% of current health, not max.
Yes.
So yeah, obviously more effective at sort of fuller health targets here. But then invisible hack is pretty scary. Keep an eye on that. Health packs only get hacked for 30 seconds now, so you'd have to refresh that much more frequently.
It's like, yeah, Glisser getting a good idea of where Kilo is. It's gonna be...
Oh, doesn't get the job done. Body grenade there to heal Kilo back up, and he immediately pops his visor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, immediately pops walls, right, to get an idea of where he is. This will be a Dragon Blade that comes in.
What a primal rage
from Naga, and he's shut down quickly as well.
Yeah, Kalush made it impossible for Naga to actually touch the target that he wanted to go for. Great peel. And this is what we talk about now, is the tank player having to do it all. Go aggressive, start the fights, and also peel and protect your backline. Masterful understanding of the role there from Kalush. Already almost halfway to yet another primal rage. Completely shutting Naga down. He switched over the Reaper guy. He's done.
Yeah, so now you get a Reaper Sombra combination. We've seen this in the past. Also to note, when Violet uses Rally, you see that's like extra health, like no longer gaining extra armor, right? Like anything that like sound barrier, like you've seen those like green bars today, those all kind of get converted into, overhealing, so to speak. So kind of like having their own individual things, like adding shields or armor in terms of rally. What I found interesting, Mitch, before was like when Glisser went for the kill on a Kilo, he actually didn't even hack him to start things off. Probably actually would have killed him with the damage amp.
Worth pointing out there for sure. That EMP's up for Glister, but Naga's fallen yet again. Dredro just trying to group up and protect, I think, Khan from all of this attention that he's about to be receiving. But that is a tall order, sir. Bionic Grenade connects, sure enough, but a Stagger Fighter's not what you want here. Big EMP from Glister, though. Yikes, that one hurts.
Oh, yeah, so you're going to get the payload moving here. Do you have an opportunity to get another fight, potentially, if you're the Shock? You don't have, like, a Lucio in the mix, so... not the speed boost, and honestly, probably don't even need to, right? Like, you're in a position where you completed the map. You can play a little bit more defensive. Get Kilo now sit up on the high ground as 76. You get a hold or two here, and you're in a spot to close it out before they even get close to capping that second checkpoint.
2 minutes and 17, right? That's what they're working with. So, in terms of trying to fight through this part of Dorado, not a whole lot of time. It's treacherous terrain, for sure. Just the pressure there by Kilo is obviously gone over to the Soldier 76 down. Mana boost online for Paris Eternals. Can't.
Looks like Paris is trying to figure out how to attack this. You're trying to get the Reaper in the right position, right? Get the Reaper close enough to make a huge impact. As Biotic Grenade comes in from Khan. Only connects with one, though, and you're going to have proper use of Dragon Blade. So looks like the Shock will win this engagement. Is the payload not even moving at this point?
Yeah, I mean, Dan pops the Primal again, but it doesn't really do much in terms of advancing their win condition of moving that card, right? Buys a little bit of time, but Dan probably feeling like he gets shortchanged in terms of how effective he can be in that fight. And San Francisco building up to all these support ultimates, right? That is huge. Also using Brig to control space on that high ground makes it so hard for Paris to get a perch, to get any sort of staging ground here. This is about to get ugly.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a nano boost onto the Reaper. But the Shock don't have to go in here and fight it, like, right? Like Yeah, I mean, they don't even, like, the Reaper, like, he gets no value out of that nano boost, because the Shocker, like, okay, like, the payload's, like, not going to move outside. We don't have to jump in here and fight. Kalush was in
walk past him.
Primal Rage. Yeah, they just walk right past him. I mean, as soon as the nano wears off, they just walk right past him.
San Francisco, 40 seconds left in the round now. Putting Paris in the most precarious of positions here. Yeah, it's familiar terrain, to be sure, but a very unfamiliar situation going up against these players. San Francisco looking to build a new legacy, and they're looking to do so by starting off with a big 3-0 win here in the Overwatch League. Let's see if Paris can foil that a little bit more. Kilo's looking for a flank angle for this TAC visor. That could be a game ender.
Yeah, I mean, what, you wait for the clock to dwindle down. Violet can use Rally. You can come from another angle with a attack visor. You're going to have a sound barrier here from Dridro, but still, it might not be enough.
Here we go. Blister out of the picture here, taken down. Looks like environmental damage, or maybe even a deflection of that Helix rocket off a wall or something. Kilo attack visor now. Sound barrier's going to be used, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Not nearly enough. The dam is broken. It's more than just a leak. The Paris Eternal swept from the map. The San Francisco Shock start their 2022 campaign in classic style. It's a 3-0 win.
Could not have asked for a better start if you're a San Francisco Shock fan. You saw it all on display today, right? You saw Violet strong, Lucio playing, Kalush coming in and playing, some really strong tank play, and as he's kind of still getting adjusted to the lineup, Finn on the Ana with tremendous bio grenades, and the DPS rotation. We knew what Proper and Kilo were going to give us. They delivered. Sam played a really strong Genji early on. So, man, this is a team that you look at that will probably just get better as the season goes on.
And we're talking about the Eternal, who are, to be fair, kind of seasoned veterans of the Overwatch League by now. They've got at least a full season behind them, and they're going up against this plucky team of just red-hot talent coming out of South Korea. Some of them, but not all, of course, as Sam really blew our minds. Kalush looked incredible here. But our player of the match from the San Francisco Shock is, it's an easy one to call for me. It's going to be Finn. This guy turned up and diffed like a top 4, I would say, Ana in the Overwatch League. So many of Khan's stats, at least on Flex Support, are just out of this world. Finn looked incredible. Started off obviously on this more aggressive game plan, but the guy didn't bat an eyelid in his first match here.
I really thought you could have given it to like either of the supports for the Shock today. I mean, really, obviously a lot of great options, but I know Finn with the big biotic grenades, fantastic sleeps, and then I also think with like Finn's performance, you can't kind of discredit the ability for Violet to pick up the Lucio and be able to keep him alive long enough. Like, there's a noticeable difference in how long they were able to keep Finn up compared to the supports on the other side.
No doubt about it. And Finn also doing a great job in allowing Kalush to get away with some, frankly, audacious moves on that Winston. San Francisco look really well tooled to play this Winston-based composition, right? Proper can play, Tracer, he can play any hit scan, and then you put him on DPS, and he looks incredible, right? Not too many teams in the past have had two equally destructive projectile DPS options, right? Do want again to give honorable mention to Sam, who was miles ahead of his counterpart when we got to see him earlier on the series. This just wasn't even close.
And this Shock team is going to be one that, like, the versatility from them just in every single role is crazy throughout the year. I mean, I know Violet being able to pick things up like the Brig again, if you see like a situation where he has to play like the Batiste, right? Kalush is known to be able to play like so many of the different tanks that were main tanks and also tanks categorized as like off tanks in the past. Then you kind of hit on the DPS. Like, it's just crazy that they don't have to make as many changes as other teams, like roster-wise, to make all this stuff work.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to give Matt a moment to get rid of the wild mouse cursor that's floating around in his room. We'll come back, more Overwatch League.
There's a mouse
coming
cursor?
right at you. Yeah, it was almost up your nose. I'm surprised you didn't feel it. Stick around, everybody. More Overwatch League coming after the break. It's been a pleasure to be back. More to come.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. We're joined now by Proper from San Francisco Shock for our post-match interview. Proper, hello. Proper 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, congratulations on your big win today. Your first win, and also it was a very clean 3-0. So big congratulations, and I'm just going to jump right into my first question. First question being, there were a lot of hype about you joining the San Francisco Shock, and I think for all the right reasons, because I saw your gameplay and I was very amazed. You were really, really good. But at the same time, did all that hype sort of make you feel any pressure? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 일단 이번에 프로퍼 선수가 센쇼로 들어오면서 좀 굉장한 찬양도 많았고 또 제가 또 개인적으로 찾아봤을 때도 많은 분들이 되게 기대가 높았어요. 프로퍼 선수가 너무나도 잘하는 선수이기 때문에 쇼크에 들어온 거에 대해서 되게 말이 많았는데 어떻게 좀 그런 거에 대한 당연히 뭐 감사도 하겠지만은 좀 어느 정도 부담감 같은 거를 좀 느끼셨나요?
부담감도 조금 느끼긴 했는데 그냥 하던 대로 평소 네, 그런 것 같아요.
Right. So, as for being feeling the pressure, there were a little bit of pressure that I felt, but more about. But I didn't want to focus too much on the pressure that I felt. I just, try to play the game as how I always played and how I would play on a usual day, and I think that's what I focused on today in the match. All right. Thank you for your answer. And my next question for you is just a little fun one for you, Proper. This is going to be your first season in the Overwatch League. Do you have a personal goal for the 2022 season? 자, 두 번째 질문은 조금 더 가벼운 질문입니다. 프로퍼 선수 이번에 오버워치 리그 시즌에 좀 개인적인 목표가 있다면 무엇이 있을까요?
일단 제가 컴팬에서 왔잖아요. 컴팬에서처럼 이제 리그에서도 잘하는 선수 생각하면은 제 이름이 나왔으면 좋겠어요. 네, 제 개인적으로.
As you guys all. 죄송합니다. 마지막 파트 한 번만 다시 얘기해 주실 수 있나요?
네, 제 개인적인 목표예요.
개인적인 목표 알겠습니다. Alright, so my personal goal of 2022 season is just like everyone knows I am from Contenders, and just like when I was in Contenders, now I'm in the Overwatch League, and I want to be the player where if you just think of a great player or someone that's really good in the Overwatch League, I want to be that person that's in everyone's head. Proper, very proper answer. Sorry guys. Okay, no. 자, 프로퍼 선수 이걸로 인터뷰를 마치겠고요. 시간 내주셔서 너무나도 감사드리면서 다음에 또 뵙도록 하겠습니다. I'll see you. Hopefully, I'll talk to you soon.
네, 수고하세요.
네, 감사합니다. All right, let's go back to Seoul.
Anywhere.
I don't know.
Literally next to each other. Isn't that great? Isn't that fantastic?
He doesn't know what to say.
I wanted to sound professional.
It worked-ish. It was proper. You're missing one more pun, and then we got the
I'll
bingo
leave,
card.
Guys.
Perfect. No, but I mean, honestly, he's before he even joined the league, he already tried to make a point for himself as the Alarm Rookie of the Year award. So let's see if he can keep it up. Yeah. It was a good performance today. Let's revisit that match. It was a one-sided-ish affair for the San Francisco Shock. But was it the Shock just being really, really good, or was Paris kind of dropping the spaghetti here, Costa? Where are we at?
I don't think you can really talk incredibly or bad about Paris Eternal. I think there was sort of a skill difference in these two teams. We expect Paris to be solid, but the San Francisco Shock with these rookies, if they perform to the level that they did today against the best teams, they are a championship caliber team. And I think it was really awesome to see Proper and Sam both come in and show what they're made of. Sam doesn't really get as much hype as Proper does on the team, but you saw him really pop off on that Genji, and you sort of see that niche he's going to fill when they want Proper to play that Soldier or that Tracer. Sam can come in, he can play that Genji, maybe even the Echo, and that sort of enables Proper to always be that anchor on the team and do whatever he needs to do for the team. On the Paris Eternal side, I think they were fine. I think they were a little bit outclassed. I think Naga really struggled to get off the mark. I think he on the Genji, he wasn't able to perform against Sam and against Proper. And that could just be the pressure that the San Francisco Shock are exerting with just such a solid roster. And I really like Finn being that MVP of the match as well. I think absolutely deserved, put a great first performance in.
Absolutely. Now, we did see Violet on Lucio. That was a that was a question mark heading into it. I felt like he actually looked a lot better.
It looks like he's been working on it.
Yeah.
You can tell that they've come into this season and the expectation has been, Violet, you're going to be the Lucio. You're going to need to be the one to play it. And he's a phenomenal player. No one doubted that he couldn't play it. But it looks like he's put the time in. It was serviceable. It's hard to see that Lucio prowess in a match in something like that. So I hope we get to see him making more plays and really proving everyone wrong on that Lucio in the future.
Yeah, and now once again we saw more Winston. Are you happy? Are you okay with this?
Am I okay? I'm very okay with it.
I don't know. We wanted to see a lot of Doom.
I was hoping for Doom. I was hoping for more Doom.
I expected to see more Doom, but, you know, we're not pro
Can't get everything. Yeah, no, that's
We're not pro
Why are you going to remind me, Daddy? Come on.
That's true. Well, heading into that next match, I was forced to bring up our predictions again.
Yeah,
let's look at it, guys. All right, bring it up, okay.
Okay, well, let's see, listen. I want to play with my baby brain again. I can't, no. So here's the thing, like, I do think, like, if Florida Mayhem are going to win, I don't think that's going to be a big, like, whoa. Like, that. It's not an out there pick, to be fair. And Atlanta Reign, they do have to prove that they can make it work in the current state of the game, because I do think it's very different than what they're used to if we're looking at their comfort kind of play style.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. It's like you're trying to convince me over here.
Yeah, I'm saying, Casa, please.
But defend me. I think you're absolutely right. Like, I'm going for Atlanta because I think they are the more solid team. I think they had a great performance last year. We have higher expectations for the Atlanta Reign, while Florida Mayhem is kind of jumping over the low expectations that we had for them. But I'm really excited to see what they're doing. Really, you just bought into the Scrimbox exchange. Every time, Zoe, we tell you not to buy into the Scrimbox, and then here you are, going in the first game.
I honestly, I did flip-flop on this prediction, because I first had Atlanta Reign and I was like, no, this is too easy. No. I'm always going for the Atlanta Reign. So I let them court me a little bit this season. You know, gotta prove their worth first.
I picked Atlanta Reign just because I wasn't even thinking about like who's gonna win. I just picked like Atlanta Reign because I wanted to see Ryan or Orisa.
Whoever plays Orisa first wins my heart. Yeah, I just want to see some javelins get yeeted.
Yes,
that's what I want.
It is one of the most satisfying and most heartbreaking, if you're on the receiving end, moments you can possibly experience right now. So I hope some of you got to experience that already in the beta. I hope some of you are in chat getting them drops. For now, we are done here, of course, with our game break, and that means we're ready for all the action. So we're gonna send it over to our new casting duo, new old duo, bit of both. Joss and Necra.
Woo! Let's go!
Thank you very much. Yeah, new, old, amalgamation of new things. Yes, welcome, Necra, to the league. Rose, it's good to have you. I'm excited. First day of Overwatch League 2022. Overwatch 2 PvP beta. Yeah, there's not really a better place to start, to be honest with you.
Oh my gosh, absolutely not. I can't believe that it feels like forever, because it has been forever since we've had Overwatch League. And so to be back with such a fresh game and a fresh game mode as well, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll also get into the action ASAP, and a lot of these players are pretty raring to go. Of course, I love a bit of conflict. I'm glad Zoe strayed away from the Atlanta Reign and chose the Florida Mayhem, because this team is full of brand new players that have stepped into the league. However, they've got a sprinkling of veteran talent in there as well. Of course, we've seen Checkmate in the past for the Florida Mayhem, and Checkmate has played a little bit of tank in the past, a little bit of Reinhardt, but this time stepping back onto DPS, and we also have another veteran in Arnamo in the support line.
For sure, and we also have to take a look at some of the rookies that are on this team as well. I think Hydron is a notable rookie that a lot of you may remember from just kind of seeing that Tier 2 Overwatch action, but Hydron is definitely a player that is known for that Tracer, and so I love getting a chance to see what this team is going to do, putting all of these different pieces together.
Yeah, and I do love hearing a bit of the Scrimbucks here and there too, and apparently someone is pretty damn good, so I'm excited to see him play on that solo tank role. Samar Jed too has been another player that's been hyped up, especially around the EU scene when he was playing over there. So a brand new support with a rather veteran Lucio player in Arnamo is going to be all good for him, I can imagine. Someone to rely on, that's for sure. And the Atlanta Reign, if you're a fan of them, you've got a lot of faces that you'll recognize once again, a lot to rely on. You have Kai, Nero in the DPS lineup. Of course, you have Hawk, and then brand new to the league, Ultraviolet and OG.
Ultraviolet and OG have a rich history and successful history of playing together, and so I think that they're going to have a lot of synergy going into these matches, at least in this first quarter. Love to see that, but also what I think is really interesting about the Reign in general is that we're going to see Hawk in the starting lineup for this roster, and so Hawk and Gator can no longer play together because it is 5v5, but Hawk makes a lot of sense as we take a look at the first map ahead of us.
Yeah, we do have Li Jiang coming up first, and we were discussing before this match even started, like, oh, who will we see? Li Jiang, you can play these more main tanks if you want to run like a rush style, so that would make sense for Gator, but flexibility in the off-tank role for Hawk has been rather good for the Atlanta Reign in previous seasons. Of course, the Zarya we've seen played already. Unfortunately, we've not seen any Hog, but maybe later down the line. Patch notes came out today for the beta and they look crazy, for Hog at least. So Hawk, I think, is a good pick here for Control, starting us off. And that's the best thing about the Reign too. They do have a lot of flexibility in that tank role. 2 tanks that can play up to the very top level of the Overwatch League.
Absolutely, and I think Hawk just being able to fit into this very first map and in this role really nicely. I think D.Va can also be such a powerful force when put into a singular tank role because you do have that defense matrix, and so that's going to be really great to be able to soak up a ton of that damage. But Hydron, this is one of the players we highlighted on the Florida Mayhem.
Yes, we did. Redbird Esports American Tornado alumni. Look at all those first place finishes throughout NA contenders of 2021. You can see why the Atlanta Reign wanted to pick up, Florida Mayhem wanted to pick up someone like this. Florida Mayhem have gone through some crazy iterations over the years, Rose, and Checkmate being the only returning player, you're going to need some more bang for your buck, and they've got that in Hydron. He just needs to now prove himself on the big stage versus people like Nero, who have been on a championship-winning roster in Shock, and Kai, one of the best hit scan players we have in the league, especially on things like Widowmaker.
Oh, for sure. I know that we're going to see a lot of these DPS players pop off as we have in the first 2 series that we have. But let's talk about Nero a little bit more because Nero's Echo particularly has been such a standout for this player. I mean, take a look at how much hero damage overall that this player has been able to do per 10 minutes. Just definitely the top of the top here, Jaws.
Yeah, Nero and... I was going to say Nero is something we wouldn't expect to see, but of course we would. I mean, Echo. Echo's a bit of a weird one. I came into the beta myself thinking, man, Echo getting nerfed, her ultimate, her duplicate, you can't take the entire HP ball of the tank, normally the copy target, anymore. It feels a bit weird. It feels like you can get bursted down so quickly. We saw a little bit of Echo earlier on, duplicating a Winston, but as soon as you earn that Primal Rage, your health bar, boom, all the way back up again. So you can just continue rolling the team. And will we see a little bit of Echo here? Maybe. And that's another thing about the Atlanta Reigns comp too, or the players that they've chosen to field today, is Nero is just so flexible, Rose.
Nero is definitely very flexible, and I think that that plays a very strong part in when we take a look at this first map of Lijiang Towers. Every single round, you typically end up seeing a different style of composition come out from these teams, and maybe it's going to be a little bit more brawl-centric if we are going over to Control Center, as we've seen, but also I feel like Dive can be a very, very dominant force on this map.
Yeah, you can whip out things like the D.Va too. There's a lot of things you can play, and that's the beauty, especially the first day of the league this year. We've seen so many tanks, so many support comps, we've even seen a Brig. Like, we're seeing a ton of DPS being utilized, and honestly, a lot less Soldier than I thought we'd see, because Soldier's been just tearing it up on the beta and scrims, so I'm a little bit shocked we're not seeing more of him, but I love adaptations the teams have been doing. I would love to see some Echo from Nero, but maybe sticking with this rather aggressive dive if Hawk sticks on the Doom.
I just love that we get a chance to see a lot of Genji. That's a hero that I haven't seen too much of recently, and so I love that we get a chance to see this Genji pop off. But looks like you're right. We're going to see a dive comp come out here, but also a little bit more of like that brawl flavor where you do have that Doomfist and Nero for that strong dive onto the Florida Mayhem here, but also that Reaper, so much damage.
Server room control for the Florida Mayhem. You see Hawk put up his block there, wanting people to shoot it to get it empowered, to stun somebody. First death goes to Hydron, unfortunately. The veteran in Kai winning out that duel. Hawk's going to have a really easy time knocking people around, and that should be an easy wipe. Florida Mayhem going oh so low. Jed, someone, they are dead. The Reign do end up winning this first engagement. A lot of support ultimate charge too, and something I want to point out, Rose, as well. It was definitely mentioned before, but you gain ult charge a little slower in Overwatch 2.
You do, and you can really feel that in some of the support ultimates, especially when they're not really ready to charge up and sometimes available at the times that you need them to be. But let's see what Semaine can get done here on this Ana.
Yeah, quick engage. Semaine unfortunately purpled as soon as he entered that small corridor. Hawk's going to be able to get out rather quickly. Finds the punch on the Lucio, but it's actually Checkmate that's doing a lot of work. He gets 2 kills, 1 reset on the dash and killing the Reaper, and now the target is Ultraviolet. He falls, and the Florida Mayhem they've bitten back. Hawk does have that Meteor Strike. There is a nano for the Florida Mayhem. Meteor Strike, yeah, it does a fair bit of damage still, but you really need to just land straight on the center of somebody to get that guaranteed kill. It's a little bit quicker this time too in getting up in the air. Doomfist feels extremely good in the Overwatch 2 beta, very fun to play. So is Reaper for Kai. Semaine and Ultraviolet end up trading. It's now Lucio's to go. The blade has been popped for Checkmate, as well as that beat to keep him alive. The fight was basically done though as soon as he used that blade. A couple of ultimates for the Florida Mayhem, but the Reign use a couple of theirs too. They have the beat to re-engage, as well as that blade and the Death Blossom.
It's a lot that the Atlanta Reign are going to be able to approach this fight with, and it's going to be a quick engage here as they look to get something done.
There's the beat, there's the blade, insta-kill on Semaine, and now Nero trying to find some more resets. He tries to hit the monkey to finish him off, but the Primal Rage will keep someone alive. A big sleep, and now a Death Blossom for Kai, with all that space being made by him and his supports in the back line. Kai finishes off Hydron, and Checkmate once again. It's the Atlanta Reign looking to win this fight. Someone, he didn't have too much of an impact, got instantly slept, and that just allowed Kai to get to the backline ASAP and pick off those squishy supports.
I think Hydron using that Death Blossom there was such a waste. Why go in and use it if you're not going to switch to something else? Florida Mayhem here really need to pick up the pace as the Atlanta Reign continue to meet them with aggression.
Yeah, a lot of pace going on right now. These fights are happening so quickly. They do on control, but in Overwatch 2, you'll find a lot of these fights end in a blink of an eye, and Hydron this time gets the better of Kai, but they still need to tussle on the point. Doomfist in this form, in this tank form, he is very hard to kill more often than not, unless you sleep him. That's block plus his ability to just escape any situation possible with his low cooldowns makes him a tough target to kill, but the rest of his team, nah, not so much. It was pretty easy for someone in Checkmate to just dash past Hawk and finish off at the backline. And now the Florida Mayhem, they're going to regain control. Atlanta Reign on 82%. Not too bad whatsoever. Blade may be saved, or sorry, Nano may be saved for the Blade to end this first round.
Will Atlanta Reign have enough time to do that, though? Because that percentage is ticking up to the point where we would be in last fight territory. We're just going to see the Nano used here. They've got to go now.
They have to go. Oh, nice deflect on the nade. Still lands on Nero. There's the beat to save Semaine. Nero not getting anything done. He didn't even build up the blade in that time either. He's 15% away now, still trying to cause havoc in the back line, but Semaine and Animo are staying alive as Hawk meets his demise. The blade for Checkmate is going to be good. He hits a couple. A deflect will stop that second slash going through onto Nero, but it is desperation for the Reign. They've got Nero's blade, but they need to be able to touch the point. 3% to go as someone just bullies them off of the point and off of the spawn. Kai managed to find a kill with the Death Blossom, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Hawk falls, and now it is only the little Lucio to try and get the recontest. Can Kai do anything? He has Wraith Form. He has to get out of there. Nero still has the blade. He is going to be able to come back, and this could be a big turning point, but he's going so low. A Death Blossom right on his head, but no, he gets slept, but it doesn't matter. Kai, unfortunately, not able to touch the point as the Mayhem claim control center.
Such a good fight for the Mayhem as well, because you just have to take a look at the sound barrier. Honestly, all the sound barriers that we've seen today have been so on point, but Anima was able to keep Semaine alive, and that made such a big difference to be able to go for massive sleeps, massive bio grenades onto the Atlanta Reign, and that gave Florida Mayhem a huge edge in those last few fights.
I'm surprised they made it back in time, to be honest with you, to actually pull that blade, but The longer it is in overtime, the faster that little bar creeps down. So rather tough situation. Same kind of compositions though coming out. A small change, seeing a little bit of Soldier here. You can play so many off angles on Night Market, or Day Market, I guess, in this instance with the new weather systems. But
I'm not really sure what we're supposed to call this anymore. Afternoon Market might also work out here. Who knows? But
oh, well, that sucks. Hawk's dead. Anyway, back to spawn, chaps, I think. I don't think we can do much from here. And that's the thing, as soon as Doom uses that block, he is very slow, very easy to target. He's not deflecting or anything like that, so you can anti-nade, you can sleep him, and it's very easy to clean up after that. If you just CC the Doomfist, he's like old Doomfist in a way. You CC him, he's going to die pretty quickly.
for sure, and I think that the other thing about Doomfist is you still have to worry about how you use those mobility cooldowns. If you don't have anything to escape, then you're just kind of left out to dry.
Wouldn't call this an off angle, but Kai trying to do as much damage on the point as possible. Nice work. Checkmate does find the kill on him, but Hawk and Kai cleaning up. Hawk misses the punch, unfortunately, and just trying to get that capture coming through. There you go, 26% for the Florida Mayhem. Hydron is eventually chased down. A little bit harder in Overwatch 2 with the DPS passive stacking with Sprint. He's quick.
Super quick. And I love the off angles again that you were mentioning, you know, Kai and Hydron being able to play this Soldier 76, just allowing you to really play by yourself as well, especially when you have the heal pod. You can really help yourself to sustain through some of this damage, and so I like that Hydron is going to continue to stay back from the team because you have that long range.
Another very early nano onto Nero before he even has the blade. It works though. Manu does end up going down to the dash. Checkmate falls. Not the worst. I mean, next fight you can go in with the blade. You can even use Meteor Strike to corral people if you really wanted to. Doom Seismic Slam now has a giant radius, does 50 damage, and slows people, so that will enable Nero to maybe get some of those resets.
Well, the other thing too is that Nero can just go in with the raw Dragon Blade because there's so much CC. Just try to get something done.
Meteor Strike, Nano Visor being used by Hydron, doesn't find any targets whatsoever. People are just running to the health packs as fast as possible. However, Ultraviolet does end up falling. A lot less healing for the Atlanta Rain. Nero, perfect dive synergy with Hawk, does manage to kill a couple, and Sir Marjed caught off of the flank. Kai doing a fantastic job of just controlling this mega health pack room. And like you're saying, that healing station, it just makes him almost invincible. You really have to target him and push him out of those positions to take him out.
And that's tough to do if you don't really have the mobility to do so. I mean, Checkmate can try to go after that, but hey, Nero saved the blade. So let's see what it can get done.
Well, there's a visor available too. They may only need one of those ultimates. A nice beat in response from Animo, but now they have to worry about Nero. Another beat, this time on the Rain side, as the Atlanta Rain, they do forego the point, but they can still attack once again. I mean, Hydron is dead. The Florida Mayhem just survived ever so slightly there. They were basically going to lose if they didn't get that flip. A Primal Rage is going to get used. It might just be another blade on blade. Checkmate has his available too with no nano, but someone does end up going down. Nero just trying his hardest to kill Checkmate, who didn't find any value with the blade. And now this is Nero's chance. A lot of Atlanta Rain are purple though, so Nero might not have the backup required. 63 HP, grabs the mini, finds one reset, jumps off the map, and just makes it back on time. And the Atlanta Rain win that fight. They do get 99. Overtime is ticking, but someone is back. He gets punched out of his bubble, quickly dispatched with a nano onto Kai. That perfect precision aim is going to make sure Animo can't touch. 48% to 100. The Rain, they're going to tie up Lijiang Tower.
So much patience had to be executed as well to hold onto that Dragon Blade, and it ended up being at the perfect time. So I like that Nero was able to wait for some of that extra support coming in from that anti-bio grenade and just a lot of other things that really helped to enable that Dragon Blade. I mean, like you were saying, Jaws, this Dragon Blade didn't even have to get paired with the nano in order to be effective, and I think a lot of that from the Atlanta Rain was saying, we have a lot that we kind of have to face, whether it's through CC, from Animo being able to boop Nero away, or maybe a sleep coming through. Just build up the blade and then use it when you feel like the time is right.
Right, same kind of comps. Man, I love Hawk sticking with the Doomfist. I really do, especially on these kind of maps where environmentals are fairly common. Animo's in trouble. Just runs back to the healing station, but OG chases him down. That purple lasted for quite a long time, as the Atlanta Reign now have control. And this is the best spot for this composition to be in too. Those environmentals, they come across the bridge. Not only Lucio couldn't get the boop off, but Doom just hits that punch, and the rest of your team goes flying.
Like that Atlanta Reign is going to be using that aspect of this map to their advantage, but the other thing about this composition that really plays well for the Atlanta Reign is also the positioning that they can take. Kai continuing to get those off angles, already taking out Hydron. Kai's got everybody's number on the Florida Mayhem, whether it's from this bridge or across the way.
Yeah, his aim is so crispy. Kind of insane. Oh, this will be the kill. Oh, ooh! Nice. Man, those Helix rockets. They do a surprising amount of damage. It feels like I haven't seen Soldier in years, and I think that's pretty accurate, to be honest with you. Well, Kai takes another one. Animo is dead, but Hawk, unfortunately, goes down in White Room. The Atlanta Reign can hold off for quite a while. Kai's done so much damage, Rose. 90% on that visor. Hydron only 50. They just had to reset multiple times. Nice bio grenade landing once again, forcing checkmate back.
Targeting hostile.
Ultraviolet also working up to that nano. That could be really impactful if Kai can stay alive!
No, not quite good enough. Oh, a little boostio action maybe. Okay. Doesn't even need it. I mean, he killed Kai. We'll take those any day of the week. Animo staying alive and Hydron cleaning up. Oh, yeah, no way you're going to survive OG. Just stay on the point. Stall for a little bit. 60%, not bad at all. However, the Reign now have 2 DPS ults coming up with Hawks. Also, if they target Animo and just make him use that beat, you just go in with that visor or that blade and it could be all over.
Exactly. You just got to force out that sound barrier. That's going to be the biggest thing that the Atlanta Reign need to overcome in order to be able to get back control of this point, and then also hopefully take this first map to a win.
That was a really nice engagement. You saw Hawk in the top right. He got slept by Semaine. It's like, well, now there's no disruption. Our Winston can do whatever he wants. Just walking away. Scot-free, I mean, easy peasy cleanup as well. Just one sleep, one bio grenade. This is why Ana is so powerful in Overwatch 2. Just taking one person out like that just leaves so much room for your tanks and your other DPS to follow up on these people that are isolated.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen what has happened when Hawk loses mobility cooldowns and then also gets slept by Sir Majid. That's just game over for Hawk right there. Back to spawn with you.
Wow, that visor being used by Hydron. That seemed like a rather easy play from the Atlanta Reign there. Use that visor, force out the beat, and they did just that. Nero receives the beat, doesn't get anything done with the blade. A little bit of damage, but that's about it. There's the blade from Checkmate, dashes straight through both supports. OG going low, and Hawk now following Ultraviolet to the spawn. My goodness. It looks so good from the Atlanta Reign. They know they forced out the beat, but Nero didn't get anything done with his, and an easy clean-up for Checkmate. Atlanta Reign were inside their team. It was just super I don't need to dash for anything. You guys are coming to me.
Exactly, and now Nero has to switch over to the Tracer in order to get back to point fast enough to touch, but also Sir Majid has the nano up. Florida Mayhem have so much sustain going into this final fight.
Oh, nano goes on to Hydron. OG eliminated, and now he's just playing Gatekeeper. Ultraviolet in trouble. Can someone save him? Nope, not today. Healing station down to make sure he survives. Another kill on to Nero. The Florida Mayhem wipe the Reign and take Lijiang Tower.
Huge first map here for the Florida Mayhem. They definitely look excited about that one. I mean, the Atlanta Reign, though, they put up a really good fight, but it just didn't feel like the ultimate synergy and rotation was quite there for them to really be able to do what they wanted to do on that map.
Oh, man, I can only imagine the grin on Zoe's face right now.
I was just thinking the same thing. How many people predicted
the Mayhem? Oh, just Zoe? Great, that's good. I like conflict. I can't wait for the devs to hear about this. We're going to jump to a quick break. We have map number 2 coming up soon.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look, don't wanna fade and drop out. Got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain. Ain't seen a savage. Who you?
Oh man, these videos have been sick. MYXL we saw obviously earlier on, now we see the Atlanta Rain one. Dude, I love those kind of hype videos, honestly. And I saw a little bit earlier on, obviously making fun of the game approach and stuff, but I just want that Torp hammer Nero had just over the shoulder. Please play some Torp, Nero. Please.
That would be great. I would love to see some Torp.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I just want one of those hammers.
Yeah.
Because like I feel like we all need to make poses like that,
Just-
right?
Oh, I was thinking about bonking people, just like, you know.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that, but yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, just poses. Definitely. Eichenwalde is our hybrid map. Next up, no substitutions, either rows. So we are going into the map with the same players. The Atlanta Rain, I was curious, and I guess we'll start to see a trend on what maps they want to sub Hawk and Gator in and out with. I thought maybe this map we see a little bit of Gator here, just so you can play the Rhine, and then play a little bit of Winston, jump to the high ground kind of thing, but sticking with Hawk, I like it. I like what I see.
I like it too. You know, while Atlanta Rain didn't win that first map of this series, I think that this is another good chance to see if Hawk is going to play that Doomfist, how good that Doomfist can be. You know, Doomfist did get a pretty major hero rework from switching to that DPS 2-tank role, and with 450 health, that is a lot of health to chew through. We have seen the Florida Mayhem be able to answer that pretty beautifully with sleeps, but if Hawk can use that mobility that Doomfist provides, as well as just use the verticality on Eichenwalde, this could be amazing for the Atlanta Rain.
Could see some crazy rollouts, but probably not. I would love to see it, but it ain't going to happen, unfortunately. I know QuakeDon has been working hard, getting rollouts done for every single map on new Doomfist. Maybe we'll see a little something of that a little bit later, or a little bit later down the season, just to surprise somebody. That's weird. We are seeing Nero on Widowmaker just for a quick peek. And he sees nothing. Does see the top of a Rhine shield, though, so maybe that's communicated, but yeah, no changes at all. We're seeing checkmate, though, Rose, on the May. We are seeing someone on the right, so much more of a static composition versus Atlanta Rains.
I like that, especially against what the Rain have shown us so far, though. If you're playing something a bit more static, who do you actually jump on if you're going to be playing high mobile heroes like Doomfist and Genji?
It just feels like you need to run at the supports. May doesn't freeze you anymore, she just slows you with her left click, so Hawk can be thankful for that one on the Doom. Although one swipe will power up that Doomfist punch, but the amount of healing that Sermajed and Arnamo can provide is a little bit extraordinary. Lamp goes down, it does save Arnamo as he goes purple, but Ultraviolet also falls. They've traded support for support, but now Sermajed is in trouble. This dive from the Atlanta Rain, just running past someone's shield, has worked out for the first point. And Hawk already 75% towards that Meteor Strike. Someone is a little bit powerless in a lot of these cases because Kai's taking an off angle. Nero is diving in with Hawk. You have to make a decision. Do I run for the backline or do I help ours? And that time around, they couldn't quite save Arnamo or Sermajed.
That's going to be tough to do. I think Sermajed also playing with the Baptiste has a really difficult job right now of when to use that Immortality field. You've got one chance to do so because it still has a fairly long cooldown, and the Atlanta Rain may make that really tough with the amount of disruption that Doomfist and Genji provide.
Oh, there's the window. Oh, Nero. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, May still has the Ice Block ability, so don't forget that when you 1v1 May in the Overwatch 2 beta. This is the best spot for them to be in, though, Rose. Just holding on to this choke point. Someone does get slept. Hawk goes right over the top, back to his team. Hydron just on this perma flank. Oh, does spot out Kai, might be in a little bit of trouble. Has healing station, doesn't choose to use it. Tank for DPS. Spawns are closer for the Rain, and they have the ults for this next push. Nano Blade, Nano Visor, beat, whatever combination you want to use. There is going to be a beat for the Blizzards, and that Visor being popped for Kai as he runs around the back. The Nano's applied, but that shield from someone is still really good at negating a lot of that damage. Unfortunately though, Hawk and OG jump past the shield, finish off the rest of the Mayhem, and the Rain can get the payload going.
I like the pathing that Kai took as well with that Nano Visor, just to be able to kite around some of the Florida Mayhem and be able to get those final blows. Really good stuff coming out from this Soldier 76, but also the Rain now, with control of this payload, can also start to take some different angles. Like, look at Kai already, just behind the Florida Mayhem. That is something that the Mayhem are going to have to turn around and start paying attention to.
Keep hearing new voice lines that I've not heard before. Ooh! OG! Oh, he's going to feel that one tomorrow, maybe for the whole season. That shatter landed directly on his head. Does more damage the closer you are now, so that crit, yeah, that was because he was directly on top of someone. Ouch. The payload's moved a fair distance, and the closer you get to this door, Rose, the more difficult it is for the Mayhem to really control this space. Like, under this bridge, yeah, you can hold around, but the amount of CC, or the amount of, I should say, boops, really, from the Rain, can put someone in a bit of a sticky situation. Does have the tank passive, so he isn't easily moved, but a punch and a boop at the same time, yeah, you're going in the drink.
Especially if Ultraviolet decides to pepper on a sleep dart on top of that, right? I don't think there's anything that's going to save you from coming back from that.
Nero trying to do a little bit of dirty work there. Oh, Semajed in a whole world of hurt somehow gets away. That right click from Nero went a little bit wide. If it was any closer to Semajed, he would have been dead, and that should have been a little win. The payload is slowly inching its way back. The Rain, they have the blade, they have the visor. Just waiting for that Nano is probably the order of the day.
It's going to be tough to use either of those ultimates, though. It feels like, you know, Florida Mayhem, while they're going to be taking control of this high ground, where does Nero go from here?
What is happening in this room? Oh my goodness, there's like 15 ults happening. Okay, the blade was good enough, and then Kai just goes on the big flank. The Florida Mayhem are dead, everybody. There you go. That's how quickly some of these team fights can start. There's no middle of it, and then it just ends. Attack visor. The Nano wasn't even used. The blade, the Meteor Strike, everything happened all at once. The Mayhem didn't really have a chance to respond there with ults of their own.
Nope. I take it back. I take it back. Nero proved me wrong. Nero proved me wrong again.
Are you serious, Nero? That was a massive anti from Ultraviolet. Nanoed. Nero with the 5k. Okay, there's the smile that I wanted to see. Forget map number 1. Eichenwalde is yours. The Florida Mayhem might just be able to touch in time, but with a couple of meters to go, they're going to need to try something special. Not quite quick enough. 2 minutes and 40 seconds for the last point. Nero's going to be close to that blade.
Yeah, I think Nero earned it at this point with all the legwork that he's put into this match. Nero definitely earned that blade. And especially just on top of that, too, that angle is so nasty. Nero had the full sight beyond that Reinhardt shield, and will have that blade up and running with the cell barrier on top of it.
There is Nero's blade. He earned it, but it's taken swiftly away. Someone with the giant pin across the map does end the blade, and Nero. The Atlanta Rain are still fighting at the gates, but someone's going to get taxied back. A nice little punch onto someone, but he does lay down the shatter. Hawk also not having a good enough time. Someone's shatters have been really impactful so far.
They have been so good. And I feel like it's so rewarding as a Reinhardt also with that new kind of critical hit mechanic where you get to hear such a satisfying sound when you do end up just hitting someone out of the park with one shot. Satisfying.
Speed boost, then Blizzard. Already the Atlanta Rain are behind the Florida Mayhem. Anti onto someone, doesn't do all too much, and someone now trying to go for a big flank of his own. Checkmate using the Blizzard to, I guess, corral the Rain away. I'm not sure what that was. Blizzard, and then someone tried to capitalize on it. It didn't end up working out, and a straight Icicle will end Ultraviolet. The Florida Mayhem have burned a lot of this time bank down. A minute remains for the Rain. They may use this blade with the Nano in just a second, but they're actually switching up to the Reaper to try and get some more close quarters damage. Does look like someone is back in the action as Ultraviolet builds up towards that Nano. Someone is just swinging for the fences, but unfortunately, Nero's blade was a little bit sharper. A Nano and a blade could end it all, but the Florida Mayhem at least have one more regroup.
They do, and spawns are definitely going to be in their favor as well, but what else do they have? The Atlanta Reign right now are still sitting on that Nano Blade combo that you pointed out, and now the sound barrier as well.
Nano blade straight to the back. There's the immortality field gone. The ice block unfortunately still can't be cut through, but Nero doing so much damage. The beat is going to help the rest of the team stay alive. The Atlanta Reign had 2 minutes coming in, and they got 17 seconds for their next attack, if they get one, of course. The Florida Mayhem, though, with a stalwart defense overall.
It was really good, and I think that had a lot to do with the different pieces that the Florida Mayhem put together. The Reinhardt really great, as well as the May to provide so much support, whether it was through the May wall to block people off from the Atlanta Reign from being able to support each other. Florida Mayhem played that really well. Obviously, they would have loved to get the Atlanta Reign to cap with no time left in the bank, but now Florida Mayhem, it's their turn to attack.
I'm going to need a replay for that. That Nero just dash, 5K. That's potentially the first 5K we've seen, so it's happened actually quite quickly. All right, okay. I like it. I'll have to get confirmation on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the first one. Oh, okay, so this is the anti-nade that set the entire thing up. Oh my god! What is more satisfying than that? I cannot name a single thing. Oh my goodness, from almost 0 ult charge as well up to 50, like that feels so good. All right, let's have a look at the defense. The Atlanta Reign going the same kind of thing. It's good to see them just kind of continue using this one comp, like really just drilling at home, like this is what we're gonna play. And Hawk has been doing a fairly good job on the Doomfist. Someone's had a little bit of a tough time on the Reinhardt, you will, against all the knockback, but the Shadows have been good. But this time around, switching up to a Winston, a bit more dive orientated. Hydron with the jump, with the miss, and a quick change.
Someone switching over to the Winston really helps out the Florida Mayhem here as well, just to be able to initiate on these dives better. Instead of having that stagnant comp, you are able to initiate on fights so much faster. And now it really is about these backlines. Who can keep the Ana up better?
Oh dearie me, Nero goes so low. No, and a Helix rocket from downtown does end him. Nice grenade, however, from Ultraviolet to keep Hawk alive. Hydron already on the flank. Those legs do be moving. Soldier been working out between Overwatch 1 and 2. I mean, it's almost impossible to kind of dislodge someone from that position. They're being a Soldier with that healing station on top of that, yeah. Basically impossible. Quick offense for the Mayhem. They're going to get that payload in a record time.
The early takeout of Nero did help with that, so you didn't have as much DPS as you would have wanted to be on the field. But also, look, Kai switched over to the Reaper. So now Reaper is here to play, and I really like that change-up. Looks like Florida Mayhem, Hydron also going to be going over to the Tracer. So a little bit of a different flavor now coming out from the Mayhem, just going more full force dive with the Atlanta Reign, going a bit more on the Brawl.
Oh, unlucky. Hydron's already dead. Wow. Very classic dive from the Mayhem. They do trade Nero though, but someone went a little bit too deep. You really need a lot of your other teammates to follow up on you diving in as the Winston. That was a really nice punch. That empowered punch does stun you, just I don't know, stun you, I suppose. I'm trying to think of a funny way to put it, but it disorientates you a fair bit. It's like getting hit with an Orisa Spear. It doesn't feel good if you're on the receiving end of it. But you know, you shouldn't have charged the power-up punch-up, okay? That's what I'm just saying. People in solo queue or quick play or whatever, you gotta stop doing that. Empowers Doomfist and makes it a nightmare for the support. There's the blade. Beat in response almost instantly. OG heard the voice line, popped his to make sure Checkmate couldn't get the quick elimination. A big sleep onto someone as he pops the Primal Rage. Checkmate getting negative with that ultimate. It's not going to be too happy. Another power-up punch being locked in for Hawk, but he has to escape to the rest of his team. Someone going pretty low, but that giant nade from Sermajed is going to keep him alive. Kai, though, in the back line, just dives straight on top. Death Blossom kills 2, and a stick from Hydron does kill Nero, but the Atlanta Reign are still up. And Hydron just has to sneak away at this point. Wait for the rest of his team to come back.
Everyone on the Florida Mayhem was so low, and I love that Kai was able to capitalize on that with the Death Blossom and just finish them off. But the other big thing about this is that Atlanta Reign, they're chewing away at this time bank.
That's unlucky, playing a little bit too aggressive. Thought maybe he'd be fine just to chill there for a second. Didn't realize 3 of the Mayhem were just surrounding him. A team kill for the Florida Mayhem as they jump onto the bridge. Nanoblade close up though. 10% away for the Reign.
Pretty close. And we need to see this Nanoblade do something. But Animo has the response. Sermajed also has the Nano. That's a lot of sustain from the Florida Mayhem.
There's the Nano on to checkmate. The Nanoblade for Nero, though, who can get more done. I'm looking at the kill free. There's one apiece. Nero finds one. Checkmate 10% away from a blade of his own, but Nero gets booped off the map. Unfortunate. OG does end up falling, and someone's touching the payload. It's Hydron. The rest of his team do clean on up, and the Florida Mayhem with a stacked time bank. 4 minutes going into last.
They have so much snowball potential here. Also, I don't think they need the full 4-minute time bank. Checkmate has another blade. Hydron gonna have the pulse bomb up as well. And let's see someone do something with this primal rage. Okay, it's gonna be a lot of chaos here.
There's the blade, nice deflect, hits Ultraviolet. OG scurries back into spawn, wall riding his way there. The Doomfist taking reduced damage when he has that block up, but he was quickly dispatched. Florida Mayhem keeping on the pressure all the way to spawn. That Primal Rage and Pulse Bomb still available.
Yeah, now look at what someone can do with the Primal Rage. Already going up to the spawn doors, can just juggle them back into spawn.
Big stick, but Meteor Strike to avoid all of that damage. Sermajed goes down. Florida Mayhem are losing a lot of their healing. Animo's the only one left, but he's purple. Can keep the rest of the team alive as someone uses that Primal Rage to knock OG senseless. The Reign have spawn advantage as someone pops out of Primal, goes down to Nero, and Kai's survivability on the Reaper guy is going to keep him alive and well on the point. It's going to be a reset for the Mayhem. Kai has Death Blossom too. This is going to be a very tough attempt for the Mayhem next push.
Mayhem don't have a response to that.
Oh, a big
Unless
check.
maybe this is going to be it? Yeah, look at that. Checkmate. Going back over to the May here, and Sermajed going over to the Baptiste. I think the Immortality Field can be invaluable in these next few fights just to keep Florida Mayhem up and alive. And then also Checkmate slowing things down with that May Freeze.
Kai. Oh, come on. That was the most obvious place ever. There's the Death Blossom. Lamp gets deleted. He is Nano, so that shield isn't going to last long. The beat in return, though. Double beat, in fact, as OG lays his on the floor too. Nano Reaper does a fair bit of damage to Ryan. Doesn't matter how much damage resistance you have. Ultraviolet falls, but Atlanta Reign's composition is rather tanky. Kai doesn't have Wraith form, and the rest of the Florida Mayhem are going to find him slipping. Sermajed still alive and well in the backline. The Florida Mayhem are going to be able to touch the payload, but it's rolled back, Rose. It used to be right up on top of that point, but now there's a touch chance for the Reign. Nero and Hawk do end up respawning as OG goes fairly low, but kept alive by Ultraviolet. Not for long, though, as Hydron and Checkmate take them out. And finally, the Florida Mayhem with Rhyme and the Brawlia comp do end up completing 2 minutes and 17 on the clock versus the single minute.
With the time bank that Florida Mayhem walked into that third point with, Atlanta Reign did a pretty good job being able to whittle that down to 1 minute and 17. I mean, that's pretty big. That's pretty big for the Reign.
Yeah, it just gives you well, on the Florida Mayhem side, it gives you an extra attack, the extra minute and 17 seconds or so. And
yeah, it still does.
Florida Mayhem, they took first point so quickly. If you remember back to their first defense as well, which they're on now, they ran this composition, which takes a fairly long while to actually take down. Anything with survivability in the Overwatch 2 beta feels great. I mean, the ice block to heal you up, as well as the Reaper just getting that HP back whenever he shoots somebody. Okay, that is just a disgusting boop on Nero. That's a little bit of payback from earlier, from getting the first 5K in 2022.
Yeah, Nero probably deserved that. like just a little bit, I think. But exactly what you were saying, Jaws. The Florida Mayhem composition is so tough to take down, and the Atlanta Reign really need to kind of get it right the first time. They've got 1 minute, and that 1 minute is not typically enough to be able to build up to ultimates, which might be what you need to push yourself over the edge. But you can see Kai trying to take these long angles, maybe be able to get up into a position where you can get behind that Rhine shield to really do some damage.
Yeah, I guess the best thing for Kai going against this comp is that you can off-angle for a long time. You can wrap around what we saw Hydron do earlier, but this speed boost, Checkmate goes low. Lamp has been popped, and a massive anti-grenade from Ultraviolet does pay for it with his life, but the Atlanta Reign can clean up after this. Surmajad and Animo go down, and I take that trade any day of the week. Not only did Checkmate pop the ice block there, Surmajad instinctively used that Lamp to try and survive in that small choke point, and Ultraviolet swinging that nade. One ability can just win a team fight. That is why Ana is just so good in these kind of comps.
It's so good, and you can see how much more impactful I think these abilities can really be for these support heroes. I love getting a chance to see that, and well, okay.
I mean, you might as well fight early, right? You can brawl on the payload pretty easy, and it is OT. Hawk's in a lot of trouble and ends up falling, and there's the window covering the entirety of the gate. Hydron does end up going down as Kai is on the flank, but he's quickly checked by Animo. They can hold this payload for eternity. There's the visor and the blade. Can it get damage done? Kai getting chased down. There's Nero with 2 kills. They finally make it work. The Reign popping 2 DPS ultimates, one in the front line, one in the back line, to dismantle the Mayhem. And they get the payload round this first corner, but the Florida Mayhem, they've got Blizzard coming back. They might have that beat as well.
So to Reign. OG has a beat. Ultraviolet's gonna have a nano. This is so much sustainability still. And so, yeah, well, Florida Mayhem is playing the brawlier comp. That Blizzard might not matter if OG can respond to that.
Nice meteor strike. There's the slam. Doesn't quite kill Hydron. Someone is purple as the Blizzard gets put on the payload. Rough. Really rough. I thought Hawk maybe had a touch at the very end. That beat and that nano not quite enough to put them on the point. They step off. And now a very clear win condition for the Mayhem. I can imagine we're going to see the Winston, what we saw before, because they just ran over them on first point. We could be seeing Florida Mayhem going 2-0 in this series already. Preds check? Anybody?
I think the desk is going to be pretty quiet about that one.
Apart from Zoe.
Apart from Zoe, yeah. Apart from Zoe, of course. But I would agree with you. I think the Florida Mayhem will definitely go with what they know worked the first time. It's up to the Atlanta Reign to respond. Florida Mayhem, though, on that defense, they made a bit of a mistake. Going too aggressive, getting caught out, the Maywall separating a bunch of their players. Maybe that'll work a little bit better on the third point. We did see them switch to that, but this dive is really where it's at. Hydron got some nasty angles with that Soldier 76, as we've seen Kai do also. So it's up to both of those players to really find that opportunity.
It's a cool thing you can do with the Doomfist. You can cancel the Seismic Slam with one of your other abilities. So that's pretty nice. So you can get some crazy, like, wacky Pharah kills if you're quick enough. He's just seeing what they're running with out of spawn, get that bit of extra information. Already, though, the Mayhem have pushed past the choke point. It's only a matter of time, yeah. Drastic pings on the Lucio. They've got to find where Ultraviolet's just kind of chilling. And then execute a dive. Oh, dearie me. Wow. Okay, that looked like a power-up punch from Hawk. He has got power block available, and he takes down Surmajad. Both supports dead for the Florida Mayhem. They can still kind of sit in this choke point here. They're not too worried. There's a mini health pack plus healing station from the Soldier. Will be fine, but okay, maybe not. Nero's doing a little bit too much damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of poke, and the Florida Mayhem definitely want to be healthy for this next engage, but that also buys so much time for Hawk to be able to get back into this fight and be here for it.
Nice boot, big sleep in fact. Hawk and the rest of his team. Okay, luckily enough though, Nero is there to save the day. 1 minute for the Mayhem. They need to be able to touch this first point. They haven't even got a tick. That was close, but a little bit too further away. And now the ultimates are going to start to come online. This last 60 seconds will decide it all, of course. Visor for Hydron, 10% there.
Close on that. Sir Majid as well with the Nano Boost coming online. Maybe we'll see that Nano Visor once again. And then the Atlanta Rain, Ultraviolet, also has that Nano Boost. And we've seen that just kind of gifted over to Nero to be able to get that Dragon Blade.
On Nero he is. Anteen in a big sleep onto Sir Majid. Couldn't do anything. Nero gets chased down. In fact, yep, there's the Visor. Nano wasn't quite built up quick enough, but Nero and Hawk fall first for the Rain. Kai chases down Hydron, but this should be an easy cleanup for the Mayhem now. I say that as Kai is somehow still alive. There's the tactical Visor. Everybody from Mayhem finding a cheeky little hide-and-seek spot before they get zoned away, or killed off, I should say. OT just around the corner, 4 seconds to go. Blade for checkmate coming up, but Nero's got his, and Hawk sleeping. Can he do anything? Yes, he can. Meteor strike up in the skies. The beat from Arnamo to try and save the rest of the team. Nero goes down. He had Blade available, but can the rest of the Rain just pick up the pieces? Checkmate got nanoed. An easy kill onto OG and Ultraviolet and Kai. Make that a triple. OT was what they needed, that extra level of pressure. They're going to claim first point, but they're still in overtime, Rose.
We've seen how fast that overtime can expire, but the Florida Mayhem are coming with so many ultimates, and this is where I think it gets really tough for the Atlanta Rain to defend this payload. Someone with the Primal Rage going to be able to just juggle people away. Checkmate as well, still held on to the Dragon Blade. That is a lot of damage!
That flank is insane! What an extra load of damage with that Blade. Nice lot of deflection, but Hawk does manage to find the kill. At least they trade, but Ultraviolet falling does mean Rain have to play a little bit more passive. They can go with the beat and the Blade, but they still have to be worried about someone's Primal Rage. They could just disrupt Nero's day. They end up using the beat for the engagement as Ultraviolet is still in spawn coming back. Nero pops the Blade. He finds one. Hydron is dead. That Primal Rage is not the target you want to go for, though, and Nero just hangs back, worried that he might fall down. Kai gets chased by someone, and he does fall. The Florida Mayhem still in control of the payload, but a giant bio grenade from Ultraviolet, the rookie for the Atlanta Rain, to take them out. The Rain secure the payload and the map and tie the series 1 apiece.
Something that the Atlanta Rain did so well was not only just be able to piggyback off of the abilities coming in from their support lineup in Ultraviolet and OG, but also Hawk played a bit more of a bait card there. You saw how effective those sleeps could be on Hawk's Doomfist, but this time around, the Atlanta Rain didn't let that be the difference maker. They let that be an asset by capitalizing on when that happened.
Man, it looks so good. Nero, well, of course he got player of the game. I don't need to tell you about that. First 5K in the season. Atlanta Rain, they tie the series up off of that bio grenade from Ultraviolet. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. just like Matt, Mr. X, Morello, Carl is actually looking for friends. So you can share your fan art celebrating the teams you want to take home the win during the opening weekend to be featured on the fan art gallery. I know there's a ton of talented artists out there just across gaming as a whole, and it's amazing to see the different things people come up with. The artistry has been incredible with Overwatch 2 also. That being released and everybody just making crazy cool fan arts of different characters, different teams, and the league as a whole. It's been a fantastic time over the last couple of weeks, that is for sure. But Rose, let's get back into this series. Mayhem and Rain, man, these rookie Ana players, man. They are insane. Ultraviolet's bio grenades. I mean, Nero, yeah, he got the 5k, right? First 5k of the season. But it was all off the back of Ultraviolet's bio grenade at the very start of that engagement. It is unreal what you can do, and it really shows you the power of Ana in these comps, if you can pilot it correctly, of course. Gibraltar is our next map up now. A little bit more dive-centric, so we're actually seeing Hawk stay in the roster. No Gator yet.
No Gator just yet. I want to see some Gator, but I'm also like here for Hawk's Doomfist, so I'm okay with this for right now. I'm sure we're going to get a chance to see Gator play in either some upcoming maps or, of course, in the future. But Gibraltar feels like the perfect place to continue to play this dive-y composition that we're seeing from the Atlanta Reign. The Doomfist, the Genji, maybe not the most classic pieces of a dive comp, but definitely working together really well now that Doomfist is in that tank role.
Yeah, just that slow can be so impactful from the seismic slam. It's definitely caught me off guard a couple of times when I've been, I don't know, a tracer or someone just trying to run away, and then the seismic slam just hits the ground near me and I'm just like flat on the floor, or I end up getting slowed and then chased down. Really enables Nero, enables Kai, of course, who's been off-angling a lot of this time. Florida Mayhem running with the same kind of thing. Hydron just peeking out, I can imagine, just for a quick pick. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe he's staying on the Widowmaker. Okay, love this. Maybe Kai switches over. That would be a nice duel. Hydron, rookie, versus Kai, a veteran.
Love getting a chance to see the Widowmaker and also Jaws. Hog?
Okay. The patch notes that were released today are not in full effect yet, so we are actually seeing a Hog. I am rather surprised still, especially against Ana comps. Like, good luck.
Yeah, that take a breather, not going to be as effective, and you need to time that way better because it's not going to help you if you're just purple. Ultraviolet being able to hit those incredible bio grenades also. Someone's going to have a lot of trouble here if that happens.
Oh man. He gets bullied by Doomfist. Also, just the punch will knock him out of the breather. Oh dear. Wow, how did OG go down there? Alright, well, he did. Maybe a body shot and checkmate finishing him up. Not sure what that was, but it does leave Florida Mayhem quite a bit of room to follow up. However, a big sleep onto someone will make sure he can't protect Artemo, although Hog protecting people, you know what they're like in these Celtic games. Someone does end up going down, and server room control is going to be pretty important for the Atlanta Reign. It's a good place for the supports to escape to.
Looks like checkmate's also going to have to do some escaping. Need to get out of there or just get a quick reset, but Florida Mayhem being able to escape up to that bridge high ground will be able to help them reset as they wait for Anemo and Sermaja to get back into a good position. Hydron as well being able to take these really long angles. It does make it more difficult for Kai to also get set up on these high grounds. So you're going to see Kai playing from some back angles, maybe on the ground or something like that.
You are not wrong. Although Hawk can Meteor Strike on top of the Widow if the Hydron doesn't have grapple, so that could be another danger. Oh, nice counter stun there from Anemo. Beautiful bio grenade plus the sleep. See what I mean? Doomfist is still as vulnerable as he was against CC like that. Sermajet does end up falling as Nero gets nanoed. They're very willing to just use the nano onto Nero early on to build up that blade for the next fight. Ultraviolet holding down the fort as well in the server room. Yeah, goodbye, Hydron. See you later, son. Nice. That's what I want to see. Ping spam on dead bodies? Yes, please.
Oh my gosh, I do love the ping system. I like seeing what the players are also looking at, and so you get a chance to see what are they pinging, what maybe going through their mind in terms of what the game plan should look like next. But ultraviolet. Oh my goodness.
Disgusting.
That's ping-worthy also.
Mitch said a little bit earlier on, it's like, well, you can play a little bit like a DPS. One less tank to heal, so you can, you know, focus a little bit more on damage. Not sure any support's going to say no to that. There's the Meteor Strike. Both DPS ultimates available for the Rain. Looks like Hawk wanted to actually just get out of there rather than using that offensively. Nano Blade for the Florida Mayhem. Checkmate setting up in server rooms. Got to look where the supports of the Rain are. The Florida Mayhem have to play a little bit more passive. Did get antied in the back line. Is that Whole Hog's being used? But Whole Hog, yeah, it's still the same ultimate, unfortunately. And someone gets focused down rather quickly. Nero in the side, big nade, but this time it's Majed, but Nero with so much damage, just dashing through 3 people once, got the reset, back again. Way too much for them to deal with. Now 15 seconds remains. I've been talking this whole time, I'm like, well, like, where's the time bank at? Florida Mayhem in trouble.
Yeah, they're going to be in trouble. I mean, look at someone even just purple right now, using so many healing resources to be able to heal them back up to engage into this fight. But Hawk also with a huge slam down really makes Florida Mayhem think twice about engaging in on this.
They just need that Nano. There it is. Nano Blade available. All you just got to do is go in. There it is. Nero's going to get the backup from the beat. There's 2 slashes. Takes down Animo. Takes down Sir Marjet. They're going to stop the payload just after the car wash. Classic game of Gibraltar. It's not over just yet. We've seen crazier things happen. But the Atlanta Rain still not even giving the Florida Mayhem a single point. Is going to feel pretty good.
I was wondering how Watch Point Gibraltar was going to change from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. I'm really glad it hasn't. You either see point A or you see point C. I don't think there's a point in between.
No, it definitely still feels like that. There are a few small like map changes, for example. There are some barricades that have been added, like on, well, we might not see it. Well, I guess, yeah, we won't see it at this point. But on point C, there is some barricades up on the high ground. If you're the attackers, you can hide behind there rather than being on that big open platform. Small little bits like that just help like DPS and supports get to cover and not have to rely on that extra tank, which we don't have anymore. So yeah, a few changes, but yeah, you see the red box not too far from point A, so there you go.
Look at Florida Mayhem's defense. Still sticking to the Widowmaker. I do feel like Hydron playing the Widowmaker was a bit oppressive to the Atlanta Rain when they were on the Soldier, just trying to take some of those off angles. Kai was not really looking to stay on the high ground, knowing that there was a huge pick potential there for Hydron to just take them completely out of the fight. But Atlanta Rain now on the attack looks a little different. Maybe, you know, Symmetric Teleporter to at least be able to get up to the high ground super quickly to scout out what the Florida Mayhem are doing. But Kai on the Tracer, Nero on the Genji.
Power up punch, now you have to be careful. Wow, Hydron takes care of Kai pretty easily. You can still headshot Doom when he's blocking, so another small vulnerability for Doom.
Does make it a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
Can't always stop a Widowmaker from being super impactful. And then, ooh, Nero.
Yeah, I mean Hawk went up there to follow him, tried to get some more damage. Now he did the cancel too, so he leapt up and then cancelled it with a punch, trying to hit someone into the backboard and then get a kill, but didn't quite end up happening that way.
See some of the changes to Winston as well. It's not just the Tesla cannon anymore. You can kind of fire up some
you gotta be
energy.
careful. Kai's right next to you. Man, that was close.
Hydron's
Good recall
okay.
by Kai there. Big anti.
Hydron's all right. Big anti's coming through for sure. Sir Majid also looking for an opportunity to use this nano boost.
I mean, they're so close to Blade, 20% away. Ultraviolet goes down. There's the nano. No need at all, because Hydron's already killed everybody, basically. Well, there you go. I guess you earned the Blade, I suppose, but Hydron had already clicked on people's heads. I mean, that's just having a widow on your team, right? Okay, we're going to go in. We've got ults. But I've killed everybody. Oh, well, I guess we go again. There we go.
Oh my god.
I mean, that looked too easy. Let's be real.
Hydron just following them as they fall down from the high ground. Atlanta Rain are really struggling though. They only have 2 minutes left to push the payload. It doesn't have far to go, but the Florida Mayhem are rotating on ultimates really, really well right now. And with these sites, Florida Mayhem can really figure out their game plan.
Wow, Ultraviolet dead again. The beat from OG was a little bit too late. The Rain are just saving for this second to last fight, I suppose. Nanoblade, Meteor Strike. The payload is close. Animo does end up going down. There's the blade. No, Nano needed. Checkmate and Hydron go down. The Meteor Strike to protect him. And Sir Marjed now in trouble. Hawk has sailed through the air, but OG finishes Sir Marjed. This should just be it, really. The Rain, in classic Watchpoint Gibraltar fashion, they end it in just the second to last fight. 2-1 up in the series. Match point.
Match
Question mark?
point for the Rain.
Okay. Oh, you guys didn't see that. Sorry. Nero just hit everybody with a question mark and then a lot. There you go. 2-1.
Oh my goodness. 2-1 so far for the Atlanta Rain. And yeah, classic Watchpoint Gibraltar. Looking forward to seeing some of those map changes, but I guess they'll have to wait for future series.
Yes, indeed. It's good to see a lot more Doomfist being used. I like the way the Atlanta Rain are playing. Can't imagine there are going to be many changes going into our next map. It will be push on Coliseum. So we'll see you in the break. After the break, we won't see you in the break. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. We've got a series on our hands. The Florida Mayhem, they got a point, but the Alliance Reign have 2, now sitting on match point as we head into Push. We're going to Colosseo next, Rose.
I'm so excited that we get a chance to see Colosseo. And Push has been so chaotic. I know people love that. Maybe it's a little divisive, but I'm here for the chaos.
Yeah, it's a quick game mode. It really does feel like Control in that way, where it's just always just a little bit of fighting, skirmishing, then boom, full out fight, skirmishing, boom, full out fight. You know, it can get pretty hectic. And Colosseo is, man, this map design is just designed for flanking soldiers, flanking tracers. There's one giant long path where the robot does end up walking down inside the Colosseum, or I guess just on the outskirts of the Colosseum. And then there's one giant loop all the way around to the back to the enemy spawn. So with a mega health pack to boot, soldier, tracer, anybody that loves to just run and flank will make good use of that. So I can imagine that's what we're going to end up seeing. No substitutions either, Rose. So
nope.
Same player. So yeah, we have not seen Gator today by the looks of it. Maybe just saving for a secret strat later down the line. You don't want to give everything away on the first day, of course.
No, of course not. Especially because you know other teams are going to be watching to see what you're going to do next for the weekend. But Colosseo makes a lot of sense for both of these teams to continue to run the players that they have for this series, especially when you just talk about the Atlanta Reign and the Doomfist and just all of the different ways that this composition really works together. The Doomfist is super disruptive, also slows down people so that Ultraviolet has easier targets to hit with those bio-nades. Now, don't get me wrong, Ultraviolet is still hitting some nasty bio-nades, but all of these pieces of the puzzle coming together form a pretty nice picture if you are the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, it has been looking really good. We talked about at the top of the show, like how many rookies are on each team and how many returning veterans. Reign coming in with a rookie support line in OG and Ultraviolet, but Kai, Nero, and Hawk, they've been around for quite some time, and it's like a seamless transition, it feels like, for Ultraviolet and OG straight into the Overwatch League. Mayhem, a little bit different. Animo and Checkmate, the returning veterans. Animo's been doing good work, but it's been tough to escape those nades from Ultraviolet, and we're seeing once again this Doom against the Winston.
That makes sense because this is a super chaotic map. You're going to need to be able to go in for a quick engage with all that mobility, but Hawk just trying to make the most out of this aggressive position.
Oh, that punch was so close to landing. Hydron, there you go. That seismic slam is such a crazy range now. Hydron was trying to run away. He was antied and ends up falling to Hawk. Extremely scrappy though, as a bio grenade lands on Checkmate this time around, as you saw Kai trying to go for a big flank. Nice sleep on someone. Can they follow that up? In fact, Semaine goes down. Kai is still being a nuisance. He is eventually healed on up with his heal station, and the rest of the team are going to get the robot walking down the route. He's rather slow, but that's okay, you know, it's fine. Just, you got to chill for a moment. It gives something the supports can hide behind. On top of being the objective, of course, which is always quite nice.
I mean, or if you're Danny, you just want to sit in front of it and let it push you along.
If you're,
Either
if you're
way.
lazy like Danny, you can just AFK and get pushed by the damage. Yeah. Well, someone's going pretty low. Nice grenade from Semaine to heal him up. Nano boost off of that, but Hawk has the Meteor Strike. There's the nano from Semaine. It's on Checkmate. They're very happy to just run without the blade. He kills OG, but Nero is going to do the exact same thing to Florida's backline. They're trading, and not a very favorable one either. That's a blade and a visor coming up for the Reign next. Florida Mayhem can match them, but the Reign just have so much space and control right now.
we're seeing a huge difference in playstyle from the Atlanta Reign as well. They're really able to follow up on these ultimates, which didn't really feel like they were able to do in the first map of Lijiang. They feel like a well-oiled machine at this point.
Nice go onto Hawk, already used that block, so couldn't get that damage resist off. There's the visor from Kai. He is in the back line, can he? Oh no, he's in the front line, sorry. The front line of his team. I saw another soldier running off into the distance. I thought it was Kai. It was not. Kai gets the kill onto someone. But that robot's now moving back for Mayhem to push. But almost instantly, you see the payload flipping around. Hydron goes down. You see what I mean? How quick this game mode flips on its head. This map in particular too.
Yeah, and it's 8 minutes. But it doesn't feel like 8 minutes because there's so much action happening at any given point in time, and sometimes it's a little tough to tell who's really in the lead here, but we know for sure Atlanta Reign has pushed this payload even further and are close to that first objective, but just like that, Florida Mayhem are going to take it right back.
Right back, yeah. The robot walks a little bit quicker now, so does get back to your barricade a lot faster. The Arena will be able to contest it fairly close, however. The spawns, they're just rather quick. So you can already see, you can get a touch right now if you're Hawk. Hydron on the flank, looking to visor, but no, does get checked.
Feeling ground.
The blade available from Nero too. Ultraviolet also has that nano. They could go in just, okay, Hydron's dead. Ultraviolet finds yet another kill. There's the nano and the blade. Sermajev misses the sleep, hits the nade, doesn't do anything as Nero and Kai clean up. Checkmate does kill Ultraviolet eventually, but again, you're loving that trade if you're the Reign. One Ultraviolet for the entirety of the Mayhem, yes please.
I feel like Ultraviolet has done that a lot. Actually kind of sacrificed himself for the greater good of the team. So that definitely works out. And the Reign gave up. Okay, I mean, this map is so difficult because you're constantly jockeying for position, and so just like that, sometimes you will see teams back off and give space to the enemy team.
That was so close. Nice beat. That anti-nade lands on Hydron. Luckily enough, he was saved. Nanovisor used. Everybody pressing Q on the Florida Mayhem. 3 ults burned just like that. But on the reverse side, Nero and Hawk also popped their own. So the Reign now are going to attempt to hold on this high ground. Another fantastic point on the map where you just want to sit Ultraviolet, you want to sit Kai, and then try and get some kills. A blade from Checkmate. Oh, he just gets destroyed by Kai. That beat in return. Those blades without nanos are just not worth it more often than not.
I think that's the hard thing about the... Yeah, well, for sure in that case, but I think that's kind of why the Nano Blade has been used without the support of the Nano Boost, right? Or the Dragon Blade. The Dragon Blade without the support of the Nano Boost. Yeah, it's just ingrained in my brain. If you don't get anything done with it, you're not throwing 2 ultimates at the fight. It's just 1.
All right, most of the time has elapsed already. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and Mayhem have struggled to get a point in this game, or like control of the robot. Sermajev and someone are dead, and now the Reign are getting this robot pushed even further. It's fairly uncommon to see this map actually finished because of how close the robot is to the spawn. Checkpoint reached though. Forward spawns now unlocking for the Reign, so even quicker. They can get back even quicker now to the robot.
Yes, they can. And now that that robot is also very close now to the end of the map, I would be cool if we ended up seeing a team take it. But Florida Mayhem, they do have to get a bit aggressive here and try to push this robot back.
Yeah, easy nano, easy kills for Kai. However, that Primal Rage is going to serve quite troublesome as someone, and a nice deflect damage from Checkmate does finish him off. This robot has to walk all the way back though, Rose, and that's one of the big problems. You end up winning these fights if you're the Florida Mayhem. Now you have to push it all the way back, then win the preceding fight, and then win like a preceding skirmish to get that payload to where Reign.
I think the Florida Mayhem are in pretty good position to do that, though. Look at how quickly the robot is going to be going back over to their barricade to be able to start pushing that. Sermajev has the nano boost, and that's really going to help top off somebody's ultimate charge, whether it's Hydron or Checkmate, and just get them to that attack visor. Well, it's not going to be Hydron, though.
Oh, there's the beat in response to the blade. Hydron Nero traded. Kai still in the back with a visor coming up. Now they eventually spot him. Everybody from the Florida Mayhem turning to try and kill that soldier. He is rather quick and actually gives Rain a lot of space. Kai still surviving, running to the mega health pack, and look at that. Because the Mayhem tanks and their Lucio just swap places, so Marjed ends up getting caught out, and Kai does the damage with the visor. Someone dies. The blade from Checkmate wasn't even drawn, and now the Rain are back in control once again. 30 seconds now remains.
It's going to be really hard for the Florida Mayhem to get back into this. Their last chance is that Nano Blade combo or the Nano Tac Visor. Either one a very viable option.
There it is. Nano on the visor. What a sleep from Ultraviolet. But he does get woken up. Oh, disaster. The beat is going to save them, though, and Hydron's Tac Visor with the Nano didn't matter. There's the slashes from Nero, finishing off Checkmate. Florida Mayhem knew they had to invest everything in that to fight to try and win it. And the Atlanta Reign just beat them to the punch. They're not even going to let them touch. And the Atlanta Reign, they take Coliseo and take the series 3-1.
We gotta shout out Ultraviolet again. The sleep and then the Bionade on top of that to be able to just take out the soldier. Oh my goodness. Incredible stuff coming out from the Atlanta Reign. Looked like they struggled just a little bit as Lijiang Tower was pretty close. But once they got their act together, they were pretty unstoppable for the rest of the series.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, Nero mixed with Ultraviolet, it's like a perfect concoction of damage. The nades, the blades, they look so clean. The Atlanta Reign find their first win in the 2022 season. A completely rebuilt roster, though, pretty much for the Florida Mayhem, apart from Checkmate. So, still early days, but a lot of signs of promise coming into the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Looking forward to seeing the future matches for the Florida Mayhem, but we definitely got to talk about Ultraviolet. I know we've been talking about him all match, but Jaws, this player is just such a standout right now.
Yeah, player of the match is going to be Ultraviolet, the rookie support player for the Atlanta Reign. Good to see, already showing off his moves on the Ana. These bio grenades, like this clip demonstrates it here perfectly. Kind of almost soloing three people. A little bit of help from his team, of course, but the bio grenades just setting up Nero and the rest of the team for success. And the first 5K of the season on top of that. What an amazing pickup. And that's exactly what you want. If you're an Atlanta Reign fan, you're like, okay, cool. We've got rookie support players, two of them. Could be quite dicey going against some veteran supports like Arnamo. And then you see this kind of performance, you're like, yep, cool, locked in, sounds good. The rest of the season, bring it on.
For sure. I mean, Ultraviolet and OG, again, they have a lot of synergy together as a support duo, and you're going to see them be able to play a lot more together as the supports on the Atlanta Reign. But Ultraviolet, take a look at some of these stats. 2,800 damage done, and that's damage done. We don't usually see a whole lot of damage from these players, but you could see from those clips in that highlight reel how well Ultraviolet was able to weave through healing the team, which was super plentiful, but also dealing damage, whether it was through those nades or just raw shots.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at those bio grenade kills, 35 total this match. Not too bad whatsoever. The Reign looking good coming into this season. I think a lot of people have them quite high up. I mean, you would, at the end of the day, you have Nero, you have Kai, you have Hawk and Gator, of course, and the rest of the squad now looks almost perfect coming into this season. Early days, like I mentioned before, for the Florida Mayhem. I'm excited to see where Hydron goes too. He's had some, decent plays this match, and it's definitely something to build up from going later on. It is a brand new version of Overwatch, of course, so at the end of the day, there is still some polish to be done. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got the desk coming up next.
Welcome to Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined by Hawk from Atlanta Reign. Hawk, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now? Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. That was the first match on Doom and it's the first match with 5v5. So it's like pretty sloppy.
Yeah.
I think that might just be the nature of 5v5. But
right.
I think we adjusted pretty well and after first map,
You
we
guys
figured
did.
out how to win.
Yeah. All right. I want to start off by asking you about your Doomfist pick. I mean, I think most of or all of the teams today have been using more Winston than Doom, and you guys were the first team to really commit to the Doomfist composition. What led you guys to that decision?
Personally, I believe right now that Doomfist kind of counters Monkey. His shotgun's really good for 1v1ing him, and he's got like 2 mobility. At first, I didn't think he was very good. Then he got slightly buffed during the alpha/beta, and around that time, Get Quaked On dropped his Doomfist mixtape. So I just copied a lot of his texts and incorporated in my gameplay.
Would you say that you enjoy Doomfist gameplay as of right now?
Yeah, I think it's really fun. It's probably the most fun I've had playing Overwatch in a while today.
Okay. I mean, I'm asking this because, I mean, today is the first day of Overwatch League, and we're still really early stages of the season, but I want to ask you if you and your team already have your comfort picks.
I feel like most people are on their pretty good comfort picks right now. I think I had to learn a new hero, and I honestly have only been playing it for like 2 weeks now, or less. So I've had to like play a lot of quick play and grind it out.
Yeah, grinding. We have to all grind. I should be grinding on the game. I need to learn how to be better. Anyways, I digress. I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna ask you my last question. You guys had a pretty successful season last year. You know, going up all the way to the grand finals. What are your expectations of your team, Atlanta Reign, for this season?
I want to win a safe title. Like the last match we played, we got 4-0 by Shanghai before this, so we just want to get back there. But realistically, you just want to start small and just win some safe titles, and get some LAN experience.
All right. Well, that's it for the questions, Hawk. Again, big congratulations and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's head back to the truck.
Truck sounds aggressive too. I'm not sure.
What do you want? I'm still not feeling back to Sony. Truck. All right. Well, what do you guys? You know what? I'm just gonna keep throwing out words until you guys are satisfied.
Let's go brainstorm. This is a safe space, whatever that space is called, but it's safe. That's for sure.
My favorite thing of that whole interview was Danny going through it, realizing he's like, man, I should grind some more Overwatch. He had that moment of like, I should play Doomfist.
Yeah.
Even Overwatch pro players grind and grind and grind.
I mean, especially they have to grind and grind and grind.
No, and I'm just like, hey, why am I so bad? Now I think I've realized that I just spend less time.
Yeah, it's strange. If you're spending all of your time doing something, you may or may not become really good at it.
But I can guarantee you, even if I spend more time than that, I will still be.
Yeah, some people just don't have it. Like this is fine. It is what it is. I do like that you tried to get the emotional response from Hog. He was apparently happy and excited. Yeah. I didn't see it yet, but maybe they have to. Maybe they just have to.
I felt it.
Warm up to it. Did you feel it?
I felt it.
That's good.
I felt it.
Well, I definitely felt them warming up on the server. Like at the beginning, it looked a little shaky. And then suddenly the table flipped, and then it was Mayhem like fumbling, a lot of ults, a lot of abilities, which were poorly timed on a lot of occasions, which is unfortunate. But I do think we did see sign of lights from both of those teams. There were some very, very close fights and very close rounds. What are your biggest takeaways other than me being wrong and you guys being right?
Well, that was my main takeaway. But you were grinning after this Lijiang. I really thought they had a shot. They looked really good in this Lijiang. It felt like they were comfortable. It seemed like they understood how they wanted to play, really leaning on that Winston. And I was curious to see if maybe the Doomfist wasn't going to be the pick, because as Hawk said, this was something that the first time we saw someone really commit to that Doomfist, it did seem to be working against that Monkey as time went on though. And I think Nero needs to get a special shout out on this Genji. Someone that I don't think he's really known for his Genji because we haven't seen it be played that much, but he made it look clean. He gave me that confidence in him being able to pick up that hero.
Absolutely. I think on the other side, Sir Majid.
Yeah, Sir Majid.
What are we going for? Majid.
I think it's Majid.
I think it's Majid. I mean,
we're guessing. We'll figure it out as we go along. I think he had a really good start, and I do think that the Atlanta Reign, they definitely recognized that, and they really started to hone in and shut him down. So he wasn't able to really provide much for his team anymore later on.
Right. Let's talk about this Roadhog pick on Watchpoint Gibraltar for a second, because I understand he has been a Roadhog player in the past. It's something that he does have in his wheelhouse. Was not it for that map. I don't know really what the strategy was. They went Roadhog, they went Widow, they didn't get the picks, and it looked ugly. Maybe it was sort of like a curveball throw that they decided to throw at Atlanta Reign, but it didn't look good, and that kind of felt like the tide switching, and they didn't really get that confidence back after that.
I mean, as you said in the interview, this is still early stages, right? Like, I think a lot of teams are still trying to figuring it out. They figure out their identity. Hawk himself said, like, even though he looked great on that Doomfist, he's only been playing him for so long, right? So there are still a lot of things which will be switching up. So this is just the first taste we're getting from each of those teams, which is very exciting. I'm, of course, now back on the hype train for Atlanta Reign. I never really doubted them.
Whoa, the backpedaling, really?
I said it from the get-go. I wanted them to, like, win me over again, and they did. It doesn't really take much. It takes, like, one match win and we're back on.
One series, and you're like, yes, I'm back.
I'm very forgiving. That's how it is. What a great day of Overwatch, and with a great day come many great moments, and that means that we have a lot of best of the day we want to share with all of you. It's one of my favorite times of the day. Costa, why don't you start us off with yours?
Yeah, we're going to have a best of the day. We're going to be looking back towards when we were watching the San Francisco Shock. We're going to have Kaluj, a rookie main tank, coming in, actually having a really interesting bubble. There's a cool interaction that we're going to see here. Naga's going to go in with the Genji Blade, and Kaluj is going to drop the bubble so that Naga can't get that beat, and then Naga's going to get that 0k beat. And I think that really, like, embodied what went wrong with the Paris Eternal. Naga really struggled to get going on this Genji because it felt like every time he tried to do something, the San Francisco Shock had an answer. You can see Dredro dropping the beat here, but Naga doesn't get it because Kaluj has cornered him off with this Winston bubble, and that's made them to isolate Naga, who did not get the beat. So big plays.
Naga, get a blade.
Naga, get that blade kill. Okay, I think Hex is stretched on that one a little. But I like it. You know, they can't all be winners.
All right.
Fantastic. What you
got? My best of the day. You know, I'm a nice guy, and when I see someone that's, you know, that has been performing well, but they don't give themselves credit, you know, I would like to be like, hey, you did a great job, and I'm a
You're
fan.
A good hype man, yeah.
I am,
You're
and
a real cheerleader.
That's what I do here. I don't do anything. I just hype people up. Yeah, and I'm a very big fan of a certain person on the LA Gladiators. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I am a Patty fan. And you know, during the interview, he said like, oh, you know, it was all like Reiner. He was the MVP of the team and for the match. But I honestly, I picked him. We all picked him for the interview for a reason. And I think he was fantastic throughout the match, and I honestly think he should give himself a little bit more credit.
I mean, it is a bad look to go like, yeah, it was all me.
No, I want that. That's what I want. Like, all me. No. You saw
one player will get that for you. I'm sure one will just rock up.
Every shatter that I do. Did you see that? To my teammate, did you see that?
Watch me. I love that about you. Yeah. You know, I gotta credit where credit is due. Now, my best of the day was we're back. I was back.
Baby.
Punchline.
Honestly, I couldn't be more thrilled. We have such a cool spot. Like we get to be together again in person.
It's been so long.
Exactly.
It's been nice to be able to touch Danny's face a little bit.
Yeah.
And just, not just that, the Overwatch League being back, we have Overwatch 2. We're getting a taste of something that we've wanted for so long. We got so many new things coming in. It does feel like we're back, and it's just so nice, and I'm so ready to sort of go through this whole season, because this was just day one. I don't know how many days we have left. I'm going to say like 127. It's probably not true.
No, it's 200.
Actually more.
220.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we got so many days ahead of us.
A lot.
No, actually, no.
Yeah, we don't need to do the math. We just know there's
I
lots
don't.
of days coming, and Jonathan will be part of that too. I'm pointing at an empty
Soon,
chair over there.
maybe.
We miss
Just
you.
waiting.
Hey,
Yeah,
bring
we
that
miss
chair
you.
in.
Johnny, this is for you.
You were kind
Photoshop
of
him
with
in.
us. We were ready.
Warming it up for you, buddy.
Exactly. Well, we take turns sitting on it to keep it warm for you.
Yeah, yeah.
So eventually, Jonathan Reinforce Larson will be back with us, and we can't wait for that
Right.
to happen. But up until then, I guess it's just friends.
Just friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
that's
coworkers,
it,
just friends.
and family.
And we're all
that's
happy
it.
here.
Exactly, and I get even more happier when I look at a match schedule. So let's just do that. Let's take a look at what matches we have coming your way for tomorrow's broadcast. We got some pretty good ones there in the lineup as well. We're kicking things off with the London Spitfire and the San
Nice.
Francisco Shock. After that, we're going to see the Boston Uprising taking on the Vancouver Titans. And then it's time for the Yeehaw Battle of Texas. Those never get old, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, these matches are really good. San Francisco Shock are just beating up on the Europeans, it feels like, right now. So hopefully we can get a good look from the London Spitfire and we can sort of gauge where they stand. But those are some really good matches on the other end as well. So we should really get a look at some of these new teams.
Absolutely. Have you guys done like power rankings yet?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
He did. I didn't do my separate one, but
yeah.
So
I've watched everyone's power.
You watched other people's power rankings, and then you do yours based on theirs,
No, I was just curious. I think I even saw like the Korean casters of Overwatch League do it, and I saw Costas. I saw.
But you ain't
all the
getting
other
involved
people.
with any of that.
And I was like, oh, they're usually about the same. They're usually about the same.
Yeah. Wait, I'm actually curious. Was like the Western peoples the same as the Eastern regions? Like, what? Did the
They're
Koreans
pretty
say?
similar.
Pretty
They're pretty
similar.
similar.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you guys? I know you and the rest of our crew. You like to fight over power rankings. Who had the biggest Pepege take?
Oh, there was some real weird ones. You know, on Plateau, you know, you can just imagine there's just the worst takes out there. So, you know, probably Avast. Avast has the worst takes. I think we can all agree.
All right, and on that positive note, say goodbye to everyone. It's been a blast of a day, and we have so many more to come. Danny, Costa, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you all for watching. We will be back with more action tomorrow, same time, same place. And we can't wait to see you once again.